Welcome back, everybody, to Blast Slam. We're here on the B stream covering Falcons versus Execration. We had a slight technical issue as I have run all over my apartment to get a separate setup just to be here in time with you, Avery. I'm looking forward to casting some Execration Falcons as we should be getting near the chopping block, right? This is the fourth day of group stage. We only have 5 days of group stage, right? So we should be getting to a point where we can kind of see where people are potentially going to lay out.
And this is a very lopsided match because this is technically the first seed Falcons. They're 6-1 tied with Tundra against 2-5 Execration here. So this is going to be a tough match for them, and they're it's bottom versus top of the bracket right now. And I think if you look at the way these teams are panning out, it's kind of relative strength, how I would have expected, how I think a lot of people would have expected, except maybe Liquid, who are a lot lower than the average expectation. And of course, a lot could still happen here. You have Spirit in the middle of the pack, where a lot of people would have had them higher. But I think Falcons, Tundra on top. Tundra maybe could have gone either way because they're a new roster, but Falcons being up there after winning TI, no surprise.
All right, well, we can see what kind of draft we're going to get underway with Execration and Falcons. I think everybody knows all about Falcons. So we could talk about Execration, what their drafts are like, what their preference is. When you're watching an Execration game, what are you looking for?
I mean, I'm mainly looking at Shanks and what he's playing, because he's a really good four. He's gone under the radar for a long time, but he's more of that playmaking for the traditional FY type of four position player, where you want him to be winning you team fights, you want him on a flashy playmaking hero, and in some metas that's really great. But I feel like in at least the last 1 or 2 years, that hasn't really been the four style. I think the four style has been more utility focused, more laning focused. Maybe some of that will come back in here. We've seen him have some really good Rubik games, for example, but how many games can you just force that playmaking for? I think it's less often than you want. And the other player for them that I think always stands out is Bob on that mid lane in terms of improvement. Like, this is a guy where we've watched him for some years now, and he's come a really long way. I think he is one of the premier SCA mids, and he has a unique hero pool as well. Again, another big playmaker for this squad. You want him popping off, you want him carrying, but he can also just throw some of those fights or have bad deaths. So if these two players can step up, I think Execration have a very good shot of beating anybody, but you need to put them in a position where their skill set can shine, and this is a mixed meta for that to happen. You need the right heroes, you need the right setup, and this could be a game where that happens, because they're going to take that Tino axe early. They've had mixed results with this. We saw the phylactery axe. He's not afraid to go more aggressive battle hunger item builds, but he does usually win the lane with this hero, and they know how to execute the first 10 or 15. So that gives you something to play off of, where you can get your other playmaker picks later on and then have some strong skirmish power.
I could do without the phylactery axe, personally. I'm okay with him just going a more traditional route. I did feel like that last time. I just feel like a faster blade build timing would have done them a lot more good. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what this axe does and what he's matched up against, which is another important part. Maybe it's just not that good of a blade mail game.
I think in the games where you don't have that clear call blade mail core matchup, it becomes a bit more justifiable to go this phylactery skirmish build, but
sure,
that game he had a very good call blade mail, so it just felt awkward. Like, you're just missing that big punch of damage in the fight, and the skirmishing didn't happen. That's the biggest thing with that build. If you go this max battle hunger into phylactery early on, you have to fight, and you have to fight constantly. You have to drag people into fights. That's how you get value out of that item. We just didn't see that. So again, if you're Execration, you gotta bring everything together here in terms of what your game plan is and how you're executing that game plan. And I believe this draft overlay is flipped, so we're not talking about the wrong stuff. There's probably a bunch of people who were like, well, Falcons took the axe, but it is the other way around in game.
Yeah. It is indeed, which would make more sense considering Falcons. If Falcons, they really, really like this mid Sand King. Maureen is able to just first pick it and jam it no matter what he's matched up against. And he is going to be in a hard matchup against the Storm Spirit. But he's, I think, faced harder matchups than this. How many times, though, has Malrine been Huskard?
Not often.
Yeah, I feel like more people should Huskar the Huskar Masters, you know?
Well, the thing is, they're very good at playing around it. And the thing about Malrine is he's like the best bad matchup player in a long time. So I've seen them get Huskard, and he just wiggles out of that matchup, and then they know how to itemize against the hero. They know how to play against the hero. So this is a really risky team to try and Huskar. It's just not straightforward, and I think very few teams are going to have the confidence to do that. There we go. Overlay is fixed. Live production value right there. And hopefully this makes a bit more sense, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, oh my god, Falcons first picking Axe. That's ATF Axe. No, they're still doing their tried and true. They have not switched up the hero pools at all, but we are seeing a little different of a support duo for them. With this Jakiro, not a hero we've seen them play a huge amount. And maybe just something Snaking felt he can pick up here versus the Axe. Laning wise, that's really strong and doesn't have issues with Battle Hunger spam as much. I do like the Bounty Hunter for Execration. I think when you go up against the Sand King, particularly the Malrine Sand King, best in the world, you have to punish it as hard as you can. At least Bounty Hunter is a good matchup against this hero. You know, Bounty Hunter and Slardar with the vision mechanics are pretty nice. Gives you the ability to maybe roam on him or scout him in the early jungle areas on the stacks. If you can find Malrine trying to do stacks after he gets pushed off the lane by the Storm can jump him. You kill him once or twice or leech the XP. Could be a really nice way to try and abuse this early pick hero that you kind of know what the game plan is. And I have been calling for Shadow Demon for some time now, Austin.
You have?
I've said, where is this hero? Why is he not being picked more? And especially against Axe. I called it against the Axe. I called it against the Slardar. These are the two offlaners I think SD just owns. There's very little counter gameplay. So we're going to get it against the Axe here. I think it's a really cool pickup. You now have a Baden for the laning against the Axe, with shields against the Battle Hunger, and you have Shadow Demon for disruption on the Call Blade Mail Jump to protect your core. So this Axe's game got a lot harder with the second phase from Falcons and Execration. They'll go back for the TA. Bit of a mixed bag here against the two supports and the Abaddon, but it is some single target burst for that Sand King if you can get in there with strong BKB Deso timing.
I hate to say it, but because of the Shadow Demon, you might want to go the Phylactery Axe.
It looks a little juicy. The problem is you're playing into a Abaddon who just purges it all. So
yeah, I mean you're not going to get you're not going to get good calls, and you're not going to get good Battle Hungers. So
nope. I mean, this pick has been shut down pretty significantly. And this is what you should do versus these first pick offlaners. Like, make their life miserable, remove their itemization options, remove the playmaking, and the pick just becomes a lot worse. And there's very little you can do to salvage it. You could switch it to 5. Always an option.
Honestly, not the worst option, considering... I mean, you've got a TA. You don't really have to make that much space for safe lane TA when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, I don't think it's the worst here, just because like you can play this 5-axe with Vessel Rush, and it would also be pretty okay against the Sand King, but the issue is your support duo is really janky with Bounty Hunter Axe, and then is there even an offlaner that you pick? Because you have to pick the offlaner blind if you're Execration anyway, so you're not going to get some super good pick for the game overall, because ATF still has his spot. So if you're banning offlaners that ATF wants, you're banning from your own pool. They will ban the Huskar. They do not want to get last pick Huskar. I think that was a very good ban. I'll take Pango here. So maybe it is support Axe in the end.
It has to be, right? Either that or support Pango, and I don't know why you would take support Pango in this situation.
Yeah, there's no way. So they did flex it up. I mean, I think that is it's kind of a double-edged sword. I think it is the smart way to go about dealing with how Falcons drafted against you here, because the Pango is a lot better against the Shadow Demon Abaddon here, and it's not a bad Pango game at all. It's just you're going to have to execute the support duo really well, because this can leave you with pretty bad damage follow-up. Like, what's your damage follow-up from your supports when these cores go in? Pretty much nothing. That's the really big downside here.
If your Pango and Storm Spirit did not have good lanes, I think this game just falls over. Because if your Storm Spirit and Pango aren't online, you're not getting any help from your supports, and you already have kind of tanky heroes on Falcons, and I bet, there's going to be one more strength hero they're going to add to the pool here. So how are you going to get through Sand King, Abaddon, and Doom unless Storm Spirit is popping off, unless Pangolier has a Diffusal Blade and an Aghanim Scepter and is rolling around messing people up?
You need a good laning phase for sure. You need this bounty hunter to have some early game impact. This cannot be a bounty that's level 2 at 10 minutes because he's just running around doing nothing and get some stacks or something up. I don't think that's good enough. There have to be some early kills or some rotations to the safe lane or some disruption on the Sand King mid. But there needs to be some chaos in this first 10 or 15 for Execration to win this game, in my opinion. Especially against this ATF Doom. Like, this guy is the best Doom in the world. He has an insane win rate on this hero. It's a tough hero to beat in a vacuum, let alone in a draft where you have some damage issues. So it's looking tough. It's looking like a tough game for Execration. This is already going to be a tough matchup for anybody, no matter what. And this draft, I would still get the draft edge to Falcons here. Just very stable, very strong scale. They have everything, right? They have saves, they have follow-up damage, they have easy combinations behind the Sand King, they have the scale with the Doom and the Shadow Demon, they have stacking. And you have a Bounty Hunter Axe support duo. Like, this can be a very fast, explosive support duo if you win the lanes. But winning lanes against Falcons, that's tough. It's really hard to beat this here team in lanes, at least to the degree that you roll them over. So that's my concern here. You went for a strategy that requires an immense amount of execution. And so far, you've not been executing this tournament. Tall order for Execration here.
Yeah, pretty much circumstances, teams, and draft kind of has led this into a 70-30 situation. Maybe worse.
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the odds of them winning this before the draft are maybe 70-30, just based on standings and it's Falcons. I mean, they're the best team in the world, so that's not a slight at Execration. It's just, I'm sure Falcons are probably 60-40 versus anybody right now by default.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is an underdog game for sure. That said, like, this is a game where, if Execration could play some classic C Dota, make it super chaotic, they're just running around, it could be something that throws Falcons off their game. First game of the day, they don't expect it. You start getting some track kills, Storm starts snowballing. There could be a little limited control for the Storm. Like, you have Doom, but Doom's a long cooldown. Outside of that, it's Burrow Strike, Ice Path, and the burst damage isn't insane in the early game. I would try and snowball this Bounty Hunter Storm as much as possible. Those are the two heroes I would prioritize, and I talked about it before the game. Shanks and Bob, right? These are the two guys. You have to play through them. You have to enable them, and let them carry you to victory.
Well, you got to start off with a good smoke. That's really your only option here.
Smoking to where, though? They're splitting the heroes. Just smoking for a rune split up. Kind of awkward here.
I would have
Maybe
thought
trying
this...
to scout wards? I don't know.
Yeah, I felt like this should have been a 4-man smoke behind a Bounty Hunter. And just hope that with your 5-man, you run into a first blood somewhere and you can get one of your lanes off to a really good start. But instead, they opted for a bounty rune steal. Shanks does manage to take it away, so it's 3 bounty runes instead of first blood, which is still the bonus for the laning phase.
That's
now
nice.
It helps everybody.
I'll get some good damage on crit too. You got caught by the battle hunger there, so yeah, not a bad start for them at all. I mean, three runes is significant. You'll take that. And they did get the deep ward top for the courier scouting for the bounty, so you might get some courier kills off that. Not the worst smoke. They got the block as well. So this is really nice for Tino. He can just kind of dodge this first wave. One of the creeps at least died to tower. So this equilibrium is super favorable for your double melee top. Don't have
with
to
the
trade
blood grenade,
strong Jakiro.
It's hard to trade with Shadow Demon, unfortunately, because of his innate. It's actually a real problem in lanes sometimes.
Luckily, you have support axe, so nobody can trade with support axe early on.
I don't know. Creek kind of is doing okay for himself.
He bought double tango. I mean, he's prepared to regen this one out.
Yeah.
So you did get the courier snipe top on the Abaddon's courier, I believe? Yes, and that had regen and stuff on it, so that was a significant snipe. The ward's already paying off. You had the small camp block. They're playing this about as well as you could play it for this double melee into Jakiro Abaddon, right? This is a really tough lane. You just want to get the Pango through the early waves, get the equilibrium in a good spot. They will do all of that. How's mid lane going? 7-1 for Bob to 2-0. He's destroying him.
He's a very good start. I mean, it's going to be a 5-0 Sand King off of the wave pushing into tower, but still 7-1, better than 5-0. And you start getting that chip damage on the Sand King, like the Storm Spirit, because of this this facet. He really does mess with melee heroes quite a bit.
It's a strong ass laner, that's for sure. I don't even know what hero beats Storm mid. I'm not saying goes even, but straight beats the hero outside of the hard cheese. I don't think there is anything. Like, I think all these old matchups that used to be back and forth back in the day, right? The Queen of Pain, Puck, Storm, Ember, whatever's, that kind of varied depending on who was stronger. I think Storm just beats everybody now. Maybe Pudge if you hook him in or something, but again, this is cheese.
That's a cheese matchup.
Yeah, it's cheese. I don't think anything just straight beats him on average.
Well, if that's the case, why don't we see more Storm Spirit?
I guess Sniper. Sniper would be the one, but again, Sniper's like kind of a cheese laner anyway. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of drafts I would like to see this hero, but I also think this hero's win rate is not that great for a lot of teams. The games where there's limited lockdown, this hero does look like a beast, though. I think that's always the case, so maybe it should be picked more. Maybe in some of these games where teams have limited stuns. I think the mid-hero pool, honestly, it's a mixed bag for him because he does beat a lot of the prominent mids in lane, but a lot of the prominent mids were instant stun heroes. I mean, TI was rampant with Shaker, Sand King mid, and those heroes have good matchups against Storm in the game, even if you outlane them slightly. So I feel like people were just hesitant to pick the hero because, yeah, you win the lane, but then you just die in the fights. There's another courier snipe. Juicy.
He tried to sneak it behind the tower, down the river area, but Shanks has such a deep ward that he was able to see that coming. So now a third courier is trying to come in. But because Shanks is doing some lane pulling, likely that Skeeter finally gets his regen.
My only issue with this is you are sacrificing a lot of experience on the bounty to enable this Pango that is not getting a lot anyway. The courier snipes are nice for the gold, but again, you're not getting experience. This is going to be the level 2 bounty hunter 10 minutes that I was worried about. I don't think this wins you the game overall. Like, I think you'd rather have more experience on this bounty, look for some cheese kills, than get the couriers because you need track online to win this game.
I agree, but I think the bonus that you got off of the couriers is helping the other lanes enough that I'm willing to forgive it for now. I don't think he wants to keep doing this forever, but I feel like the initial start is still helpful.
Yeah, I can get behind that. If he does this for like 3 or 4 minutes and then starts to move around.
Bob picking up the first blood on Maureen. Now that significantly increases Execration's chances here.
Oh yeah, that is a massive pickup. Significant net worth lead, huge experience lead. He is cruising now. Didn't even use all of his resources, had the clarity running. Man, what a pickup. I mean, that is exactly what you need in this game. Some early chaos kills, propel your playmakers. You had some confidence, right? You just solo killed the TI winning mid here.
Yeah. Beast. Now, it does mean that he is now on the back foot in this matchup when it comes to Maureen. Now reasserting himself, the Sandstorms, getting the Sentry out of the way. Probably, maybe he gets control of the Water Runes as well as a result of Bob being a little low on resources, but Bob will get to sell at level 6 faster. So
now you can maybe look for that bounty getting a little easier as well because the Storm will get that 6. You might be able to snag another kill in the Sand King in the lane phase, which would be huge. Not only for the Storm, but for the bounty's experience. You know, you run in there, you hit him with Janata, stun him, Blood Grenade, Storm can zip him down. Sounds very doable.
Yeah.
These couriers are just sitting top, man. They're afraid for their lives right now.
As they should be.
Crit's also getting beat up bottom, and the downside of this is like someone has to tank the early battle hungers. You don't want it to be the Doom until he gets some more stats up. And that means the Shadow Demon has not been able to stack super early here. Because he's burned through all of his tangos. He is out of regen, no stacks created. Rough start for Crit on this Shadow Demon. I mean, they picked this hero to punish the Axe, and in some ways the Axe has punished the pick more because they swapped it to support and just ruined his laning phase. These are the little things that can win Execration this game. Like the fact they swapped this up in the draft. You get these small early game advantages. If you can use them and propel your Storm into a really good position.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. Like the first step was do okay or even win the lanes in Bob's case. But the second step has got to be those first couple of rotations.
Yes, where the bounty hunter goes. How many power runes do you get for this Storm as well? Ideally, you want him getting every power rune scheme. You know, you want him getting regen at 6, arcane at 8, haste at 10, amp damage at 12, and then just every one of those translates into a kill. Your Storm can be 4-0, 5-0. And Falcon supports are not going to be able to contest those runes as well as the Axe Bounty. That is one area these two heroes thrive. That early rune contest with Battle Hunger plus Invis Bounty in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Very strong. Very, very strong. So that is also something Execration can look at. And Falcons have to think about. Like, they want to not give up these things to Execration. Just create a slow, static early game. Get farm on all 3 of their cores. And then just outscale you here.
Get those power runes. Bob gets kills with those power runes. The supports get the experience for it. You get the track off of the bounty hunter because you've gotten those extra kills. Then you get more kills with the track gold. All of a sudden, you're rolling golden experience coming out your ears. And Execration might just get the upset. But many steps to go on that path. And we're only 4 minutes into the game.
They do take away the water runes from Malrine. A little victory there. Shanks is still eyeing these couriers top. I mean, he saw him under the tower, but nothing you can do about that.
Tino is obviously struggling the most out of all the cores, unsurprising, as he's left in effectively a 1v2 against a Baden Jakiro, a lane that isn't the most offensive, but certainly has a lot of harassment power, and a Jakiro with an Aphonic Shield to back him up is certainly just going to challenge Tino the whole way. So Tino has not been able to get too much out of this lane.
Sacrificial lane for sure. And this is where I would prefer to see the bounty impacting the other lanes directly instead of just playing the courier game for this long. Because I do think you have kill threat bottom. You could kill this Shadow Demon. You could potentially harass the Sand King mid if the Sandstorm is off and you
a courier
full storm resources.
It broke through the blockade. Skeeter got his items.
The Jakiro courier. Oh, he didn't run up. This has so much detection on it too.
And showing on Snaking. Snaking knows he's going to be able to bring that courier to him. He gets the items.
So now you really have to go do something else. Yeah. I do not like lingering up here. There's no action up here for the bounty. This is the worst lane to try and kill or impact.
So time to get a power rune for Storm Spirit, especially with Bob already putting the pressure on Malrine. In fact, they're going to go into Malrine early here, force him back to his tower, and
there's that 6 regen.
Oh god, the regen, but it's going to be challenged by Snaking. Snaking gets the grab on it. Snaking might die for this. Malrine, he's going to be chased away by the axe. Still, though, Shanks is the one to go down first. Too much damage from this Jakiro. But the reward is there for Bob. He gets one of those galvanized stacks. Oh, call. 1-1-1 build from CML. Or does he have spin at all? Oh, okay, 2-0. Yeah.
I guess that's not the worst outcome for Execration. I mean, you get some extra stacks for your Storm. still a good outcome for Bob, but that was that 6-minute regen. You really wish I'd gone to the Storm there. The free refill would have been amazing to stay out on the map. And again, you're not getting the bounty hunter experience. That's the only other downside there. But he will make the rotation bottom now, perhaps eyeing this Wisdom Shrine. Would have been a strong objective to fight, but going into this tanky Doom, pretty difficult. You could stop it.
Sit here infinitely. Skeeter can't sit here infinitely. He's not level 6, so this challenge is not going to work out whatsoever. Skeeter's going to die for this. They get the Wisdom Shrine and a kill for Bob. So he is very high level now at this point in time. Palos, unfortunately, he also made the rotation. Did not work out there. Just one hit away from killing Snake King.
That would have been super nice for them, but they'll take that Abaddon every day of the week. I mean, that's a huge pickup on a hero that's going to be very difficult to kill in this game. You get him before the 6, slow him down. Your Pango's going to have Rolling Thunder now. Maybe you stick around, kill him again, because he's still level 5. He's not close to ult. Paolo's hanging around up here. They want to go for the Abaddon double kill. Looks very
cool
likely.
idea. Rolling Thunder hits. It's going to land a second time with Palos closing the gap. The two supports coming through the gate. Snake King trying to run interference with the Ice Path here. Got the call into the Jakiro, but couldn't focus down Skeeter. Now they have to run down Snake King instead underneath this tower. This is messy. Bob actually picked up a haste rune, though. And so Bob is going to try and run down Skeeter. They certainly do got the Jakiro kill. They'll get that eventually. And Bob does successfully kill Skeeter. So it works out in the end. Even if it started a little messy, it is wrapped up in a neat little bow.
And he gets a bounty rune to refill the bottle, so really nice rotation from Bob. They needed that. Did not want to let that Abaddon get out with how many resources you put in that rotation, and the power rune paying off. I mean, this is the exact game plan Execration 1. The Storm is already 4-0. You're getting the power runes. You're getting the chaoticness, the extra kills, the Abaddon shut down. It's now the poorest core out of that laning phase. And your Pango's recovered completely.
What's the bounty hunter's level? Because that was a big part of it, right? The fact that if they get these kills, he gets the extra experience to get to a faster level 6.
He is outpacing the Falcon supports a little, especially considering how sacrificial he was early. You know, I'd like him a little higher level right now, but this is acceptable. If you get 1 or 2 more kills, he will get the track up. Can also give him mid lane and just rotate the Storm to some more side lanes.
Does seem like that's what they're going to be doing as Bob does little bit of stacks. They had just a little double stack on the hard camp, and now they're going to invade.
Oh, love to find crit in these random open areas.
They spot him. Disruption goes out first. Storm's here. Zip after him? No. He doesn't give chase. He knows the Abaddon behind him. It's hard to get that killed. First Doom of the game is going to be used, trying to chase down the Templar Assassin. TP rotations coming in. Mass TPs here, but how effective the support's going to be?
Okay,
nope. Burrow Strike comes in from Malrine. They made sure that Doom was going to be effective. Still, though, trying to battle it out. Shield Crash hits on a Snake King. Might be able to pick up this kill as Malrine, sitting in his Sandstorm, is ready to go with the Epicenter. Might try and pop it now, but got hit by the Rolling Thunder. Run down. Snake King does finally die. Shanks looks like he's going to be in a bad spot, too. Gets the Invis off. Gets away. Malrine with the Invis. Oh, no. The Sandstorm ends up getting the kill. And Malrine in a corner here. Has Epicenter. Has Burrow Strike. Execration are not sure how to be able to do this, and they won't be able to do it at all. He just TPs away.
Yeah, no detection. You have the power rune on Bob again, that amp damage. Not able to get the full wipe with it, though. Falcons, that's a big win for them. They got a lot of gold on Malrine in the last few minutes here. His blink is done. He's level 10. Stacks plus some kills bottom. His Sand King straight back to the top of that net worth chart. That's why this hero is so scary on this team. It's just so reliable.
Well, let's say 2,000 net worth lead has been cut in half for Execration, and a second go onto Palos.
Oh,
okay,
man.
Even worse now. That net worth lead is effectively gone. Back-to-back kills. This is part of the problem here, is that all this attention, mid and top going well and everything, well, Storm Spirit MOUZ moving around. Malrine was recovering. He was farming up stacks. There was one part. And then the other part was we didn't even say Amar's name for the first 10 minutes of the game. He was totally free farming. And Falcons, recognizing that, put their two strong heroes together in the same lane, overwhelmed the safe lane of Execration. And Execration, well, they've got 3 different heroes that all need farm, so they didn't abandon lane as early as maybe they should have.
They're trying to rush this death zone in the TA2, so those deaths are really going to cost you with this item build-up. Whereas the Abaddon is just going to sit top. And you can poke him here, but you're never really going to kill this guy 100-0 without some sort of response from Falcons. That's where the Sanking's really spooky around the map. Kind of hard to keep track of this guy, and he can easily turn any of these aggressive plays around. You have a little window now because he used all of his kit bottom. Maybe you want to try and make a play with Storm, or try and kill him. Kill this Doom. Definitely have the damage with how good of a start Bob has had. Got to keep in mind that Power Rune also super valuable, 12 minutes.
True.
Just need track online. That's the biggest thing in this game right now. The more Falcons can limit the XP going to the Bounty Hunter, the happier they're going to be.
It was regen, then haste, then amp damage. So the next one, Arcane Rune or Illusion, most likely.
Yeah, you want that Arcane. And he got all the good runes early, so can't ask for anything more. Gaben's hand is the one that feeds.
Unfortunately, we have some unstable servers once again.
Yeah, it's been rough the last few days, man. I don't know what's going on. Half-Life 3 probably or something. You know, you got to stage the big release here.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of the resources.
Half-Life 3, finally.
You never know. You never know. One day they're just going to drop it.
20 years
People
in the
won't-
making.
The thing is, if they ever drop it, people won't think it's real. They'll think it's like an April Fool's joke or something. Or they're just being messed with. So at this point, they can't drop it because it will never get an appropriate response anyway.
Right, that's what they're telling themselves. Guys, we want to drop it. We just can't because you wouldn't believe it.
It's the same with Dota 3, right? If they dropped a trailer for Dota 3, no one would actually think it's real. So there's no point doing it. It's worthless.
Half-Life came out in 2006. It's almost been 20 years.
Since what? Half-Life 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how long has it been since Dota 1?
Um,
15? 15 years, I think?
it has been no more than that. Because I think Total All Stars got put together in 2004, 2005.
Oh no, I'm saying from Dota 1 to Dota 2. Here's that gank on the Doom. They kind of messed it up though. Not gonna lie, that was not the finest execution. And there goes all the Storm's resources.
Yeah, and they can't afford to miss too many times on these attempted ganks, but they do finally almost get Shanks to level 6. So way more valuable to make sure you hit on those ganks when you've got some extra track gold at stake.
So you have track online and have it in one creep here. The question is, did you snowball this early game enough to where you have the damage to kill people with the track? Because the track is only good if you can actually kill people with it. This Abaddon is a really tough target. We saw how tanky this Doom is. The Sand King is going to be off map doing stacks and making plays. This is the point in the game that's really tough for Execration. You need to find kills, you need to snowball, and they're going to be tough to find, as Falcons are a very good team. They have very tanky heroes, and they're not going to give you a lot of openings.
Well, you can't always take the fight back to Skeeter, who is the worst faring core of the game, not just of Falcons. But in order to kill him, it's going to take a little bit of time, obviously with the borrowed time. And it looks like Falcons have already pulled the plug on the safe lane entirely. They're going to abandon their safe lane. They're not going to make the mistake that Execration did and go back to that lane for too long.
Smart call. Sabatin's tanky, but he can get run down. And he can also get his mana burned out. Once the Diffusal's online for the Pango, then you have a lot more poke dart on this hero. We have smoke on smoke action. Storm heading into mid for that 14-minute rune. Sand King's already here with level 2 Epi, so high level.
Oh, what a bait. Baited out a little bit. Burrow Strike completely whiffs. Macropyre does not. Big Macropyre damage there. Couldn't keep the heroes inside for too long, though. Execration will retreat, but Execration is also not getting any kills that they were hoping for. Still, though, Falcons did group up as 5, so decent space made.
It's just so tanky, man. It's the issue in this game. Do you have the damage to bring anybody down to use this track? Until you have Paulos joining you in those fights with some TA bursts, it looks unlikely. As Sand King, he might have Ags at that point. It's getting really big off all this stack clearing downtime. If you had Diffusal on the Pango at that exact moment, maybe that fight goes a little better, but Tino will just pick it up now.
Oh, nice burrow. I mean, they could see Maureen. Yeah, they're really going on here because there might just be a defensive disruption at any time, or Maureen just fights him back underneath the sandstorm. Bob has to make the long zip away, and an offensive disruption going on to Tino. Tino unable to get the swashbuckle out. Gets it now, but far too late. The damage is done. The epicenter takes him out. And somehow Skeeter's the one to get the last hit on that.
Shield damage, I guess. I mean, these shields are super useful. He doesn't even need items in this game. He just runs around and shields the Sand King. You remove Battle Hunger, you remove tracks. You're negating both supports effectively. It's just so much value.
Yeah.
There's the Deso for Paulos. He TP's in at the end of that, but no contribution yet in this game, really. You're just trying to find kills 4v5. Very tough. Very tough out here. As Shanks continues to hunt. That's all you can do. Just keep looking for opportunities.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe you can get some sort of setup bottom here. I mean, you have the vision for it. They know Falcons are lingering. But you, again, you'd have to bring the TA into these plays. And if Paulus is not ready to join, then you have to give up those little windows. And every time you give that up, the Sand King is farming, and that is an Ags completed here.
Spot Shanks. Fortunately, in the river, he can move pretty fast. Gets information, but what Execration need are kills.
Man, Maureen just playing so aggressive. Dropped his raindrop to not have it procced off the shuriken. Next level.
Quick little doom from Amar. Just farming heroes where they come.
He's looking for the high five, you know? Looking for the friendly handshake.
Yeah, Amar the friendly.
He is quite farmed too.
Radiant's not at the best timing for Skeeter, but considering the fact that he, as you said, doesn't really need to do too much outside of Aphotic Shields, Disruption goes out, but that's just going to be a Remnant laid on top of him. They finish him off, and considering the Doom was already used on a support axe, oh, what a Burrow Strike epicenter, though. That's going to be nasty. Palos in some serious trouble. Just overwhelmed. Too much epicenter damage. Tino's going to come in, go for the back line to Aphotic Shield. Will help that Shadow Demon survive. Bob gets away, thanks in part to CML. Another zip. Maureen chasing after him. He's going to hit with the Stinger. He's got him.
The move speed buffs. He had the little Kobold move speed buff, and then he had the drum off of Mar. Just so fast on that chase. That was ridiculous. I don't even know who he got it off of. They don't even have one.
What, the Kobold? That's on Amar.
Oh, it is on Aurora. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the drums kobold build max movement speed with
Oh,
an
right,
S
he
and
has
Y on top of that.
Yeah, he has speed aura. I was thinking it was the neutral item. I was like, who the hell has this neutral
Oh,
item?
yeah, that thing.
Because none of them do. But he has speed aura. So speed aura plus drum, it just hastes people in the fight. Super nice build up here in the early game. Plus that Sanjin Yasha, yeah. He's just perma-hasted in the fights, basically. This game is starting to get really tricky for Execration. Gotta keep killing snaking. I mean, that's your best target here.
It really is.
There's some track gold. Some galvanize.
We haven't
Do
talked
that a couple
about
more times.
Palos and his farm in a while. Unfortunately, he showed up to that last fight, and I think he regretted it immensely.
Oh, yeah.
But how is Palos progressing item-wise?
I mean, he's in an okay spot, but he had to catch up on levels, and if every time he's joined any sort of engagement, he's just been basically insta-killed, so...
He's strong enough that they can do Tormentor in 30 seconds.
Yes. He's not that far behind anybody in this game, it's just... you'd want him to be farther ahead. Good luck catching this Doom, man.
Yeah, he's so fast, man. Oh, no, we got the Doom! Oh, and then now 2 man
It is a
first right at the
disaster.
center. It's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those, like...
Ooh.
That's 33 Doom. What does that even
What?
mean?
He's saying, you know, I'm as good as 33.
Well, you went from maybe getting a Tormentor timing to Amar somehow baiting you into a team wipe.
Well, it's like barely a bait, right? He just lands the Blade Doom on the Storm without any setup. The Storm was screwed there no matter what, even if the other heroes weren't around.
Yeah.
I think these fights have to start with, like, bounty scouting, and then you go in with the Pango. I can't just be Storm going in first. There's too many follow-up stuns that are going to catch him out. Until he has BKB, at least.
Now you've got even more heals. Disruption saves and the Aphotic Shield saves are already problem enough for Execration. Now, a little bit of heal.
And some more Dispel.
Yeah.
Really good against the support duo. Every Dispel you get in this game. You remove Axe's impact, you remove Bounty Hunter's impact, and then what are these two dudes doing if their one useful spell is gone? They're just walking around the fight. Bodies. Bodies hit the floor.
Even worse than perhaps the cores getting items. Now the supports on Falcons are getting some items. The more utility they get, the harder it is for the Storm Spirit to find them. Same goes with Pango. Well, CML is in quite the position here.
Good information, you know?
He goes to the TP away. Maureen is one step ahead of him, though, as are the Croakers. Oh, got the blink off. Refraction holds, but Amar is so fast. He's able to catch up. And that last little bit of damage, a couple of hits, is all it takes.
This Doom build looks fun, man. You just run around the map, 500 move speed all the time. Infinite chase. Farm's pretty fast. Nice little abuse of the speed aura. Really cool little item build up. And then it honestly really helps your supports this game, because you have two supports that are kind of slow, but want a position in the fight, and you just boost up their move speed a lot. It's so nice for the follow-up here of the Shadow Demon Jakiro. This build has really worked well this game.
Maureen taking a page out of CML's book. He is also going to farm on your side of the map, but this farm, wait, they got him in the call. He was trying to finish up BKB, and in fact, I think he's flying out to him now, but Next to the tier 2, kind of gets caught. Falcons will make sure he's okay for now. Burst Strike out. Another Photic Shield to get rid of Battle Hunker. No problem.
You need everybody for these plays. You just do not have the damage with Storm alone. Especially if Falcons can bring the support in. And there's the BKB anyway, so now this play is a lot more difficult. That was your window to hit it. Paulo's top. Let's scurry out of there. I mean, this is a map that's slowly being taken over by Falcons. They're pushing in the lanes better. Their heroes are tankier. You're having trouble finding kills, which means you're losing ground, losing vision. All of your vision was placed super deep by the bounty hunter to scout couriers and deep farmers out, but Falcons, there's no one on their side of the map, so these wards are honestly not doing a lot for you right now. They're just straight into the Roche pit. No cares. Amp damage on Maureen, BKB done. Confidence to just sit in the pit and force objectives.
Courier's gonna go the long way here. Shank's got 2 of them. It's a Courier running up the hard right side of the map, but Mar, he's gonna get an Aegis. Give it to him. Frankly, the worthy holder of the Aegis, as he is the most farmed hero in the game.
It's Doombringer, especially a Doom that's 6-0. This guy has not been punished once this game. And also, you know, if Amar says he wants the Aegis, who's going to argue with this guy? BKB done for Bob, so at least you have that timing with your Storm. As it's almost forced instantly. That would have been quite sad. Rest in pieces, Shanks. You had a good life, brother.
I'm back.
The scouting has ended. His wards have fallen. Gem is now online for Maureen.
And think he gets thinking. It would be a nice little bit of track holds. Unfortunately, the sustain is beginning to outmatch the damage from Execration.
The shenanigans have ended with this gem, so now you have to just fight them straight up. You still don't have the BKB on the TA. He buys it right now. Could fly out, but Amar is looking to punish you. Well, they'll just kill Shanks. Why not?
Punish him for all the couriers he's taken.
Retribution for sure. I mean, there were some small openings in this early game for Execration, which is what they wanted with this lineup, but just could not translate it into some true momentum here. And the second you end up in this style of game, classic Falcons are just so tanky, so much survivability. Very little ways to go in the fight and take a big target down. It's going to be a very low damage game from Paulos. I don't know what the end number is going to be, but I don't think I've seen him hit a hero with this Deso.
Yeah. Bob saying hello to Crit. And a tier 3 tower, 27 minutes. No signs from Falcons of slowing down.
Well, they're going to farm. ATF does not want to hit that tower with the Aegis, so nothing you can really do. Want to respect the TA BKB timing a little bit, I guess. He is level 20. Which is the highest level in the game. Paul's got there.
I guess he's been playing solo, hitting neutrals for so long, while Falcons have been pretty grouped up for the most part.
For sure. And that said, you know, the armor items and the Shivas for the Doom already online. You have the Radiance you have to play through, so it's still not an easy fight for this TA to go into, even with BKB.
It's a lot. It's a lot for sure. Basher for Maureen. See if he can get a bash on the Storm Spirit during his BKB. Here comes that Rolling Thunder. It's the back line. Good hit.
The supports.
Unfortunately, the Storm Spirit had to back out, had to use the BKB, and once again, Palace is going to die within 1 or 2 hits.
Didn't even get the BKB off.
Yeah, what happened to the BKB?
Nothing. Nothing happened to it. Oh, he'll have it full duration for the next fight.
I guess so, yeah. This is, you know, I'm thinking back on it. I feel like this is a game that needed some Helm of Dom ratting from Execration.
What do you think? The support actually got on HOD and then just ratted waves and stuff?
Yeah, and that Bounty Hunter's using his Shuriken through and through to cut waves.
I just don't think you outscaled him. So
nah, I mean,
you're stalling a game for what timing, right? I think you can always just doom TA and then fights hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, here's the desperation smoke. They have the Ags on the Pango. There's a little bit of damage.
They spot crit. And as they're hunting the Storm Spirit, oh, he tries to TP to the tier 2 to hunt the Shadow Demon. Gets that cancel. Fortunately, he does manage to BKB and get back to the fountain. So they still kind of get what they were looking for. Had to expend the BKB. That's a little sad, but it's a 4 versus 5 once the Storm Spirit gets back here. Call goes out on the Skeeter. Okay, well, CML is not really a factor, I guess. So 4 versus 5 is generous. Maureen gets off the Epicenter Blink. Right on top of Palos.
He's
but
dead.
His basher does not save him here. He got a bash at the end against Palos, but Palos' damage a little bit too intense for him. Couldn't handle it. Not enough armor. Now Bob, he gets doomed. Unfortunately for him, that has been his fate most of these team fights. And a silence placed onto Tino is just as deadly as the Doom.
Damn, that Orchid ruined him.
Did.
Backside of that fight. They did get gem, but it's on the axe. So if the axe dies, you get the gem back. And they will. Oh, they couldn't pick it up. Oh, they baited couriers. Triple courier kill.
What was that? It's a courier massacre, man. What the hell?
That was a lot of gold, dude. He just straight killed 3 in a row. It's like 1,500 team gold. Easy. Easy. That just buys you a new gem, right? And you got the gem anyway, so.
True. They could buy out Execration's gem.
Oh, there's the BM heart. This is the you do not have the damage. I am going to buy heart. They have Daedalus on TA though. I mean, Paulus shredded that Sand King.
Yeah, he shredded the Sand King, but that's kind of the squishiest of the 3 cores. He's doing some decent damage against Amar, but Amar turns back to him with the help of Skeeter. They're gonna run after Rolling Thunder. It doesn't stop enough of it. Palace is down, and there goes your damage. Amar, of course, needs to get his tip in.
Of course. As is custom. He needs his high 5 too. Maybe he needs his fountain dive. Or some mantles on the ground. That would complete the trifecta here.
I mean, that's what the heart is for, so you can stand in front of the fountain for as long as possible.
It's pretty good with the Sanj and Yasha for the extra regen amp.
True.
It's up to 100 base regen. Well, this game got out of control really quickly.
Yeah, just a tad bit. I remember when there was a 2,000 net worth lead for Execration.
I remember too. And then it was all downhill.
Those were good times, weren't they?
Yeah, they were, man. When they were killing couriers on the 1 and things were looking up and Bob had the solo kill and he just stopped the game there. I was like,
oh yeah,
man, things are looking up. It's making very animated. I don't know what he's so animated about. It's like, chill, bro. Play Jakiro, It can't have been that exciting, but...
Well, he was
Falcons
moving really fast on the Jakiro thanks to all their movement speed auras, so that's exciting.
He's probably never been so fast on the hero. It's like, man, this is how it should feel every time. But it's just solid performance from Falcons. I mean, ATF 10-0. Can't really ask for anything more. Really cool max MOUZ speed Doom. Paint it red, it goes faster, and he went fast. The whole team goes fast. You just kite around this bounty hunter who's supposed to have the MOUZ speed advantage. Guess what? You don't. They got, I think, 2 track kills in that game, and yeah, Paulos was not the damage leader, if that was what you were suspecting.
I was not. How bad was it?
Not as bad as I thought, because he did get the Sand King kill later, but
sure,
it just felt like an off game for him. I don't know, like, he had some of the bad deaths bottom. He couldn't join the fights properly. He rushed this Deso, but then they didn't use it for anything. I don't know. It felt super awkward for him. I think if he has a good game, Execration have a chance of snowballing more, but
yeah,
like, you need everybody in those fights. You need everybody in those early engagements. You have to hit the good timings. You have to get the track kills. You're never favored in this game as it scales. These 3 cores on the side of Falcons are going to outscale you mega hard with a Shadow Demon behind them on top of it. Your 2 supports fall off drastically once the Abaddon becomes tankier, once you have Cleanse, once you have extra Dispels and BKBs or late game refreshers on all these heroes. I mean, your 2 supports are just blobs, right? They're just standing around at some point. So
yeah,
it was kind of an all-in draft. They tried to pull an audible with the Axe getting subbed, but that's the downside of first pick Axe. When these first pick cores get countered, you just get stuck in a rough place. So tough game for Execration. Very tough game.
And that now puts Execration a score of 2-6, and it lifts Falcons up to a score of 7-1. A lot more matches to go through today, so we are going to take a break. Come back with our second match of the day. Time to head into our second game of the day. It is going to be MOUZ versus BetBoom. Avery, BetBoom, they started off Blast Slam. They got the win against Liquid, but, who hasn't got a win against Liquid at this point in time? But then they suffered 4 losses in a row. He matched up against pretty much all the tougher teams in this tournament. They faced up against Falcons, Tundra, Aurora, and Spirit. Lost all of those games. Were on quite the healthy losing streak, but then had an okay day yesterday. Matched up against Execration. Yakult Brothers managed to get 2 wins, so they're now at a score of 3-4, but they need the wins today against MOUZ and Aureus. They really want to secure their spot in Singapore.
These teams are tied. They're very close. They're in the middle of the pack. I mean, these are do or die games. You gotta bust out some creative drafting. You gotta play your style. Both these teams looking to do exactly that. Who comes out on top? I don't know. They're very evenly matched. Very evenly matched at this point.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the tougher of the remaining matches for them. So we can head into the draft and see what they get for themselves to deal with MOUZ. But I assume that with 4 losses, you kind of gotta win out if you want to end up outside of the play-in stage in order to get top 2. Though that is looking like an impossibility, actually, now that I think about it. I thought it was top 3. It's top 2. And considering the fact that Falcons and Tundra have only received a loss each, yeah, that's probably not happening.
No, you're going to be in those play-ins for sure. But you want to be in those play-ins with confidence and not off of a loss streak or something, right? So
sure.
And you want to make those play-ins in the first place.
Yeah, and you would rather be in the play-ins in a spot where you have better seating. Which there is seeding for these play-ins. We have the last chance playoff of the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th teams, and then we have 2 of those teams end up making it in, and then the 5th through 8th plus the 2 last chance playoff teams all match up against each other. So if you can end up in that 3rd or 4th slot, then you're up against one of those teams that already had to play an elimination match. That last chance playoff match, and obviously they're a weaker team just on paper, so
for sure matters a lot here. And already we're seeing the stylistic differences. We're seeing, I believe the overlay is flipped again. Yes, so it is.
Yeah, when I saw
MOUZ picking up
Pudge,
the Pudge,
I was like, that's gotta be MOUZ.
Yes, that is the Yamich Pudge coming out again, and it is the BB team Furion, which very popular meta hero, very powerful, but we've also seen this hero swing and miss, right? We saw Mike lose with it. We've seen some other teams fall with this hero. Really powerful in the right hands, really strong if you use his global capabilities and his laning, but he's not just an automatic win hero. And I think, honestly, MOUZ are a team that probably care less about what they play against and just what they get, because they kind of just do the same strat. They're going to go for the supports that they want. They're going to go for the push and the heal strats. They're going to try and end the game quickly and build a lot of momentum. And that can be a style that utilizes Furion really well, but can also be a style that punishes Furion if you just outpace him. You have to be prepared for that if you are a BetBoom team.
Hoodwink Disruptor. What do you like about that as a support duo?
I mean, this is 3 ranged heroes with a lot of nuking and long range capability. If you get hooked in, though, you're pretty screwed. Nobody's frontlining against this Pudge right now. A lot of chase down potential. That I like. And a lot of good follow-up damage. And very low cooldowns. So very low cooldowns are definitely going to help you against MOUZ's pace in general. I think that's really nice for BetBoom team here. And of course, they will pick up something to go in and set these heroes up, whether it's a Mars or Sand King type hero. Those are banned. But anything that goes in and does what those heroes do, they'll be able to get something here. And then this lineup will look a lot more well-rounded. So even though it looks a little awkward now, it's very easy to pick in a way where these 2 supports get enabled. And I think it matches MOUZ's tempo and playstyle, so I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it here.
Time for MOUZ
We're
to
gonna see
give
the
us
Juggernaut.
there, I was about to say, it's of the cores that they like to pick, Juggernaut is number one in that regard. Somehow they always end up being able to go into the last phase and pick a Juggernaut as well.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Batrider Juggernaut here. The core Bat against the Furion can be pretty interesting, and it's something that they've done a few times. But it's not the Juggernaut, it's the Troll. They fooled you, see? They just played a bunch of Juggernaut games to make you think that's all they do. But then they take the Troll, a very different hero.
Yeah. Why Troll? I don't actually love it against these supports. I feel like long duration, silence, and burst damage from Hoodwink are both pretty good options against Troll.
I would agree. There's nothing here that strikes me as I really want Troll. Troll is not good into Hoodwink or Disruptor. Tidehunter is not either. Tidehunter sucks against both these supports. He gets broken by Hoodwink and he gets Static Stormed by Disruptor, and Kraken fails against both of them. So this is again where I feel like MOUZ just pick what they want to pick for their draft and they just ignore what opponents are doing. And they're just confident in their strategies and their team cohesion. It's going to win them out. They're just going to push. You know, Tide's going to build you your auras. Troll's going to take Roshan and hit high ground. That's all you want. That's all you need. Who cares about the counter matchups? I think if there's a way to punish these picks even more with your offlaner, though you do have to be careful because you need this offlaner to enable your supports to go in and give you that front line, give you the playmaking capability. A lot of those heroes are bad against Troll innately. Like
what about
stuff like that?
What about the dual heroes? Axe, Legion?
Axe is not bad here. I could see Axe. The Legion is pretty bad against Troll. That one I'm not 100% on. The Pudge also kind of messes with that hero, but the Axe I'm down for. Like, Axe is nice against both these cores. Great setup for your two supports. Not the big like AoE teamfight controller, but it gives you that jump stun frontliner. So it feels a lot of it. If you really want to carry here though, like if you want Sven or something, you could take that. That's another hero that could go and stun, start the fight for you. Has some solid matchups here.
Yeah.
Doom. Okay, I mean that is a very hard troll counter. Doom Troll, you're going to win most of those fights based off that interaction alone. Another good answer against the Tide as well. How you can Doom the Tide, you can Static Storm the Tide, you can Doom or Static Storm the Troll, vice versa. So, very good pick in terms of the matchups. Not as strong at enabling this support duo, but if you're not too worried about that because you feel MOUZ are going to run at you anyway, then the pick really puts a lot of pressure on them because they basically cannot scale against this lineup. Just feels impossible right now.
I'm so surprised that they ended up with two silences that are Tide counters, and it's still a good game. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom is like way ahead in the draft now.
Yeah, I also feel that it just comes down to MOUZ can execute their push aura timings. I'm not even sure what they can really get last year to boost that up either. Like, what do you really pick mid that's going to help you accelerate this game? They do ban the Batrider. I think that was one of the few that I was looking at that you could like cheese this mid Furion because it likely is mid Furion. BetBoom tend to play that hero on GPK more often than not, and you will see where it goes, so they can't really hide it here.
It's kind of a shame because theoretically, right, they have it could be Furion mid or safe lane, Doom 3 or 1. So they had some serious flex potential, but as you said, it feels like with BetBoom, you kind of already know where these heroes are going.
Just trying to think, like, again, what do you even get for mid one here? You need something that's very low cooldown. You need something with good kill threat. Something that can play around the supports. I mean, I would normally say, like, Ember Spirit.
Ember, yeah. Ember, slight chains hook.
Yeah, Ember looks really good with their lineup. Gives you the low cooldown playmaker. Something to run around the map. Give you some catch. Can be hard to doom a little bit, can be hard to static storm with the Slate and the Remnants. I think Ember's annoying for BetBoom. I just wonder if it's enough oomph. And of course, you're going to have to pick it depending on what BetBoom take here. They can ban it, or they can ban another bit and pick something that's good against Ember. Ban the Monkey. Take Ursa. Okay. I did think about Ursa in terms of this Tide matchup. It's very good there. Very good against the Pudge. This lane is just a dead lane for MOUZ now. Like, Pudge, Tide are not fighting Ursa Disruptor. It's just impossible. You sit there and cast all your spells on him. He sits there and Fury swipes you. You're dead. You just do not have the armor to tank this. And this gives you your Roshan killer if you're your BetBoom team. And you can always rotate Furion into one of these side lanes if you really need to pump it up. So, I don't know. This game looks really difficult for MOUZ. I don't see them winning a lot of these lanes. I don't see them snowballing right now. They need a very clutch last pick mid to accelerate the tempo. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. I did not see the mid one brood coming.
Okay, they do not have any AoE clear.
No, they
to
have
deal
nothing.
with that. But like,
they have nothing for this guy.
How good is mid brood mother like in the first place?
Look, I will say
their lineup just feels really slow. Is I guess my problem.
Yes. This isn't like the Bat Rider mid where it's going to run around and kill people, but this hero does speed up the game if she has a good laning phase and the enemies cannot interact with her. She just takes a huge amount of space. She takes towers, she takes objectives. I like the pick because I think you needed something like this here to just disrupt the setup of the entire draft. Like, you weren't winning this draft. You were falling behind on tempo. You had a lot of bad counter matchups. This Ursa, Doom, Static Storm, Break are ruining your Tide. They're ruining your Troll. You needed a pick here that was out of the creative, out of the box, that just throws a wrench into the mix. And I think Brood does do that, right? On paper, Brood has good matchups against everything here, basically. You can get glimpsed into field and like Ursa wails on you. That part's not fun. Yeah. But again, you're not looking at that interaction for a long time. All on mid one. I mean, mid one has to play this Brood to perfection. He has to own the lane, pull ahead, kick the Furion out, start taking towers, get a fast 6, swarm the map with the spiders that they have no AoE for, and just not let them play Dota. And I think this lineup can win.
Okay, we'll see if they can put it together. It's game plan wise, if you see this brood mother and your BetBoom, you're like, ah, crap. You're getting brooded. Don't have much problem. Like, once she gets to 6, problem's gonna start ramping up, or ramp up pretty quickly. So, what is your game plan? Are you gonna rotate supports into that mid lane early? You're gonna try and actually get a kill on the brood mother? Is an itemization that they can go that will help against the brood a lot? Or are they just gonna focus on, okay, well, whatever, it's a slow lineup, we just win our side lanes really hard, we'll probably win mid, or at least GPK will do fine, and we'll just snowball off of killing side lanes outside the laning phase?
If you can gank him before his 6 with supports, which would mean the Furion is doing really well in the lane early and chipping him down a little bit, I'd say it's super valuable. But I think it's unlikely that will happen. And therefore, you should just try and win the side lanes as hard as possible and almost ignore the brood.
Okay.
And just get your scale online as fast as you can. Because you do have catch with Disruptor that is pretty good against this hero, and you can doom him. You're not worried about the brood scale right-click wise. You're worried about the spider-style brood with your lack of AoE. So anything that helps you fix that is nice, but there's honestly not a lot. It would be like Shiva's on Doom or something. Like a Mjolnir on Furion. You're not going to do these things too easily. So you don't really have a lot of options to change how you play this game. You just have to take advantage of the fact that the Tides game is very difficult. The Trolls game is very difficult. And kill them, win those lanes, play on the sides with Furion, and not over-focus this brood. Like, anyone's gonna get some stuff done, but that's just like, it's a last pick brood mother. you do have the mid hero that can rotate. Gotta utilize it.
Okay. They do at least have some good ways of catching Brood, right? They've got Disruptor, I think, has always been a good option against Broodmother. You get the vision from the Thunderstrike and the glimpse back, always very effective. You combine that with Doom. Doom Disruptor is always a favorite duo of mine because it feels like it's just a guaranteed kill no matter what. And then they've got Sprout, which doesn't work against Broodmother, but you do have Bushwhack on the Sprout, which may work. We'll see.
They have decent options. And I still think it's a very good game for the BetBoom team supports. They have a lot of good interactions for them in this game across the board. 3 runes for MOUZ, though.
That's
Mid
a good
one
start.
with the outclick bottom. You don't see Brood stealing a rune every day, but mid one making it work. Be very curious to what his itemization is this game. Does he go like an Aura style Brood off mid and they just push, which has been MOUZ's MO? Or does he go more of a killer build with some early Orchid or I don't know. I don't even know. Is there some, diffusal build on this hero or something? Like, it doesn't sound great, but I'm just thinking of playing him like some sort of mid-Monkey King almost. Where you just up the kill threat with some cheap kill item. Could be cool this game.
What even are the auras that an Aura-style Brood goes now?
Pipe, probably, in the games where there's some magic AoE.
Yeah, but it's not really a
your
pipe
spider
game,
lanes.
right?
No. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, you have this tide too, so you don't really want to go auras on the Brood.
That is true, yeah.
That's curious. It's curious. That's what I'm saying. The itemization for me here is not super obvious. I'm sure mid one has this all planned out. We'll just have to see what he opts for. But I could see some early killer right-click build.
Yeah, I just assume it's going to be the Orchid, and we're just going to see a right-click build and
Yeah.
not enable the spiders so much, because there's really not much need to it. Again, a free spider game. Boom! Gets first blood. Yamich landing back-to-back hooks in this top lane. I think he hit the first one in Kiritich, given how low Kiritich got at some point in time. Now hits another one to finish off the Disruptor.
This is a free lane for BetBoom team, but not if you get hooked multiple times. I mean, Pudge is doing Pudge things up here. There's a reason they first picked this for Yamich. Already showing up.
It's crazy the outperformance Yamich gives on Pudge every single time. When we casted him the other day when he was sitting mid, missing hooks over and over again, I was like, oh, this is it. This is the bunk Yamich game where he plays Pudge and doesn't do anything. And then he just popped off in the mid game and hit every single hook once we passed the 20-minute marker.
The boy is a beast on this hero. There's no denying it. And people have tried to copy it. I think they've literally baited other teams into thinking this hero's busted, like Liquid picked it.
Yeah.
The hero's not busted. This guy's just really good on it. So, it's a nice tool to have. No other team's really going to play it. Nobody wants to ban Pudge. Maybe you should ban Pudge.
I think
don't
you
know
should.
At this point. Yeah, maybe. Integral part of the strategy. Get the big troll there. Value.
Take some extra farm away.
Yeah, so the more I think about this Brood, I think you are just kind of playing it like Carry Brood, which would be the Orchid Manta type build-up or something. The other route could be Vessel. I guess could be like an early kill item, but I don't think that's going to feel better than Orchid anyway, because it's not the best Vessel game.
Yeah, it's not the best Vessel game, and it's such a good Orchid game against Furion Ursa.
Exactly. But I think some of those options, in a better meta, you could see...
Kiritich is dead again, man. He gets a lot of damage on Boom, but how did he even end up in that situation? He didn't get hooked this time.
Just got it beat, man.
Well, now you're
Getting
getting
anchor smashed.
level 3 Pudge, who he really starts ramping up his rot damage, his facet and everything.
I think this lane should have gone better for BetBoom team.
100%.
You get outplayed, you get outplayed. That's life.
GPK making his first rotation. What a sprout. double blocking that pathway. Celery will eat through it. Chrysalis tries to go around. They focus Chrysalis down to get the kill.
Super nice rotation from GPK. Exactly what you want. He'll get earn charges off that, so perfectly timed. He's level 5. As much as you can impact these side lanes, that's what you want out of this mid Huron, because he's not going to slow the Brood down. So you got to find impact elsewhere.
Grab with the bushwhack. With the rotation of supports, glimpse back guaranteed. BetBoom saying we should be winning this lane without the extra help, but by God, we're going to make sure we win this lane.
Nothing wrong with that. Getting extra kills on these side lanes is exactly what you want to do, no matter who's doing it. Just look for everything. Save, he'll run back bottom. He can take the water rune as well, because Fiorent does not need it. Closing in on that 6, though. This is where this game can become scary for BetBoom team. If the Brood gets 6, starts getting out of control, there is nobody who wants to fight these spiderlings, so it's just how much damage can mid one inflict on the map when he hits this timing.
Boom, a second go. This time with even more heroes. Celery tries to even things out by teleporting in, but they brought GPK this time around. So not just 3 heroes, but 4 up to the top lane.
Yeah, the old quad lane for the Pudge. We've all been there. It's a sad time, but space created. That's all you can say.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, they got 2 kills, but carry down. So Kiritich, he didn't even really get that much out of that whole situation.
The Ursa's not too happy about this outcome. The Furion is.
And also mid
So
one
it will be a
hit is
fast
level
vessel.
6, so this might just be the mid tower, 100-0.
Wow, with an amp damage spawning? Yeah, that's a very nice ring.
All right, well, definitely, you could see BetBoom, the plan is ignore the Broodmother, crush the safe lanes. The supports go back through the gate again. This time to kill the troll.
They're making the most of the situation. Like, there is nobody you can go against this Brood, so you have to play on the side lanes.
Oh, mid one, you lost your siege wagon buddy. That's free.
Nah, he doesn't care. He's got that amp damage.
Maybe he didn't want the siege wagon to live, less likely to take the last hit on the tower from him.
I mean, if you can't get a last hit with amp damage, I don't know what to tell you. That's like, come on, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Problems abound in this mid lane, that is for sure.
As long as you don't go here and feed him, though. It's not the worst.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's going to Orchid. I think that was the one guaranteed one. Once you go after that, there's a bit more open, but this fast Orchid is what will cause you problems. Right now, you don't have a massive problem. The Orchid will cause you problems. Vessel is done for the Furion, though. Very fast Vessel for GPK. He's got 3 charges on it. Wrath of Nature coming up in 10. This Furion will make a move somewhere. And if you're MOUZ, you can try and read it. It would be super nice. Yeah, GPK, this is not where you want to be, my man.
Ravage out in the top lane. Kiritich in some trouble, will die as the cookie from Celery puts Yamish right on top of them. Here comes the rotation from GPK. Gets 1 and a second perhaps with the glimpse. Yamish taken out the Silver Vessel. Now they've got to go for Boom. Tankier target to go for with that Kraken Shell. They've already used their glimpse, so they're kind of out of options here. Boom. Got a bushwhack. Land that. Now trying to block him in with a kinetic field. Thunder Strike, and they actually do manage to get him. These 2 supports. GPK didn't bother. GPK joins them now for going after Celery. Celery with the cookie away.
It's like deja vu up here, man. Just the Ursa dies as MOUZ get the good carry kill, and then GPK just cleans him up.
It's I mean, it's kind of a problem going back to the Broodmother because the Ursa is one of the heroes, builds up a Battle Fury, gets a Blink Dagger, can actually be a threat to the Broodmother once you get BKB. But if all of that timing is slowed, not only is the Ursa not going to be that threat to Broodmother nearly as early, but also is going to be susceptible to that Orchid for longer and longer.
Yeah, this does create some nice windows for MOUZ, for sure. Oh, we got the D-ward. Very mostly played. The other thing is MOUZ can bring the Brood top if they really want to fight up there. They can rotate mid one up there with the Spiderlings and just collapse that lane.
Oh, 100% they should.
Looks like he's thinking about it. He's going to linger in this area. This is scary for a BetBoom team because if this Brood just runs in, there's not a lot you're doing against it.
No.
So that threat is severe.
It's still not level 6. Against
I think
a
this is the time
tied
to make
level
that move.
7. Yeah, mid one's coming for it.
Absolutely the time. Punish the Ursa.
Webs are going to show. Kiritich underneath the rot, slowed down by the gush. Again, dies before 6. This is just terrible. BetBoom. They're going to lose even more off of this one. Save. He's already used his ultimate, so no way down. He just has to go for a TP play. The cookie. Faced the wrong direction. Mid one misses out.
Is it spring already?
Not much you could do about that since he was bushwhacked. Just unfortunate angle. But you do get the clear out. You get the team fight. It costs him a lot of webs, but these things come up pretty fast. Get another tower here on his way to Orchid.
Oh, Yamage. Katomi certainly knows about that high ground ward now. Doomed up, but unable to get the kill, unless, he got another Infernal Blade hit. Is that going to be enough? I think it is. Takes him out. Just on the last one, Miro. Thanks to his phase boots, he's able to run him down. Big kill. They needed something like that, because it did feel like BetBoom was losing too much ground too quickly.
They're just bleeding kills in his top lane trying to defend this Ursa. I think should just abandon that. Let the Ursa jungle. It doesn't really matter if his game is super slow. And then just keep playing off the Doom and the Furion. Those are your two strongest heroes. They're going to set up everything around the map. They're going to get you the extra kills. Trying to go into the Brood. This is dangerous.
It is, but they got him inside the Kinetic Field Static Storm. They got him.
Okay.
Massive win there.
Easy.
That will relieve a lot of the pressure on both mid and top lane. Kicking the Brood out for 30 seconds, and Kiritich will finally get his level 6 in peace.
That's a huge kill. It's not easy going into this Brood with the supports this game. You risk running into a bunch of spiders. Maybe the team is there, maybe the guy gets hooked out. But every time you can bring mid one down, it buys you so much space and time in this game. And you can always set up and kill him when he comes back, because the thing about Brood is he has to TP out and then kind of walk to his web setup or whatever. Mid one goes top this time. Probably just wants to finish his Orchid in peace.
Yes. Because the supports can walk into him a little bit easier, but once that Orchid is up, he spots the Disruptor first, he just Orchids him, 100 to zeros him, and then he might still be able to get away. Pipe is the build-up for the Tidehunter, so there's all your auras. Not terribly surprising.
Yeah, Pipe Vlad's probably on the menu this game. Really nice for the other two cores. Both great at using both of them.
And they use Pipe really well. It's just, I don't love Pipe for this game. And like, BetBoom isn't heavy magic. They have enough to make Pipe worth it. It's just, I feel like it's barely worth it, you know?
Yeah, what else do you go?
I mean, you could just go Vlad's into a faster blink. Get the better initiation. Okay. A little helpful Ravage there from the neutral creeps. Yamich will die as BetBoom brought 5 up here. By God, they're going to get a kill. Get a kill somewhere out of it, but it wasn't what they were looking for. They were looking for the Broodmother. They were looking to get a glimpse on him. Failed to do
tanked.
so.
That's what you say right there.
True.
Space for the Troll. The Orchid's done on the Brood. Is this enough momentum for MOUZ, though? That's the question. Doesn't really feel like it right now. I think they're going to have to get something going here in the next 7 or so minutes. Because this Doom he's farming. This Furion's farming. It's very hard to stop these heroes continuing to find a lot in scale unless you take the map away from them.
What's the Doom's items for this game?
Little Dom into some Alpha Wolf into some early Blink, perhaps. Early Blink would definitely help you guarantee catches and dooms on the Troll and the Brood here.
Yeah.
Which is probably your biggest impact on the fights.
I feel like it's a pretty sick Shiva's game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You want to get it at some point in this game later on.
Do you think after Blink? Or does he need BKB?
You could, yeah. No, you could get it pretty early here. I don't think BKB does much for you this game.
Yeah, same.
It's not really relevant. Quick smoke. Trying to get the hook in.
I think they got him. Gush into the hook. The kisses will find their mark eventually.
Pudge strikes again. That should be his blink too. So easier playmaking from now on as well. Could gate up here. Try and fight around the Brood. They see a lot of heroes up here. Oh man, you find this Ursa again? That'd be so juicy. You have this ward behind him too. But they also have a ward up here, and they lose it. Both teams lose it. Wow, look at that. Synchronized dewarding.
Yeah. I almost feel like MOUZ, with the strength of this Broodmother, I want them to like start taking objectives, but Tormentor's not up. It's a little early for Roshan. I want them to do something with this Brood, because as you said, you don't, this passive time that goes by, it's hard to keep these heroes in control. A Battle Fury Ursa, a Furion, and a Doom. Like, no kills happen. BetBoom is going to be out farming you.
You do not want this turning into some large open map farm fest. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think they're getting the interaction with this Brood that they wanted.
Yeah.
BetBoom are dodging it really well. There aren't those super early objectives to take. Like even this, the last 30 seconds, mid one, he's just been walking around down here. Like he's not hitting the tower. He's not in their Ancients area. I think you wanted the Brood on their side of the map, and you wanted to back him up with the supports. And I think they haven't done that, which meant when some of the gangster plays went into the Brood, mid one has had to vacate areas, but you do not want the Brood vacating areas in this game. You want him forcing BetBoom team out of areas. And instead the opposite's happening right now. It does not feel great for him. Like, you're not losing this game terribly, but
if he was taking over that top part of the map and taking the Ancients away from the Ursa and maybe some of the other camps, I feel like, you know, that then you would be closing off BetBoom. And even though they have these excellent farming heroes, if you could at least suffocate some of that space, you'd be on even ground. Nice hook. Pull him away. Ahan takes the shot from the sharpshooter. Still going to be GPK joining in. Hits him with the Orchid, and I think he takes out from both the Doom and the Orchid. And the Spirit Vessel. It's a lot of damage over time he was bringing. So Yamich, as heroic as he was, he'll die for that. Chrysalis getting the kill on GPK, though, is a decent exchange there. 1 for 2. Chrysalis, with his Battle Fury, is speeding along now to a Yasha and BKB.
Yeah, good outcome for the Troll. Gets to clean up this huge Furion kill. Worth a lot of gold there. Kind of a risky go on that Brood so close to the tower. I mean, it's pseudo-guaranteed with the Doom, but you pay a price for it. And nice little plays from Yamich baiting that out. Probably felt like they could save him here, especially blocking the Hoodwinkled, but the Furion TPing in with the Orchid Vessels, just always a little extra damage when you need it. He almost lives. He had a wand. He actually could have lived, I think.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Oh, no, mid one. Not like this.
It's happening in mid
Maybe
one.
he didn't want to survive. He respects the play. He's like, touche, you got me. I'll die honorably.
I don't think there's anything honorable about that, but alright.
It's like, you got me. Okay. Just gonna go BKB second.
I think he has to do it. Talking about the Broodmother, right?
Yeah, but
The control of Glimpse is like too powerful. In order for him to be gobbling up that space, he needs to be able to not be threatened by just any sort of vision on him into Glimpse.
that's what you go Manta for. You just Manta dash.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I don't know. I don't like this BKB. Something about it feels off to me. I can't pinpoint it exactly. It just doesn't feel like a great BKB game, which makes me think there has to be something better. That's either a faster farming item or more damage.
I mean, it probably was Banto. Only way BKB is better is if they smoke gank you or whatever, Doom blinks on you, and then you have to Manta to try and get him to not cast Doom, but then you're free to get glimpsed. That's the only time the BKB is really more effective, is if you're getting doomed.
I just don't think I don't think it should be that easy for them to just glimpse you this game. You play on these tree lines, you have spiders scouting or in the front. I mean, how many times has BetBoom team even tried to run at you and glimpse you? Like, I don't think he's been glimpsed once. He got static stormed mid, they just ran up to him. And the other time he just got doomed top. Bug.
Yeah, which bug do you think we're talking about here?
Could be real life bug.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
A real life spider.
I see. I was thinking about the digital spider.
No,
could be they were talking about like an actual like audio bug or something.
No, I think there's like a fly or something. I don't know.
Maybe that's what inspired them to pick Broodmother in the first place.
It's true.
Maybe that's the adaptation that Celery is environmentally friendly and animal friendly as he is.
Ah, yeah.
He's taking his drafting lessons from the birds and bees around him.
What an inspiration. Imagine your drafter shows up, people are like, what's the game plan today? We're playing some good teams. He's like, don't worry, I've been outside studying the ways of nature. I'd probably just leave the team at that point, I'm not gonna lie.
Instead of reading the art of war, been studying the art of nature. Bye, Celery.
Goodbye.
Go in peace.
Yeah, this game is just clunky for MOUZ. You can feel it.
Yeah.
You can feel the clunkiness.
Well, they got that BKB, so if you're gonna use it, now's the time. Get some of these objectives. Tormentor, Roche.
They need the troll BKB too. And you probably can't Roche because you didn't go Vlad's on the tide, you went Blink instead. There's a threat, but not a kill. And there's a glimpse, which will be a kill.
I will. Save Miro Kataomi. Playing the other side of the map. GPK will join them, and yeah, they actually might. They have the Ursa after all. All that weird time they were talking about, feeling like they need to be doing something more. This is why. Because now you never got Roshan to yourself, so now the Ursa's gonna take Roshan.
Yeah, this feels real bad. And this was kind of my issue with the blue BKB is you can buy it, but then how do you use it? Unless you are the ones forcing Roche and making BetBoom team come to you, I think it's a tough BKB to get value out of, and then it's just a farming BKB, which is, you know, not great, not that efficient. And then you're just kind of falling back on the troll scale here. And again, tough troll game to scale into when you're against Doom. You can always just Doom this troll, try and kite out the rest. Troll normally can outfight an Ursa, not when there's a Doom backing him up. So, some work to be done here for MOUZ. This is not the style we've seen them win a lot of games playing, right? They tend to win the games with that they snowball more, the Pudge is going ham, they're pushing with auras. This feels much more static.
Yeah, if I had to bet, they probably have the biggest dichotomy of game time determining their wins and losses. You do isolate Kiritich here a little bit on his second life. Gonna go for the Ravage. Actually, Ravage backline instead and still hit the Ursa. So they stop Katomi from any good static storm, get him killed, while also killing Kiritich a second time. MOUZ picking up the pace all of a sudden.
Just caught that Ursa alone. What a pickup. Roshan for what? To lose the fight. And right outside your base. This is MOUZ we're talking about. These guys, the least afraid of going high ground.
All of a sudden, the game is in jeopardy for BetBoom. Get the Doom out. See if they can take out this Troll. Troll's going to take him out, but still, the trade-off is fine for BetBoom. They will hold for now.
That's expensive, though. An expensive sequence. You lose the Ursa twice, you feed some more kills in the base. You get the Doom streak. I mean, the Troll dies, but got some gold out of that, at least. Very awkward sequence for BetBoom, as they kind of had control of this game, and then just you get caught once, and now all of a sudden these next big items have a decent shot at coming out a lot more quickly for MOUZ. Thinking about Butterfly on the Brood, Wind Waker on the Tide. Kind of interesting choice. Save people from the jump or Static Storm or Doom type of interactions.
It's so funny. Look, I'm going back through their game timers right now, and it's so obvious. Anchor is going to lock down Kiritich. He's going to start running down the river. But this is feeling like a bit of deja vu. Run up to the air. The Yules, though, used before the Enrage. And they're actually going to go back with the Bushwhack. Mid one has his BKB, though, placed on the trees.
Damage.
He doesn't play well enough on the trees, though. Big error there from Mid one. Throws away his life, trying to put the pressure on Kiritich yet again. But the rest of BetBoom team to the rescue. Save and GPK will bail him out.
I mean, that Variant did so much burst. Just comes in with full Mjolnir. Rips him apart. And now MOUZ are going to try and salvage the situation. They're trying to run the Troll over. They know there's no Doom. The fight's kind of free for their course. But they will not catch anything. Everybody's out. Poof.
All gone. Anyway, these MOUZ matches, pretty much if a game goes past 40 minutes, it's a guaranteed loss.
Okay.
If it ends before 30 minutes, it's almost a guaranteed win. The first Blast Slam game they played, Navi beat them in 29 minutes, but so many of these matches that are wins for them are in the 20 to 30 minute markers.
I mean, that's the style they're going for, right? Aura's push in the game early, and if that doesn't work, usually you lose the scale battle. Classic gaming gladiator salary right here.
Yeah. Though, their scale isn't. I guess you already talked about it. The fact that Troll doesn't match up against the Ursa when the Ursa has a Doom, right?
That's how I feel, at least. I think normally the Troll can beat the Ursa, but when you can Doom the Troll, that matchup just becomes so much more difficult. And there's no one else you really need to Doom in this game. That's the thing. Like, the Tide is not a huge damage threat, even if he's really farmed. The Brood is kiteable, and the Ursa can fight the Brood. So as long as you take the Troll out, the Ursa can deal with the Brood, and then you will always have this Ag Static Storm at some point. You can throw at somebody. It's not completely one-sided. I mean, a lot could come down to who gets Roshans and stuff, too. If you have an Aegis on Troll, this game becomes a lot more straightforward for MOUZ to play, because then you can't just go in and Doom him, and you can play more aggressive. You can get the Troll in the middle of the fight, dealing a bunch of damage. You always have this Aegis to back you up and bail you out. So if MOUZ can secure Rosh, then this game does change a lot, especially since you take it away from the Ursa at the same time. There's your Butterfly. Big damage upgrade for mid one.
Yeah.
I'd love to get to his talents here and some Shard at some point, but Otherwise, he's kind of cooking DPS-wise.
Can he get on top of these heroes? And can he do so without being threatened by GPK and Kiritich like he was before?
Well, Shiva's Doom is going to hamper that DPS a little bit.
Yeah,
Didn't
like that
approach
option.
here. That's just amazing, Shiva's Doom. Oh,
Nice snag. An early enrage forced on Kiritich. Has to use the BKB and make a run for it. That anchor, though, as soon as the BKB goes away, he's going to get a blink back to the rest of his team up here on the high ground.
quick smoke from MOUZ, though. They know the Ursa's cooldowns.
Oh, yeah, the time to go is
running
now.
the troll in. What the? Is he just going to get doomed?
He does get doomed, but he can walk it off. He can walk it off. He's doing a lot of walking it off, and Miro's not able to finish him off, and now Gamage, who chase after him, he's in a bad spot. Mid one, popping his BKB, challenging Kiritich. Kiritich turns, does what damage he can, but this is a lost fight for BetBoom. Trying to get the kill on Boom, doesn't manage to get that much, but Chrysalis back into action.
Holy.
He forced it, got doomed, backed out, came back in for the kill of GPK after the doom expired.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's one way to take the fight, run and get doomed, just BKB run away, can't get glimpsed. And then you just get to take a fight without doom. That was interesting. I'm not sure it should work that way. I mean, something had to happen to GPK here, right? Because he TP's in, but he TP's on the Tide. I think he's supposed to TP on this Doom Troll. Because you can't glimpse him here.
The troll, because then the troll can't get out.
I mean, I think the value of dooming this troll, if the troll wants to BKB run away, is that the Furion can TP on him and just finish him off. Like, he will give you the extra DPS. Instead, he goes on this Tide. Who cares about the Tide? Right? This guy is a utility Tide. He's, if anything, that's just wasting your time. He barely killed him anyway.
Yeah.
And it changed nothing about that fight. The troll just walks in and slays you. So that fight was really awkward for BetBoom team. They are maybe feeling a bit pressured in these engagements because of the positioning from the Brood, and like there's pudge hooks, and they didn't have cooldowns on the Ursa there, so that's an awkward one no matter what. But ultimately, it should just be about dooming this troll and killing him in the Doom. Like, that should be the biggest priority. Whoever needs to make that happen, you got to make it happen.
Now, the downside for MOUZ Sports is that was a great fight. It won a great fight, but it was not during the Roshan window. So they're going to have to win another fight in order to take second Aegis. Do not want to give another one to Kiritich.
They will have Lincolns on Crystallis, though. So that's big. He got a lot out of that. I mean, they're getting a lot of items. This Troll Brood are scaling.
Yeah, MOUZ up 3K. Relatively even game in that regard, but it's they're up in net worth against a Doom. Oh no, this sort of pickoff would be terrible. BKB has to be used. GPK still trying to finish him off, and the ult goes off. GPK pushes himself down to low ground. Now Chrysalis hitting on the Doom. Kiritich manning up for it. Look at the Battle Fury damage though. Kiritich likely, nope, he can't get him. Glimmer Cape, he gets away, turns around, gets the kill on Gamage. Great bushwhack from behind from Sade, but it does little to help the commitment there. BetBoom all in for Chrysalis again. This time got closer to killing him, but still missed the mark.
Did he doom the Lincolns there? Is that what it hit? I swear it looked like he doomed him, but he was not doomed. So I'm assuming he hit the Lincolns as it got flown in. I don't know. I need to replay that. My brain was like, he got doomed, he's dead, and then he just wasn't doomed. And he was flying the Lincolns in, so that Lincolns might have literally arrived as he got doomed. Is he dead anyway?
Go back to him here. Get the glimpse.
Oh, he's dead anyway.
He's dead anyway.
What? Maybe this Brood cleans them all up, though.
Well, they just gave one kill. That's GPK. Looking at the supports. Hook is going to miss. Save into the trees. They're both going to get out. With the troll dead, does that stop MOUZ from being able to do Roshan now?
Let's see, what is he? Yeah, so he had the Lincolns. He got the Lincolns right as he got... That's insane timing. That had to have been 0.5 seconds or less. which is just kind of unlucky for Miro, because he made the right play, but it's pretty hard to tell that the dude is flying in the Lincolns, you know?
Yeah.
But now he'll know.
I mean, the second part of that fight, the first part was unfortunate, but then it felt like GPK, I mean, he got down with the Hurricane. Like, that was beautiful. Oh, hook. Static Storm right on top of that hook area, though, and Wind Waker out of it. The Tidehunter will be able to get away. BKB committed from mid one as he just goes in, attacks Miro, forces the Doom to be used on him, and Miro may still die for it, as a Broodmother's able to just use a Cliff Walk. Wait, he got bashed up. Heritage, he got his claws on the Broodmother. Not enough damage, though. He won't die to the Doom. Not yet, anyway. Somehow, Katomi tried to get in there, gets Yules stalled up. And BetBoom, fights are just not clean at all here.
No, that was an incredibly awkward forced uphill engagement. They're doing it because there's no troll, and they lost the fight anyway, because this Brood just diced them up. The Static Storm effectively hit nobody. That was an Ag Static Storm. It landed on a BKB Pudge and the Wind Waker top. So, just blown. The Hoodwink got hooked in, running up the hill. That was incredibly awkward. I don't know what that was. I'm not sure why you don't just go Roche there.
Yeah.
You know, there's no troll. You just go in the pit, let the Ursa start doing it, and then MOUZ have to jump into you.
Maybe they didn't want to take the risk with against a Pudge, right? Like being in that pit, a good chance you're going to get hooked, especially on that side of the Roshan pit, right? Where they're playing the Radiant Cliff, throwing hooks in there.
And that's fair. I think the idea to fight is also still perfectly valid because there is no troll, so that's also a fine decision, but they just got caught on that hill and the execution was not there, so that's how she goes. Now you're behind. And a troll with an Aegis is super strong in this game. Do not want to doom this guy, and if you don't want to doom him...
Yeah, can't do the all-in commit from the Doom, from the Ursa. They're going to have to just find a way to kite him around and kill the others of MOUZ, and we've seen them struggle to be able to kill this Broodmother of late.
This Brood's getting fat. He is built to scale, and he is scaling. Butterfly, Basher, going for Bloodthorn. He's already level 23. If he gets to 25, that's another great scaling talent. You get that Shard, it's even more damage. He's got a Serrated Shiv. I mean, he is doing some serious DPS, and he's not an easy target for BetBoom team to latch onto unless you can somehow land the Static Storm on him, which should be near impossible. Ursa needs a refresher or something, man. I don't know. Like, a single BKB is not good enough in these fights. That is a long way away. A lot of gold away. If he even goes for it.
To zoom blood right on the squirrel. So we're going to have a big AoE bushwhack. We're certainly going to need to catch as many heroes in these disables as possible because the setup has been a bit lacking for BetBoom, or maybe the follow-up has been lacking. Heritage has just had no game assist Ursa.
He has been targeted from, felt like minute 1. And it's paying dividends. Like, they're just missing a huge chunk of their scale because of how far behind he is. And now you have Basher on the Troll, you have Basher on the Brood, Bloodthorn, a Hex coming out for the Tide shortly. The controls is getting there. Level 25 available for this Troll as well.
In the high ground. Silence goes out. Hook tried to go for save instead of saving the Troll, but he doesn't really need saving, perhaps. He's got the extra life after all. The Aegis is going to expire. The jump in from Boom as the Troll is really respawning here. Heritage, BKB, and Rage. Can he get back to the fountain? He is on very low HP. Mid one's committed. He turns back around, goes for the Troll kill, almost gets it with the Doom. They might be able to get it. He activates his BKB. We'll see if the Doom takes him out or not.
He's dead.
He's dead. They got the Troll, but what about this?
Is it enough?
BKB, it's out for Brood. Brood is dead. GPK is amping up the damage. He actually takes out the Broodmother with ease. Now finding even more. They're going to get the extra glimpse kills. save with the break on the Tidehunter. Wind Waker back down. Cookie turnaround. Kills Katomi. Okay, there goes that extra glimpse kill. Katomi chases a bit too aggressively on out there.
I mean, Boom is doing the work in these fights. His Tide's just staying alive. Doing a decent amount of damage. But man, how... Like, GPK just stood there in the middle and nobody focused him. He's just a turret. He's just hitting everybody for the whole time with this Mjolnir. The only one doing any damage for BetBoom team, because it's not this Ursa, who died basically instantly. The Doom did get a good Doom connection on the Troll in the second life, because he spawned back in a Static Storm. So you're able to land that on him. But he got evaporated after that. His Brood, everybody's just doing a certain amount of burst damage in this game, so you have a very short window to try and get onto the targets you want to get on. I mean, look at how fast Kiritich dies here. What is that, dude? He gets some armor reduction, and Brood's just chunking him, even through the ult.
Yeah, that's not even level 25 Brood.
Exactly. This is only going to get better for mid one. Gets glimpse back. That was a huge glimpse by Kataomi. Forces MOUZ to take this fight, and then they're just in the middle of GPK, and he's going to work, and that's Fury on Dota for you.
Yeah,
if you're not killing this guy, he's killing you.
The mid Furion is a better carry than this Ursa at this point.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially with how farmed he is. He just finished MKB now. He's going to hit his 25. His 25s are coming out for a couple of heroes. The Tide hit his, the Troll hit his, Furion will hit his here.
What did Tide get? Set the
Ravage duration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're always taking that unless you're carry Tide or something, but that's a good talent. That's a lot of extra stun on massive AoE. If you can get MKB on Ursa, yeah, Kiritich's game has been pretty bad, but if he can just go in and trade his life for one of the other cores, that might be good enough for BetBoom to win the fight. If he goes in, he dies, but Brood dies, or he dies but Troll dies, that's probably enough impact from him. There's a Hex on this Tidehunter now.
God, the Ursa way out here.
Can't TP because of the Basher. Have to
GPK,
fight it.
he's going to teleport in, try and help out Kiritich, but this is not looking the greatest, as the core of Midwan is just... He's perfectly healthy. He's going to work, man. He does so much damage. He's got that 25 talent now. I actually think he can take any sort of like 1v1, maybe even a 1v2.
Oh, 100%. He doesn't even have the shard yet. I mean, this hero's insane in the late game in these man fights, and they do not have the greatest heroes of man fighting. This game might be over in terms of... I don't think you can recover this anymore. Like, you missed your window to win this game if you're a BetBoom team, because the Ursa is too far behind. This guy just hasn't gotten an item in, like, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So your scale's just missing.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Ursa's losing a man fight against anybody is a bit egregious. The fact that he's matched up against two cores that are out man fighting him, the Troll and the Brood Mother. Rough game for Kiritich. Perhaps the worst game I've seen from him since he joined this BetBoom squad.
Yeah, this was 10 deaths. That's insane. MOUZ just ruined his day, man.
Sweeping through 2 lanes of barracks, probably a third here with 28 seconds left on the Furion. No buyback. So that's definitely Megas. BetBoom will see if they want to fight it out against that. Oh, nice save against the Glimpse. The Aghanim Scepter save comes out from Celery.
Who is mega farmed and also level 25.
He's 25? What?
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
This guy's having an insane game. 6-1 and 19. He's been the highest damage in some of these fights, too. He is putting in work from this 5. This is a dream 5.
Found the squirrel. Quick little kill. Yamich with an Aghanim Scepter. BKB is even becoming a damage-dealing problem for BetBoom.
Yeah, that's what's really pushing this late game over the edge for MOUZ, is their 2 supports are just jacked to the gills, and they're scaling well. These guys are doing a lot of damage. They have a lot of net worth. Just outputting so much more DPS in the fight that at this point, it's like 4.5 cores you have to deal with. So even if you Doom and Static Storm somebody down, these two supports can pick up the slack. And another Aegis will absolutely end the game here. Give it to the Troll and let him go. Another Abyssal Blade. Refresher Shard for the Tide, that's... I mean, what is that? I don't even know how many seconds to disable that is. It's 6.4 off the Ravage, and then you have double Hex. Yeah, that's 10 seconds plus a disable.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty. Someone's dead off that alone.
So it's time to end it. Playing it safe, too. They're letting Chrysalis with the Aegis hit the tier 4s. Nobody else is really too close to the front line here. They're just going to force BetBoom to make that initiation. Kiritich is trying to sneak around the back, see if there's somebody else he can jump on, and he's going to try and go for it. They get the jump on a Gamage. Quick kill there. Now the Doom going to use on the Tidehunter, so no Ravage is going to be used in this fight. Still, though, the right-clicking cores are a problem. Chrysalis taking the fight against Kiritich. Kiritich wins it. Will he be able to survive, though? He does not. He still dies, and now Chrysalis is back on the second life. Meanwhile, Broodmother did the same, trying to go after the Furion. They split up their targets there. Midwan lost that fight, so... Up to Chrysalis now to try and end the game here. This time around, there's going to be no Dooms, and there's going to be extra Ravages. Boom. He was able to shake off that Doom from earlier, get the double Ravage to end the game.
What? Why did Saint call it?
I think frustration.
I don't know if it was... I mean, it was probably over, but they still had Satanic Fury on this stuff. I'm very frustrated, I think. I mean... Just too many lives in that last fight. Like, the fact you have Aegis... Mid one went down, the Furion lived. That wasn't all terrible for BetBoom, but again, this Ursa is just so far behind. He's so useless that you're just missing scale, and these two supports from MOUZ really found a lot of extra farm in that game. That made a huge difference in terms of pushing you over the edge. You needed it all. Like, these last fights are not that one-sided with how much DPS the Furion's doing. You need the Aegis in those fights. You need the extra lives. You need the strengths from the supports. MOUZ get the job done in a long game. A post 40-minute game that they win. A rarity for the squad. With a last pick Brood that did not run the game over, but became a massive scaling problem. It's a very good matchup against the Furion. And a very good matchup in the late game, too, that he can't really itemize against. So, in some ways... The Brood helped solve the Furion problem while the rest of the team solved the Ursa issue. And I don't know if that's how that game was supposed to go, but they played it well.
This might be the longest game that this new squad has won.
Yeah, it might be.
They've lost some longer games. They had an hour-long game or something like that. But legitimately, I'm seeing like every game that's more longer than 45 minutes, I think they've lost every single one of them. So, hey, some resilience from MOUZ, excellent drafting in finding a way out of a hole that I think we both agreed that they were in with that Broodmother pickup and Mid-One's versatility. Big win for them. The fact that he was able to bring a mid-Broodmother to the table. We are ready for a break, though, so we are going to take that break, come back with game number 3. Welcome back, everybody. We have another matchup. Next one, Avery, is
Yakult Spirit.
Why do
That's
I remember like a Yakult Spirit
That's hype.
Was it a Yakult Spirit match that we had the crazy ancient apparition? Who did they play against with the crazy ancient apparition game?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think that was Spirit, actually, rethinking about it. But either way, it's an interesting matchup to be sure, particularly since Yakult brothers are have their backs against the wall and like a cornered animal. That's when they're most dangerous.
Could be true. I don't know. Their backs are definitely against the wall. And let's see what they draft in this one, because they have been drafting some wild stuff this event. I mean, they've been all over the place. That's maybe why their back is against the wall, because they have been drafting themselves into a corner sometimes.
Yeah, they started off day one with such promise. They lost the game against Falcons, but they beat HEROIC, and HEROIC had just won a tournament. So Yakult brothers, they must be in good shape, and then proceeded to lose the next 5 matches. Are now 1-6 with both Spirit and Tundra remaining. So they've got Liquid ahead as well. So maybe that'll be the free win that they need. But in order to get out of the bottom 4, they kind of need to get a win over Spirit or Tundra, possibly both of them.
That's going to be very tough to do.
Yeah.
However, they are chaotic and a very unpredictable team. So if anybody can pull up the upsets, it's probably them. And already, they pick a puck. This looks a lot better than the first pick anti-mage we saw yesterday. So off to a good start.
It's like they wanted to lose that game, man. First pick anti-mage. They'll follow it up with the Jakiro.
Pretty solid so far. Team fight, control, catch. One of Emo's signature heroes. Not a hero they're going to flex to support, thankfully. Things are going well for Yakult in this draft. Just very stable and solid. Team Spirit probably confused. They don't know what's going on.
Or more accurately, they do know what's going on, drafting-wise, so...
It's even more confusing. Maybe they'll pick Anti-Mage in confusion. Like, I guess we have to take the AM before they take it.
Block pick in Anti-Mage. Has that ever been done?
This is a Rubik pick.
A Rubik?
Probably not, no. Yeah, give me the Rubik. Or some
just because Jakiro?
I mean, Jakiro puck, I think it's great against both. Extra insta stun. The puck spells are pretty good to steal and throw against him. The Jakiro spells are great to steal. You're seeing a lot of magic damage, and Rubik gets the extra magic resistance, which is super nice. Good Glimmer Cape buyer. I think there's a lot of things to make him good against these heroes outside of just the spell steal, which is obviously still very good here.
I don't know. Nowadays, I feel like in order to be a good Rubik game, I need some like clear, guaranteed steal. I need 3 or 4 heroes that the spell steal is going to be good against. It's just too lackluster of a laner.
He is, but a man can dream, I can try and bring it into reality with my hope. Instead, we're going to get the 8,000th hoodwink game of this match. Can't blame him for it. Strong hero.
Crit really established a trend with his TI victory.
That's usually what happens. Whoever wins TI, people just copy them, so. What's the Baboka hero here? Try and guess the Baboka hero. It's the best part of the day.
Well, they could use some initiation, some lockdown.
Sounds like support alchemist to me.
I was thinking Monkey King. We haven't seen the Baboka Monkey King in a minute.
The Baboka Dragon Knight. Holy crap. I did not see that one coming.
Do you think that's actually Baboka Dragon Knight?
No, but it could be, man. You never know with this guy.
It's about to say, because most of the Dragon Knights we've been seeing have been mid. I feel like I haven't seen an offlane or safe lane Dragon Knight in a little bit.
Yeah, it has been a little while. I mean, the carry DK got nerfed a bit a while back. I mean, I think it fell off since then. We see Skeeter play it every now and then, though.
Wait, maybe
he
it's
does have success with it.
Baboka Puck mid Dragon Knight against the Void Spirit.
Oh, no. That doesn't sound too good.
But it does sound like
look
Baboka,
happy.
you have to admit it.
He doesn't look happy about what's going on right now. He looks very displeased. Where's Phoenix at, man? Is that hero just dead?
You wanted support or core?
Support. I think Phoenix support has a place somewhere in this meta. Like, when you get these lineups with, like, Puck DK that are great heroes to go in and set up for him, he's really good follow-up damage if you have stuns. Maybe people are just always looking for stuns off their support duo, mainly, and so he just doesn't fill that requirement, and he's fundamentally worse, but I don't know. I think there's some of these games we could see a Phoenix come out, and I just feel like I haven't seen this hero in a long time. We've not seen Elder Titan in some time. That's a cool pick. Really nice for the Magic Amp here. And great follow-up damage. So kind of similar idea to the Phoenix, I think, in some ways. But probably equally decent on lane, and you get a little tankier hero, I want to say. Because he can play farther back. So it's kind of hard for Void Spirit to jump him sometimes.
They got quite the pattern going on here. Pick up a initiating stun, followed up by backline damage. Initiating stun, backline damage.
It's a good formula.
I guess the question
Spirit,
is...
they need their initiating stun right now.
Do you need more initiating stuns or more backline damage if you're Cold Brothers? How do you round this equation out?
Probably both. Which hero does both?
Sven, well, there you get some initiation from your carry roll.
And some bonus armor.
Bonus
Nice.
armor against the Elder Titan.
Pretty rough carry for ET to fight, yeah. Kind of a hero that just outfights DK too.
Yeah.
If it comes to carry DK versus carry Sven, you just out DPS him for a lot of the game. Ultra late, it's weird, but I think a lot of the game you outpace him and you just out crit him. Your sword hits harder than his sword, and you have the equivalent armor, so. Very even draft. I mean, both these teams are basically doing the same thing. You have the cleaving carry, you have the spellcaster playmaker mid, and you have the follow-up damage from your support duo. It's just mirror drafts in some ways.
A little bit more single target for Spirit, a little bit more AoE team fight for Yakult Brothers.
True. I think both teams would like a little more objective taking. Something like the Beastmaster would have been nice for both. Slardar could still be interesting as well, just to help with the Roshan. Though I don't know if it really has a place here with all the armor on both sides. And the mids are already taken, so Spirit need a collapse hero. Unlikely to play Slardar into DK Jakiro. It doesn't sound amazing here. What else is he going to take, though? There's not a lot left in the pool. There's Doom, if you want Doom. That could be interesting for Spirit. Doesn't look too bad.
Night Stalker
Pretty
could have been
good
good.
against DK.
I was going to say Night Stalker, and then I see it banned by Yakult Brothers. Night Stalker against Puck Chikiro.
I have a feeling they're just going to take the Doom, because I don't think there's a much better option. Oh, Axe, the manly choice. Look at that.
Yeah, that's quite the pick considering you're picking Axe into the Ice Path, Macropire, Stomp, and Earth Splitter of the backline heroes from Yakult Brothers.
And also DK's a hero that kind of can just stand against you on lane, and he's not the best call target. Because he just doesn't, his damage doesn't ramp up that fast, so you just blade mail call him. It's not It's not like Jug or something.
Yeah.
Kind of a curious axe pick. I don't know. I would have thought the Doom was a lot more well-rounded here. And you don't need the jump because you have Void Spirits and you have Glimpse. So maybe Collapse just really wanted to play Collapse Axe. You know, he loves that hero. "30 seconds for Yakult to get their Zeal hero. They've picked Tidehunter a lot this event. It'll be Bat Rider. Okay. A Chinese classic, that awfully bad. A lot of these Chinese teams still loved it, that hero in that role. And it is a...
It's pretty good.
Okay, bad game, yeah. I mean, it looks pretty good. The Glimpse can be annoying. The Void Spear matchup is not the best, but you're good against the two other cores, and you're a kiting hero, and you're a hard initiation with a lot of follow-up. Jakiro
Yes.
ET behind a bat is really scary. So
Pulling
this
heroes
lasso's
into
a huge step.
Macropyre, Earth Splitter, really potent.
Yep, pull him out of coil if you wanted to. And there's no save. That's the biggest thing here. There's no Dispel in the Spirit lineup for Napalm stacks and Burn, and there's no save for the Lasso. So it's about as good a backing as you're going to get from that standpoint. Scary pick for Spirit if it gets off to some momentum in this mid game. I don't think it needs the greatest lane phase. It just needs one or two items, and if you start finding those Lasso kills, this game could become problematic for Spirit to show on the waves. Because who's going to show on this map if there's like a Boots of Travel Bat Rider running around that just can kill you no matter what?
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised, though, to see Spirit rotate Rue up to that safe lane to ensure the Bat Rider doesn't have a good laning phase, because at some point in time, Collapse could probably back lane a bit. He's up against Jakiro, not the easiest support to do that against, but he's also up against Dragonite, who is not a particularly threatening hero to lane against.
If he gets a fast Ringer Helm, then yes, you can absolutely leave this axe alone, and you can just go for the rotations, and rotating into that bat would be super juicy. Don't give him easy kills on lane, put him behind levels wise, slow down his first item, no matter what that is, and you're going to be a lot happier in this game. Holy voice lines. It's so many voice lines. What is this?
The voices. The voices.
Alright, we get them all out. That was about 15 voice lines in a row. Look at that axe, man. I don't even know what I'm looking at. He has no axe, and he has some weird claw. His other hand is just some molten fist. Like, what? Dota's gone too far, man. I don't even know what this is. It's like some demon from Warhammer or something.
We do not have a cleaving carry on the side of Yakult Brothers. He still opted for the Corrosive Dragon form. Nobody likes the Red Dragon form anymore, man. Everybody's forsaken it. Fly. He has led them into a trap, potentially. But will he die first? He dies first. Collapse gets the kill on Fly first. It's still going to be Yakult Brothers picking up the better of the situation. They'll get 2 kills out of it. But you gave up First Blood, and you're giving up 3 bounty runes, so gold doesn't actually quite favor Spirit. I'm surprised. I thought 3 bounties in First Blood would have favored Spirit.
Well, the extra kill pays off. They used some blood grenades. They did get a coat of blood, though. That's what you're forgetting. An extra 0.2 armor here for Collapse as he enters the lane.
0.2. That'll make a huge difference.
That's big. Can I go back to my original question, though? What is his right hand?
It's the fist.
What is that? But why does it look so weird?
Oh, it does kind of look
That's
like
not what it normally looks like, right? Yeah, it has no fingers or anything. It's just a ball.
I don't know what this cosmetic is.
What is going on?
I thought it was the little Arcana or whatever it is, the Immortal. But
No,
I don't think that is. It's like Hellboy, you know? He's just got one really big block for a fist.
I guess so, man. I don't know. This is tripping me out. like actually destroying my brain right now just looking at it, but
I can tell.
we'll move past it. We'll move past it. Polson feeling the pain of the fight on the side against the axe. Not something I'd recommend.
Yeah, how do you play against an axe as a 5 position? You can't really take the fight against the 4 ever, because if you do, even if you're in a winning matchup, you get battle hungered. Now it's a losing matchup.
Oh, hold that question, Austin. Yotaro getting beat up. Baboka also getting beat up.
Still has a fairy fire. Baboka baiting him in a little bit for Zeal to get some extra stacks. He does get those stacks. He does get some good damage on Team Spirit. They're going to have to burn through a fair amount of regen in this lane, I imagine.
Kind of interesting they ended up with the 4 Elder Titan. Baboka back to his hipster ways. Pretty hard to play this hero in the off lane. Would have been tough to play it in the safe lane, but Jakiro could have done some work top with this bat as well. I mean, they wanted the ranged and the melee together, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about Axe is you just don't want to end up fighting the support in the one-on-one with Battle Hunger getting thrown in. Because that's basically the worst trade you can make on the lane.
Plossin does what damage he can to Rue, but he's very dead. He's going to be run down by Collapse. The best he can hope is Fly gets the trait to kill him. That doesn't happen at all. In fact, Rue is so healthy, he's going to put even more damage on Fly. Now Fly is the one in trouble here. Is Collapse going to run him down as well? He does. He gets the spin for a double.
3 Code of Blood stacks. It's adding up. He's got a lot of armor. He's already done with Helm. Dude, this axe is out. He's literally out of control. I hate saying that at like the 3-minute mark, but his net worth is insane off the first blood. 2 more kills. Already level 4. He's up to 13 armor.
Yeah, the fact that he has all this CS on top of the kills that he's gotten, he hasn't really missed much.
Yeah, he is ginormous. This is going to be a monster Collapse axe game. And sometimes that can just win the game on its own. Like, we've seen this man carry games on this hero. So, scary stuff for Yakult Pros as their safe lane is not going well. For me, the best way to play the early waves against this hero is to honestly, like, hide the tree line and just go on him the instant the wave meets and make sure it meets outside your tower. So basically, you just prevent him. Every time you can go on him without him battle hungering you before you have to go on him, it's a better trade. Okay. And if you can do that immediately, you're going to be happier in the long run because you're basically trying to force as much regen out of this hero as you can to delay Helm. So the more you do that, the better off you're going to be. So you can buy extra tangos, you can buy mangoes, you can just put damage into him and it'll pay off because you're forcing regen out of him, delaying Helm, delaying the damage up. Put him in an awkward position from the get-go. But if you mess up the first minute, the hero just runs away with every lane pretty much.
Well, because Axe is having such a good game, I expect that Rue is probably going to make that rotation soon because Yotaro is struggling.
He is a Sven, though. Like, this is a hero that you can let struggle and just get stacks up as well. So that's the other option. If you don't want to go up there, you could just stack. The thing is, this lane top it's been stuck really far up. It's just not in a good position to gank.
That's true.
If anything, I think you send the Disruptor bottom here and just completely ransack this lane. Let the Sven go.
Losin thought he could turn around and get some damage out, and he did do the damage. A lot more damage was done to him in the process, and now he's in danger of dying to another Battle Hunger. Got him on the Bushwhack, and that gives the vision for the Battle Hunger to finish him off.
Didn't get the tick, though. No Code Blood stack.
No.
Very sad for Collapse.
It's pretty far out here. Got Flame Break him back in. Chase for the kill. I think they might have him here. That final hit's not quite enough. He'll tick out, though, over time due to the Flame Break. Zeal glimpsed back underneath tower. He knew he wasn't going to make it out alive. That's fine. He got his man. He killed the enemy carry. He killed Yotaro.
Yeah, at least they get experience on the supports here, but it is Yakult Bros winning the lanes overall. outside of that axe lane. The axe lane collapse is going to be ginormous, but the other lanes are going well for them. They're still getting farm on the Dragon Knight. Emo did win mid. He's a little behind on CS, but he pulled out the net worth advantage.
Yeah, extra bit of efficiency from doing the orb bottle trick with the curveball facet.
You could make a rotation with this puck too if you want to. Like, both teams can basically ransack the enemy safe lane if they want to. That's the point of attack here.
Half HP, but Laurel here to defend his carry. Nice bushwhack on the two supports as well, but Coil from Emo is going to catch Laurel. Laurel is tanky enough thanks to the shields he gets from that Sanctuary facet that they can't actually kill him. The best Emo could really do here is get a kill on Rue. That's not possible. And Zeal's stuck around long enough that he gets caught. That is no good at all. You're just feeding your Toro. You're just giving him a way back into the game.
Absolutely not what you want to see. Especially when on the other side of the map, this man is pulling, he is clearing, he is Helm of Doming. He's stacking for himself with the Dom.
Yeah.
His GPM is out of control. He's already across 500 GPM. He's going to get another double stack here, potentially. Oh, yeah, he might
Stacks
get
that while pulling the wave. Question is, does he take any of the
screwed.
stacks? Or does he
he
save that all for Yutoro?
No way he saves him, dude. He's going to take it all.
Nice bushwhack. Rue's been landing some great bushwhacks. I don't have to get the kill in this instance, but maybe sends Emo back to base.
Collapse thinking about taking that mid wave. Take a bit of it.
He'll take the hard camp stack. After all, he still needs to get back to his Blade Mail, still needs to get back to his Blink. That is the one thing about this Helmet Dom. It slows down your timings a bit. So you really got to make sure you're mid-maxing efficiently.
It's a farming item. Pays off, delays you initially. Worth it in the long run, though. Some more stacking, triple stack between that and the double stack from Rue. All about the axe right now. The same stacks don't really exist for Yakult yet. Baboka's starting to work on them. Maybe something for this Bat Rider to go to eventually and try and maintain the same rate. Just did not have the same accelerated start, so gotta work with what you got here.
Lowson picked off in the mid lane. He was hoping just to take a little timeout in mid, at least get his level 6, maybe even level 7 while the Emo's away, but Void Spirit's way too adept at killing supports. We've seen that with his rotation up to the top lane, now again in mid. More stacks.
The shot? Got him.
Lands the shot.
Didn't get
does
him.
not land the kill. Baboka lives, and Emo kills Rue instead. Lowson, he's going to be chopped down. First chop of the game for Collapse, but Flyflies come into this one. They'll find Panto. The supports everywhere they go are getting picked apart here. Seal got the grab onto Laurel, do not have the detection for him, and he's got steps anyway. Wants the kill on Seal. He's going to go for the kill on Seal. He will have it off the Dissimilate. Now he's kind of stuck, though. No step up here. I don't think that was worth it.
Yeah, that does not seem good. I think Yakult are very happy to trade this bat for enemy mid here.
That was just silly.
He does get vessel charges, I guess, but still doesn't seem worth. The stacking is out of control in this game. I don't even know. Can Yatoru even do this early? He probably can, but it's... Okay, yeah, never mind. Oh!
Yeah, as long as he doesn't die to a Prowler.
Kind of do it. Little iffy there. A little iffy. It'll get the
Prowlers
job
are
done.
dangerous, man. Ancient stacks are like kind of whatever. But if there's a Prowler in the Ancient stack, it's a whole nother story.
Yeah, it messes you up. This Throw and Collapse's rampage on this game continues. Up to 9 Code of Blood stacks. By far the highest net worth in this game. This thing about Pipe. Just wants to become invincible. I mean, it's
You're
a great
this
Pipe
far
card.
ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, though. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, is Pipe the correct choice for the game? Yes. But is it the badass choice? No,
What would you get?
it's not. Well, I mean, you know me, brother.
You're gonna get Phylactery.
I'm busting out that Phylactery. I'm taking some names with that thing.
No, what about just a Blink Shard? You know?
This is the premier game for Phylactery into Kaya, Sanj, into E-Blade. The game ends, bro. The game ends.
The game ends. The throne explodes.
Have you ever been E-Bladed Phylactery Battle Hungered? With Kaya, Spellamp? Do you know what happens?
I'm not sure if you're like really asking me about that specific instance, or you're asking more like an existential question. You know, like at the end of Blade Runner, you know, where he's talking about all the things that he's seen in life. I feel like it's that kind of question. Have you ever been E-bladed by an axe? You ever reconsidered your entire existence, and that E-blade, culling blade hits you?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Have you?
Haven't had the pleasure.
Well, you should sometimes. It's a spiritual experience.
And in that chop, I saw God.
Go try
Tier 1's
that.
going to be taken in mid lane, Team Spirits, with a trio of Panto, Collapse, and Laurel. Are not to be trifled with, and Yakult Brothers are just going to give it up. Instead, they're smoking to the other side of the map. They're trying to go anywhere where the axe is not. But seemingly, the axe is everywhere. He's pushing in your mid lane. He's cutting waves with his Helmadam creep. And now he's smoked. Now you don't even know where he was. First he was everywhere. Now he's nowhere.
Oh, what a rune spawn, right as all these teams are smoking. But Boga does get the Wisdom Shrine Seal. That's pretty juicy. But
That's
will
nice.
you lose your own here? You probably will. Because this is an amp damage Void Spirit with Vessel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not the worst gank to dodge and give up something for, though, if you're Yakult.
Dire are scanning.
Finish your Boots of Bearing on the bat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And you have your ult follow-ups.
Dire's middle tower
You can start looking for stuff here. Missing the Puck Blink, but it's still good enough to look for some fights or plays. Zax doesn't have his pipe yet, so his net worth is high, but his effective net worth is not as high. He's missing a lot. Emo slays the Helmadam creep. Free gold for him.
Both teams have gone looking for kills, but somehow neither team has matched the other. Collapse, surely he gets caught here. No Blink Dagger to get away from all this. And more than enough damage, I expect.
Big kill.
Kill.
Big kill. He was almost level 12.
Yeah, it was
Mega
900 gold kill.
4x streak, yeah. That's the biggest one they could have gotten on the map.
Well, Laurel puts the imp damage to use to hit an objective, at least. So the offlane tower is going to fall. 1 kill, 1 tower. Still speared up by 5k.
Radiant's top
Doesn't
tower
look like they're up 5k based on the chart, but
I think it's just because the pipe is so expensive.
yeah, it's just
It's kind of a dead item until you get it, so...
yeah, they're really not that much stronger right now. Once they have the pipe, then they're way stronger in the 5-on-5. There's not much Yakult can do about that for a long time, but they're just coming out a little slower here. Like that death delayed it. The stacks going to the Sven delayed it. You didn't get a lot of extra kills in the meantime. But you should have it here. There's Blink for the puck, though, so the playmaking's online for Yakult. They want to keep looking for stuff. And a Blink on the Dragon Knight. They're going to have triple Blink core at some point in this game. Could be pretty nasty. You all get in there at the same time, and then you have these 2 AoE supports to cover you on the clump.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, it'll put the pipe to the test.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We will have a lot of that backline damage, and some of it is percentage-based, too. This Elder Titan amping up the magic damage and going onto the Void Spirit right now. Stumble into a Static Storm, though. Catching 2 inside the Static Storm. Laurel with the double steps, trying to burst down this Dragon Knight. Couldn't quite finish him up, and now he's getting grabbed by the lasso with no more steps left. Emo and Flyfly both survived despite Pelosin's excellent, or Panto's excellent Static Storm. Still, Yatoro's here. He'll clean up Zeal and Baboka.
Going more?
Ooh, glimpse back, get another one. It's saying that Yakult have run out of damage. They might be right about that. They haven't run out of lives, though. A buyback immediately from Baboka. See if he can land a stomp on Yatoro. He does. That is massive. Now the team resetting to finish him off. They've got him. Turning back to collapse. And Team Spirit getting over-aggressive with it.
Way too over-aggressive. That is a massive teamfight throw. Nice buyback from Baboka. Super worth.
So close.
Super, super worth here. And that ends up being a great fight for the 1 and 2 of Yakult. Both the DK and the puck get a lot out of that. Will Emo throw it back? He will.
Spirit Vessel should take him out here. The final one, got him.
Dude, the last tick. That's kind of sad, but classic Emo right there. So not as good a fight in the end, but still. You halt a lot of the Void Spirit's momentum in this game. He's starting to fall behind a little bit. Your DK takes the top slot. And what was going to be a free, easy fight for Yatoro turns into a much more difficult one. This is just such an awkward hero to start on because he's so tanky.
Yeah, Shield Rune Void Spirit.
With
a Lotus and an Essence.
Yes.
Wow, he actually has so many different things. Jesus.
Yes, this is why he lived for so damn long.
Yeah, how did he die at all? Zeal, dead again. Much easier kill. Team Spirit.
This is when Spirit are really strong. With this early pipe, your heroes are tanky. The Sven gives you the damage. You can look for kills, you can look for this Tormentor at 20. The DK needs more time to get to BKB, the Puck needs more time to get to his next item. And so far this Bat Rider has not... It's not been it, man. It's not been super influential here.
Yeah, I mean, it did do a good job of putting pressure on Yatoro in the laning phase, but outside of that, yeah, we haven't seen... I don't think we've seen a lasso into Ice Path Macropyre yet, or an Earth Splitter yet.
No. We probably won't until he has Blink, which he needs BKB as well. So yeah, this is a Steel Bat Rider. He needs some time. He needs some farm. Poorest core on the map. 6 deaths.
Why are we
here.
so against Blink Dagger early on offlaners now? Why is it... I mean, even Axe. Axe is like, no, I don't want Blink Dagger. Of course, I want Helmet, Dom, Pipe. Like, Bat Riders, like, no. Boots of Bearing will get me in position to get my lassos. I don't need a Blink Dagger.
Because the map is so big. Like, if you buy early Blink, you have to smoke to use it. And that smoke is very difficult to get to work.
I feel like that actually kills a lot of the... Like, mid-Bat Rider, I think I'm still okay with. But if you feel like you can't rush Blink on offlane Bat Rider, I don't know. This hero just feels a lot clunkier in timings, I guess.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he needs to snowball the lane more and, like, be ahead and just he can run at you. It's just how modern Dota functions. Blink Dagger is not a catch item anymore. It's a team fight item. You know, you want it at the point in the game where you're taking the head-on fights. And the issue is when you're taking head-on fights, just having blink is not good enough. You need to be able to blink in and be strong enough to use it. Like, you need blink BKB or blink pipe or something, where you can go in and stay in the fight and survive and have impact. So the only heroes we really see by really fast blinks are heroes where their spells are so good off the repositioning that it's justifiable, which is like, you know, Shaker, the Sand King, Axe with Blade Mail. I think you can just go Blade Mail blink on the hero. But you need a game where that is going to do a guaranteed amount of damage, and this is not one of those games, right? So it just doesn't really make sense. I mean, who else buys a super fast blink because their spell kit is just so broken?
I mean, Blade Mail, Blink, Legion, kind of the same thing as Axe, I guess.
Yeah,
but that hero's
Legion's
bad.
like, yeah. Even then, you could argue Legion shouldn't do it as much as they do. Some games you get a fast blink Slardar, but I think Slardar is a good example. You can get a fast blink on Slardar, and then how many games do we see like Slardar blinks in, tries to kill someone, and just ends up dying?
Yeah, he just dies over and over again. He has no
So
game at 45 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, nice blink. Ooh, Emo, he's dead.
Nice follow up there from Panto.
Up to 5 armor off the Code of Blood. Really nice with all those early stacks.
And now they can go for Blink for Blink. Panto can follow Collapse in on his initiations.
Yeah, I like that, actually. That seems really good here. It just gives you guaranteed follow-up for that puck. That's otherwise going to be really annoying.
And you get the follow-up
And
of
since it's going
the
Lincolns.
Sharpshooter of the Hoodwink, which is nice as is. You know, burst damage helps you get the Calling Blade off, but it also breaks the Dragonite, which takes away his armor.
True.
Which then makes the Battle Hunger do a lot more damage.
True. It's a synergy.
Got the call on. A big hero to get the call on, too. Take this Baboka Elder Titan out of the fight first. There goes a lot of your damage for you, Colt Brothers.
He's high level, so that is a big target to bring out. He's also rushing Ags, which... Yeah? I mean... that is a Baboka play if I've ever seen it.
There ain't no way this is an Ags game.
No. This
You're
Ags is
fighting
not
into
as good as
Sven.
Execration.
There's no way that Magic Immunity lets him just go and beat some ass.
I mean, he's also just not beating that much ass. Like, you're against high armor heroes, you're against an early pipe. The resistances are already there between Sven armor, Axe armor, plus pipe, that your aura is not giving you those pure damage hits that make the Ag shine. To me, this is just, I don't know, this is Baboka doing Baboka things. It's just kind of a waste of gold to me, but maybe he'll get a rampage with it or something.
Laurel in and out, gets a haster, and they lock him down with a coil. Try and kill him with the stuns, but they draw a lot of attention away thanks to the call, and Yatoro certainly has the damage now. The Yakult brothers, as you said, they're fighting up against a bunch of armor and a pipe, a bunch of resistances. Not the same for Yatoro, as there aren't really any armor items yet on Yakult brothers. Lasso trying to pull him into the tier 3 with the Earth Splitter. They're going to do a decent amount here. Yatoro gets to half. And about half is where he will remain. As they'll catch the heroes inside of the call. Static Storm. And wipe the Yakult brothers out entirely.
Easy stacks for Collapse. Too easy of a fight for Yatoro. He just gets to walk in and smack everybody because Austin... Where was the Dragon Knight BKB? He blinked in, he got Axe called into Stormhammer, into Bushwhack, no BKB pop on Fly. That was why you were smoking there. That was your timing. You had the BKB on the DK, you had the BKB on the bat. You basically got to use neither in this fight. Because you go in so deep and you don't pop it there and you just get chain stunned into oblivion. And like, that's the team fight over.
Yikes.
Just misexecution here from Yakult Bros. Maybe that doesn't go as well for you anyway, but we didn't even really get to see their full strength of this because the buttons were not pressed in time. And that is a big mistake against a very good team. Spirit Punish it. They're now up 16k gold. Looking for more. You probably also need ET in all of these plays, to be honest. I think that fight was almost doomed because you were taking it without the Elder Titan.
100%. I think you do not have the damage. Like, we already talked about how Dragonite doesn't do the most damage, but if you combine him hitting people with some minus armor and then the Elder Titan being there, lowering their armor even further, then his armor looks okay. And I feel like that applies to every single hero on Yakult Brothers, right? It's like the Puck and the Bat Rider, they do okay magic damage, but it's not a massive threat. But if you amp that up a bit with the Elder Titan's natural order or whatever it is, then, you know, maybe it becomes enough to actually threaten heroes and get kills.
Ooh, Panther with the smoke break. Did see the Daedalus finish for Yatoro. He is a beast right now. Oh, Fly gets the
Got the
BKB up this
initiation,
time.
big kill. Kills Panther. Ooh, at the same time, though, Emo gets jumped, and as you said, the Dragonite versus Fen matchup. Fen, he's gonna win this matchup when it comes to a man fight every time, despite Zeal's best attempts with the lasso. Almost killing Collapse here. Collapse, low, Glimmer Cape providing him enough of a shield. Zeal with the final couple of hits. Oh, we got him a Lotus Orb. He takes off the Sticky Napalm stacks, and there's the damage. Ultra Rampage for Yatoro.
The tips come, even Baboka tips him. He's like, man, you're good, brother. You're wiping our ass. I mean, perfect Daedalus timing. He has the level 20 extra armor. He gets in there, deals the big crits, 8,000 damage. Did he one-shot Emo? I felt like he just walked up crit him. And
I think he did.
Puck's just
he got
gone.
Static Storm and then one hit.
That's brutal, man. I mean, it's a tough Puck game against the Void Spirit Ags, the Static Storm.
Silence, both,
yeah,
1600.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, the fight's basically over at that point. Like, Fly does not have sustain enough to stand and fight all this. Good Stomp Earth Splitter with all the Bat Rider burn damage. I mean, they did deal a lot of damage here. And Yatoro almost goes down at the end. But you lose too many cores at the start of that engagement with the Puck going down and the DK having to run. There's no one to stand your ground and fight this Sven, and he just cleans house. Another Rampage to add to Yatoro's legacy here.
And Emo,
Another
that's going to
kill.
effectively be a dieback.
Well, this game just completely crumbled for Yakult.
Yeah.
I mean, I like their draft. I think their draft works well together. It's not as if they were horribly outdrafted here. Just the small executional things, right? The laning, the skirmishes going into the mid game, especially for the Bat Rider who fell behind, some of the deaths on Emo, and some of the itemization here. Like, you're going to end this game without an item on this Elder Titan, basically.
Yakult Brothers, if they decided to give up on playing Dota and play the chat wheel instead.
Hey, at least they're in good spirits, man.
Why
You
are
know?
they spamming so much, man? If I hear that mambo one more time, I'm gonna lose it. It's done macro fire. Boy, that's not doing any damage, huh?
No.
And now
Nice
they lasso
lasso.
him underneath the macro fire.
Yeah.
It's still not doing
yeah.
any damage. He just sat in the macro fire the entire time.
Yeah. Now this game's over.
And that wasn't like a satanic. That's just... Well, it was satanic towards the end.
I mean, we never even got an item on Elder. Like, that's the problem with this item build. I'm not saying if he has a solar or a drum or something, it changes a lot, but that's the issue. Dota's a game of small momentum-based differences, and it just doesn't feel like Yakult are able to capitalize on the small advantages they get, and then at some point they lose a big fight and the game just becomes impossible. Whereas for Spirit, you know, they had the little advantages on the axe. Collapse is able to take those, get stacks, get a faster dom, lead to more stacks, get a really fast pipe, and then they use that pipe to win a fight. That's the kind of trajectory you want. We just haven't really seen it from Yakult this event. It's been off for them. Bad deaths around the map. The drafting's been pretty all over the place. Even the little things that go right for them, they're not able to transition into more. So, tough tournament so far for them. Fun team to watch, but it's not clicking.
Yeah, not so fun in this tournament. Things are not really fitting for this time around. It's looking like they may end up at the bottom of the bracket unless they can really turn things around again. They still have Tundra to match up against. They still have Liquid to play, and I think MOUZ is another opponent of theirs. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see if they can pull up a couple of wins. It's possible they can get some sort of tiebreaker to get themselves out of this this hole, but it's not looking great. But that sends us through yet another game. We've got some fast ones today. We are going to go to a break and come back very soon. Welcome back, everybody. We have had some fast matches, Avery. Why do you think we have had such fast matches in the first place? Just mismatch of teams? Are we just seeing the bottom teams match up against the top teams? Or do you think something is actually developing meta-wise?
I think that's most of it. I mean, we've had some like first, 7th, or 8th seed games today, so you have the teams that are just stomping this group stage against some of the teams that are really struggling. It's going to create some lopsided games unless you have some crazy upset.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to happen no matter what. As this group stage gets played out more and more, you're going to get more of a good idea of who's actually good and who just kind of looked good at the start. And people are going to figure more of the meta out for at least this event. They know what they want to play. They know what they want to pick. Get some stomps.
And I think we might be in another stomp. Aureus versus BetBoom. Though, if you haven't been watching Blast Slam, you might think, oh yeah, BetBoom, of course, they're a top tier team. They might smash Aureus, but it's actually, given record, the other way around. Right now, Aureus is 3-4, and BetBoom are in the hole right now. They have not had a good couple of days, and we'll see how it matches up. Let's get into draft between these two teams. Aureus, I think the biggest criticism when they were on Stream A from the panel was their drafting. Which I think that we saw a better draft yesterday on Stream A. And then we also saw them do that sick last pick carry Naga Siren that allowed them to outdraft their opponents. Do you feel like they're getting a better handle on the meta or drafting in general?
Not really. I think
Well,
they... Though that isn't to say that they are getting worse, just that I don't think they're really a team that drafts to the meta to begin with. So that just doesn't really happen for them.
Okay. But you can still draft better even if you're not drafting
yes,
meta.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I think that is happening. I think they're slowly figuring out some of the drafts they've had issues with, why they had issues, and how to balance it better. But they're not going to be a team that comes in here and first picks the most broken heroes of the patch and whatever. Even in this exchange, right, it's BB picking up that Sand King that's such a dominant mid hero, and it's Aureus coming up with the counter picks and the response. And that's how they like to draft. They like to counter pick. They like to get heroes that have the good matchup interactions, and I think that's really cool, but it is a lot more difficult to do. And sometimes it means being creative and taking heroes that are not as strong on paper and making them work and balancing them out. And that's the part they have to figure out, is to not go too overboard with the hard counters and make sure your draft can still function.
What do you think about this opener? Because Slardar has quickly become one of the heroes of the tournament, and we've seen it specifically in the matchup against Sand King as being really nice. I like this opener from Aureus.
Puts a lot of pressure on the Sand King for sure. I don't mind it at all. I think it does leave the Slardar vulnerable. I think Slardar's a more exploitable hero than Sand King. Because Sand King, even if he gets countered, he can always do stacks, he can always scale, he can always push waves and be annoying in the team fight, he can be tanky. When Slardar gets countered, his presence in the game goes down considerably more. So if I'm BetBoom, I'm just thinking about what do I want to pick to ruin this Slardar's day. There's one hero that can already remove the amp, so that's pretty nice. I still am calling for this Shadow Demon hero. I think this hero owns Slardar and is quite good with the Sand King. The other hero could be Lich, but we haven't seen a lot of Lich, and Enchantress kind of ruins that idea with the Dispel, so that probably went down in priority.
I was trying to think. We did see Aureus get Slardard. That was the matchup against Team Spirit. Avery gets his wish.
Oh, there it is.
BetBoom. This is why this man had so much faith in BetBoom last year that he predicted that they would be in the TI Grand Finals.
It was close. It was close. One or two more series could have been.
Yeah. You know who got closer?
Power Vision, technically. Yes.
My pick of Team Falcons. Thank you.
Yeah, no one cares, Austin. You know, if an analyst gets a prediction right, it's genius. If a play-by-play gets a prediction right, it's just luck. So you were very lucky. I'll give you that.
It's a good thing that I'm both then. Huh.
Yeah, that's true. You're living the good life, man.
I am. All right.
We finally see the Shadow Demon versus Slardar. I've been asking for this the entire time. Finally, someone does it. It'll probably lose horribly here. But if it doesn't,
how do you exploit the heroes that exploit Slardar?
Well, you can exploit anything in Dota. I mean, that's the back and forth of drafting, right? Are you asking, like, how do you take advantage of Shadow Demon? Well, there's one hero that does it, Rubik. He had good spell steals.
Yeah.
Generally, things that own Shadow Demon are mobility. He's very bad against mobility, of course.
So you like Gyrocopter? Fast carry?
Gyro's a mixed bag versus SD. There's been patches where he's good against him if the hero's more illusion-based. In the patches where Shadow Demon, you had like Shadow Demon Naga, Shadow Demon Terrorblade, Gyro was quite good. This version of Shadow Demon is not very illusion-based, and I think it's not that amazing, because Demonic Purge is very good against Gyro. Disrupting him into BKB Piercing Stuns is very good. The stacking is something Gyro can sometimes aggressively take, but we don't see that style of play, so I actually don't think it's that great. I prefer the more mobility route. Like Weaver owns Shadow Demon, for example. Storm owns Shadow Demon. Ember's a bit of a mixed bag because you can purge him, but just any mobility hero is what he really struggles against. And they do not have a lot of it right now. So this Shadow Demon's looking like he's in prime position to kind of own this game.
He's going to have a combination with the MOUZ. So disruption into Spear. And it also means that we've got some good ways to deal with the flat cannon shots. I feel like Arena is just by itself a huge counter to Gyrocopter. You get all these flat cannon shots and then they just run into Arena walls and don't hit anything.
I would have been pretty tempted to take Troll there and just play 5 Abaddon. Such a good Troll game.
Maybe they'll still do it.
Like, it's so tempting because Troll will make up for, like, 5 of Abaddon with Troll is a completely fine lane. You would dumpster Rubik Slardar. You get Abaddon to just play Shield Abaddon for his amps and whatever.
It's not Rubik Slardar, is it? I thought it was going to be the Slardar mid against the Sand King, because that's what Spirit did to Aureus, right? Laurel played
I mean, that is a consideration here, so... But you would lock off that 3 Slardar, I guess is how I think about it, and it's still good in the game. Like, the Troll's still just going to own Slardar and Gyro in the game. There's no real answer for them, so you could ban, like, Doom or something and take Troll, but if they just want to play carry Abaddon, which seems to be their case because it's Kiritich and this is his favorite hero, it's likely just him playing it no matter what. We'll give Aureus last pick here to deal with the safe lane Abaddon with their offlaner if they want. And I'll ban 5s. Is there any other 5 that is really scary? I was gonna say Warlock, but I don't know how likely it was they would pick Warlock. AA could also be kind of annoying, but you do have Enchantress, Rubik, Slardar, which are all good against it. It's just the Gyro matchup. If you're worried about AA ruining your Satanic Gyro scale.
Why not Jakiro? I mean, if you're worried about the backline heroes, why not one of the more popular backline?
Because you have Rubik. Better Jakiro.
By that logic, they shouldn't have banned Bane then.
I don't think Bane was the greatest ban, but it is kind of a Kataomi special, and that hero is more annoying for Gyro than Jakiro is for sure, because the Enfeeble and the Grip are really tough spells for him to deal with. So I'm okay with that ban. I kind of like the AA for BetBoom. It's not a hero we see a lot, but it looks really good with the Sand King and the Mars. Like, being able to throw down the vortexes.
I like it too, but Jakiro is more meta.
It is more meta. It's more stable.
Admit it. Jakiro is a better hero than Ancient Apparition right now.
No, I will not admit that. I don't think it's true. Get your stupid Jakiro propaganda out of here for the 3rd day in a row. No one wants it. Nobody
wants propaganda, but they listen to it anyway. It works its way into your brain.
That's how you lose games. See what Aureus won here. What are they? I mean, this pick's a little awkward because it feels like you want an Aura buyer, but the lane is going to be rough for almost any of these Aura buyers, like Underlord or Tide or something. And then it feels like you might have a damage issue Oh, okay. I love that pick. We always forget about this hero, and it feels like people always
other
pick
teams are
this carry
forgetting about
Abaddon, and then they forget about it. Yeah, like we've seen this offlane Undying into the carry Abaddon, and it just dumpsters him. It's won every single time. It's by far one of the worst, if not the worst matchup for this carry Abaddon. And they get it not only in a game against the carry Abaddon, they get it against Sand King and Mars. So there's your kind of teamfight aura buyer. He doesn't have to buy auras, but he's effectively an aura with Tombstone and Decays and all that, and like the raw HP. But it gives you more damage than something like a Tide Hunter. I really like this pick. I think that was by far the best pick I just wasn't thinking of. And that is a tough hero for BetBoom team to fight. They're all smiles now, but like you get in these team fights, this Tombstone gets dropped, no one's killing it. Triple melee strength core getting decayed. Oh mama, this Undying, he could go ham here.
You know what's cool about this is that, okay, maybe they did get Undying, but it wasn't into the Abaddon. I was going to say this is proof of Aureus picking up from their previous matches and their previous drafts, right? Because they see the Sand King, they're like, boom, we're dropping the Slardar on that. We had that happen to us and it sucked. So we're going to show you how it's done. And then they also had Execration who picked up Undying against them. Though in that situation, it was picked up against the Marcy. Aureus still won that. Undying against Abaddon is way more effective than it is against Marcy.
Oh yeah. I mean, based on what I've seen, if enemies are playing carry Abaddon, I want offlane Undying. I can't think of another offlaner I'd rather have against this hero right now that's performed better. I'm sure there's some stuff on paper that's better, but in terms of the gameplay we've seen, this seems to be working the best. So they got the premier counter pick here. They got a hero that fits their draft and fills in the gaps they had anyway. Like they might have wanted it regardless. So just a really good pick. I kind of favor them after this Undying, man. Like I think this hero could just work this game.
For a second there, I thought BetBoom was spamming their own voice line. Then I realized it was Natsumi who started it. GPK just followed it up. Also, one of the longest voice lines possible. Jesus Christ. I feel like that was 20 seconds of that line just going on and on and on.
A lot of sprays going down, too. I mean, these C teams, they like their sprays, they like their voice lines. No doubt about it.
Smoke is going to match on the right side. Just a core apiece. Natsumi and Miero breaking each other's smokes. But the other four, movements hidden. See if anybody's going to be able to get that third bounty rune out of the situation. Seems unlikely it would be up to Nico to outlast right click on the bounty rune when he doesn't have a stun. He doesn't even try. So 2-2 split.
Let's see how well Aureus can do in these lanes, because they do have a pretty strong Undying matchup lane, and they have this Enchantress Gyro on the other side lane, which is also quite strong. And then they got the counter matchup mid. So there's a world where they can win 3 lanes here and get off to a fast start, which would be really nice with this Enchantress line.
Yeah. Yopaj does have, of course, when it comes to this mid matchup, it's all important about the sentry battle, right? And GPK is pushing the lane in. He does have a sentry. He's going to slot it in. If he can get this sentry out of the way, then all of a sudden the Sand King lane becomes a whole lot easier.
At least you get the river regen as a melee hero into the Sandstorm. Probably helps a lot in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just gotta take the fight to him. Can't be afraid. Yeah, smack him. Oh.
Well, got to be careful, though. Stinger Caustic Finale hits. So if Slardar can win that lane, we've got the Gyrocopter Enchantress lane. I expect that one to be perfectly fine. Honestly, I think Aureus is walking away with 3 wins here.
That's what I think. Especially over time. They don't get punished too hard instantly. The Undying will heat up. You have the Tombstone kill potential on the Jakiro for the first blood. Yopaj, he did well in the first few waves, so he's going to be chilling mid. And this Gyro is going to push the lane in bottom with flag, so you can always just push and pull down here. In fact, save. He's not going to get run down. Had a missile on him, but Skem decides to go for the small camp D-ward instead of the chase.
Yeah, we'll see if he even gets that easy camp open, though. Seeing as GPK.
GPK dead?
Oh, tries to
Boy,
tree
went for the
block him.
tree block.
It
Eat
did
it.
not
Yeah.
really work. And Yopaj takes it away from him. The thing that saves GPK there is the Fairy Fire. Meanwhile, Abaddon's getting run down to the top lane with the Tombstone drop.
Yep.
There it is. I mean, wins on both
Yep.
sides here. Even if they don't get the kill on mid, they still claim first blood. Force will take that.
This feels like the 4th or 5th time we've seen people play carry Abaddon and not ban a 9 and then get punished by it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like surprise, you know? I don't know. Is it a surprise at this point? It's a surprise to me that it keeps happening.
It's surprising to me, too. Especially when the option was on the table to switch it. But I guess
You know,
they
the
kind of
other-
locked it in. It was all around last pick Undying.
Sure, but they had 2 bans going into that, and they knew the exact role they needed.
Yeah.
This hero is also probably the best pick they could have gotten to enable the Rubik on the lane. We've discussed the weaknesses of Rubik. His laning phase is not as strong as Hoodwink or Snap, even if his mid-game team fighting is equal. And, well, when you have Undying, you can just drop Tombstone, you lift them, throw them into it. It's pretty good synergy. It gets Rubik through the lane phase. He doesn't have to worry about stacking. He can just play the lane straight up. So, good start for Tims, too. In what is a pretty good Rubik game. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff to steal in this game. Photic Shield, always a great spell. Shattering spell is not too bad. Jakiro spell's pretty good. The Burrow Strike Sandstorm pretty good. And there's a solo kill by Yopa. Yo, Aureus are heating up here. Is
They really
Dota
are.
back?
I mean, I
Austin
think they
Walsh.
were favored coming into this game. I don't know. We don't want to say they're back. Good Lord. We already heard the panel
back.
trying to curse them, trying to stop them from going to Singapore. Oh, big hit there. Decay plus Fade Ball bursts down Kataomi and leaves Kiritich with very little HP to work on. He still has some Magic Wand charges thanks to all the Decay spam, but he is looking a bit worse for wear here.
Be like a wave pull from Nico. Trying to
Yeah,
get some
they-
extra farm.
Wave pull on both sides. Kiritich takes that opportunity to kill the Tombstone. 125 gold. That's nothing to shirk at there. Felt like that was a little bit too freely given away.
Got Ursa clapped.
There goes that magic wand. Kiritich again. The combo. Decay, Fade Bolts, and Rubik can leave him. He's out of resources,
Spear
but he gets his
missed.
head back. Save. Run down. Natsumi. You get it. Miro with the missed spear. Unfortunate.
He's in trouble too, isn't he?
Yeah, missile. Natsumi's got a clarity going, so he's going to have enough for Rocket Barrage. It's only level 1 Rocket Barrage, though. Did not opt for the second level to really try and
I
win the
guess so.
lane.
I mean, this Enchantress got a decent amount off the lane. Surprised he's not messing with Miro more.
He's got the Marsh Mage. Time for the water bubble. Disruption, Ice Path, but no Ice Path.
No ice path.
So
Just
free
disruption.
TP.
They're sending heroes mid. They know how strong the Sora is right now with the level advantage.
Is under attack.
Yeah, and how ineffective the supports are, seeing as the Jakiro's only level 3. So big pressure coming in. A wave and a half, plus a Siege Wagon, plus an Enchantress creep. BetBoom. They're going to struggle to clear this out. Especially if you can't keep the Sandstorm alive here. GPK with the Corrosive Haze on him. Running after Kataomi now. Not GPK. Disruption will buy him a second here, but he'll come back. He'll be crushed. He'll be bashed. He'll be killed. GPK did manage to clear out the wave, though. Did manage to kill the Siege Wagon, so Tower is going to stay alive for now.
They could still dive him here, though. He's still level 5, no Epi threat. And you have this amp on him, so you can keep re-amping him, send the Enchantress creep in.
Here
He's
comes
in
that
big
Hellbear
trouble.
Smasher coming in from behind. He's got to clap up in a second. Run it in, hit the clap on 2. Not too bad. Katomi now level 4, hits an ice path as Yopaj and Scam try to retreat. But if they only get Scam, especially Kid taking so long to get this kill, he still has a healing Lotus if he really wants to buy the time here. I mean, that's 4 heroes mid. They got an Enchantress out of it after a half an hour of trying to hit him, and GPK is still struggling here.
Empty lanes on the sides of the map right now. Gyro is in an empty lane. Undyne is in an empty lane. So much attention going mid. This is just a win for Aureus no matter what happens in a way. And guess what, Kirtage? You're not allowed back up here. You got no TP. You're dead.
Yeah, the Aphotic Shield doesn't save you. Not up against the Rotting Mids. You just reapply the slow of the Flesh Golem and the zombies keep hitting you. The slows just stick onto you.
This is an amazing laning phase for Aureus right now. They're in position to just run this game over. I mean, this Abaddon, level 5.5, can't go top. This Sand King got solo killed, shut down. Mars still level 5.5. The level advantage for Aureus significant. And they've got fast heroes, man. All low cooldowns, work well together, can skirmish anywhere. Enchantress loves these types of games. And a nice little power rune for Yopaj, shield rune for this Slardar, as if he wasn't tanky enough.
Yopaj running at him. Been working on his leg day. Had the facet, boosts him along to kill the Jakiro. And every single time GPK, like the Slardar's out of lane, he's like, quick, I gotta kill this lane before the Slardar comes back. Before the boogeyman arrives. He's got
So
phase
much
boots.
gold.
Congratulations.
There's just so much gold going into the pockets of Aureus right now because of the empty side lane action. And you're going to have a fast Slardar blink. They're scouting out the Sand King stacks, so they're already one step ahead in terms of eliminating their recovery.
This is a little greedy from Yopaj. I don't think he'll die for it, but Skem might. Actually,
maybe.
disruption to Epicenter. It's possible. He's in the river. They got him inside the arena. Hits the spear. Big hit from Miro. Locks it down. Natsumi tried to even the odds here, but he drops a call down. It's just not the same. Now Natsumi's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to be burrow struck, and another spear's coming up in a second. He's dead. Oh, this was quite the throw. That was so unnecessary. Trying to take a stack as a Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind going in there and scouting it, but you just play the edge, right? That's a level 1 burrow strike you get caught by.
Yeah.
That's just not the play you were looking for with all this.
If you want to
momentum.
invade Triangle, bring Force with you. He's already taken that tower. Like, he doesn't need to sit up here forever.
Oh, for sure. You take a head-on fight with a 9, you're going to win that fight every time. It's just overextension. No way around it. That's a bad fight to throw. You had a chance of just rolling this game over now. BetBoom team have a lot more time to make the comeback here.
I do. GPK went from picking up phase boots to 2 minutes later, almost having his blink dagger thanks to that team fight plus the stacks. He is a happy boy, almost recovered. Still, the pressure resumes from Aureus as they continue to chip away at this mid tower, and this push should do it. The Enchantress here she can take one of the creeps from BetBoom. Keep the siege wagon alive if necessary. Maybe somebody dies for it, though. Disruption, burrow strike, spear to finish him off. So Skim does die. Tower will be low enough that BetBoom could get the deny. So they limit what is gained from Aureus once again.
Another bad trade for Aureus here. Not what they were looking for off these Enchantress rotations to mid. Like, you rather get the good fight out of that than just the tower going down. It's not as relevant. And the whole time you're making these plays, it's just Undying farming, which is fine if you want to just have him farm and get to a fast pipe and then take the fights, but you can't be losing fights while the Undying is not joining them. then it's just a waste on both ends.
Hey, what do you think about him maxing out Soul Rip second rather than Tombstone?
Worse for the team fight. Better for his farming. Slightly, if there's no stacks, I guess. Interesting idea. Spell is still strong if you max it because of the cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be as good as Tombstone in this game for sure. He probably just didn't, Egypt just didn't want to fight, I guess.
Yeah. I do think it's cool what he's doing, that he stacked up the hard camp and then he's just killing wave after wave after wave. So Abaddon can't sit on his tier 2 and just collect waves as the Undying pushes into it. That is very cool, very efficient. I like that. But whether it should be Undying doing this, you know, like fundamentally as an offlane hero, this is one of your strongest timings right now.
Well, the fight's coming to him.
It is, but so Yopaj, they go after Kiritich. Do they know how many heroes are lurking on the side here? Miro tried to show up. Oh, Tim's catch him in the disruption, and now
very clutch.
They're going to be able to reset a little bit. Kiritich is almost low. They have to commit to the Tombstone. Counter Arena out, though. That is very nice. Tim's making all kinds of plays, and Yopaj jumping back in, hits the crush. GPK, big entrance into the fight, but it's not good enough. He couldn't burst him down, and they wipe out BetBoom.
Dude, what is that fight? The disruption was what wins of that engagement, because
100%.
I do not think Force saw that Mars coming in. So the fact Rubik is there to scout him and disrupt him means he can get Tombstone ult off before he gets speared, and they can reduce his damage.
Yeah.
And then that fight is just mega hard because the EHP goes through the roof with these decays coming through. He gets 5 decays off of that fight. 3 crushes from the starter. These heroes are so tanky. They just absorbed that entire Sand King combo.
It also let Yopaj, you could see the disruption goes out, he sprints up. So he's not going to be in this initiation from Miro, and he takes his time to make the blink back in, which thanks to that arena, they're so clumped, he gets a 3-man crush here.
Yeah, Tim's winning this fight. That arena was really good as well. Just lock him in. They have to clump for the decays, for the crushes, and he just absorbed all that epi damage. I mean, it did a lot for him. Brutal stuff there. Stolen burrow into the lift.
Tins is making some moves right now. Nice disruption. Dodges the crush. Does that save GPK's life with the Aphonic Shield? It looks like he's okay. Burrow strike back into play. Oh. He does not only survive, but he helps them get 2 of those kills, and he claims the life of Yopaj. 414 gold for him off of that one. Now Force is getting swept up. It doesn't matter how many decays he uses here. BetBoom will just continue to chase him down. GPK part of a 3rd kill, all thanks to BetBoom turning it back around. Not quite the same as a team wipe, but it was quite the exchange that favored BetBoom there.
Overextension. I mean, this is where Aureus have been punished. They're so super strong, but they played that right on the edge of the margins. If they get another Burrow Strike Fade bolt off there, it could be a really good fight. But BetBoom, bring the numbers. Again, you're deep on their side of the map. And they have some stalling mechanisms in Disruption plus Aphotic Shields you have to think about. No gyro in that fight makes a huge difference.
He smoked through the gate, chase after Natsumi, who was farming on the other side, but he just cleared out this hard camp stack and will go back to his triangle. So if they want to find this gyro, they're going in pretty deep, and frankly, I mean, thankfully he's missing a little bit of HP, so they might be able to burst him down, but if the smoke doesn't really land here, oh, it's going to be awkward now. They're off the spear. That's going to be tanked by Nico with the pipe. There's no way they can kill Natsumi. So it's just going to be Miro dying. Save. They know he's up here somewhere, so Yopaj might be able to... Yep, he catches him. Gets the blink, and momentary disables is all it really takes. The rest of the team should be able to catch up. What? Are they delaying his death, or... Okay.
Sends a message, Austin.
I guess so.
Sends a message. And that just felt like the exact play we watched, only the other way around. And hey, you died near Roche. They have Slaughter Undying. This is mega fast. Holy moly.
Yeah, and they are also going for fast BKB times. Natsumi opted for BKB over Aghanim Scepter, which is pretty interesting. And Yopaj, well, he delayed his Aghanim or his BKB for a a shard, Aghanim shard,
is under attack.
which I don't blame him for. Great shard, especially against the Sand King in this game, but he is going BKB after that.
Strong BKB game. They have nothing for it.
Combine that with a
Well, two
pipe, I
epi.
mean, you're not going to be able to do that much damage with the epicenter if
Nope.
they see you coming.
Yeah, if you stun them first, you can chain stun them. That's a different story. But if
Sure.
you can just jump, pop these BKBs, you're basically invincible. There's a single demonic purge, that's it. But there's no damage going in. Concerning for a BetBoom team that the pace these items are coming out at.
Yeah, because Kirtich, he's the poorest of all the cores right now, so his Radiance is still not online.
He's so far behind. You really got abused on that laning phase, and fights have not gone any better for him.
Yeah. I mean, okay, he got focused on that Ursa game, but he definitely screwed some things up in that one. I feel like this one is just a bad matchup. I don't think he's necessarily doing a whole lot wrong in this game.
No, just there was no way to win that lane. It's a Baden against a Dying. What do you want the guy to do?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, GPK, you almost got disrupted there. Nice little spell for Tims to have, a little forward disruption. Very good against all the stun initiators.
Dual Spear, Macropyre, got off the Essence Ring, didn't get off the Nature's Attendance, but I think he still lives. He still has 16 Magic Wand charges. He still has a Healing Lotus as well. They can't do enough.
Yeah,
The
he's
Soul Rip off
Gucci.
pipe. He's full HP. It's like he
Nice
didn't do
gank.
anything.
I mean, that's GPK standing there going, guys, why are we trying to kill Enchantress in this game?
Yeah.
Go on anybody else. A lot of sustain in this Aureus lineup. They have the Enchantress, the Solar Crest, Essence Rings, the Max Soul Rip with Holy Locket already done. There's a mech on Tims, by the way. So he also has some sustain. And now he has Mist Coil.
Yeah, Holy Locket, Max Soul Rip, Undying. It's a cool idea. Doesn't save him here. So Kirtich with his Radiance gets a bit of revenge here, and they're actually going to maybe find an extra kill with the Yule Scepter Spear back. Nice telekinesis, but there was still an angle to hit the spear, which means the Ice Path lands, which means Tims dies.
Middle tower is under attack.
I feel like that's the same spot they threw in earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
In a very similar fashion.
They really need to stop going to the triangle unless they're bringing all their heroes, because they're
Yeah.
especially now, there are tons of objectives to be taken. They should be playing the sides of the map right now. You got Tormentor coming up in just 10 seconds. After that, you can go through the gate and go for Wisdom Shrine. You know, force BetBoom to take a fight where you can have a high ground tombstone. I feel like they're a big place to be made, and it's not in the triangle.
I agree. They're just forcing the issue. They feel stronger, which they are. They're a little overconfident about how much you can force that with limited numbers. And it's been awkward. You've thrown away a decent amount of your lead. This game is still close.
I got to take Tormentor, Yopaj, and Natsumi, but there's definitely no way they can play to steal away the Wisdom Shrine. Aghanim Scepter done for GPK, and he's a pretty high level too.
That's some damage for sure. A lot of sustain healing pipe to go into, but at least you got a shot of doing a bit more in your epicenter Sandstorm now. And you're just still online for a minute here, so they're going to try and push a tier 2. Looking for the blind jump, didn't get it, but we'll get the tower no matter what. There's your BKB for the Yopaj Slardar, so they're absolutely ready to take any fight right now. A lot of utility, a lot of early sustain in this lineup. Very hard, almost impossible for them to lose a straight up 5-on-5. But as we've seen, a lot of these fights have not been true 5-on-5. It's just been 2 or 3 heroes getting outnumbered in some part of the map that's awkward.
Solar Crest done for save. Try and help with some of this minus armor that's coming out from the Slardar. A Manta up next for Kiritich. Katomi still working on a 4-staff, and we talked about the Aghanim Scepter that's done for the Sand King off of the Wisdom Shrine, plus the couple of stacks. He's almost 15, which is another buff for him. An extra long burrow strike usually. Smoke behind GPK. He's going to run into the Slardar here. Yopaj, can he get off the BKB? Nope. Chain stun. Burrow strike into the spear and killed. Nico. Force comes a little bit too late. Now he's going to be hit by the epicenter. Disruption sets him up for that one. Nico doesn't even bother using the flesh golem here. Once again, it is Team Aureus being picked apart.
It's a sad game to watch in some ways. It feels as though Aureus played it well. They have a really aggressive draft that can use the momentum, and they're just not lining up the plays to build the advantage anymore. And BetBoom continue to take advantage of these small mistakes and claw their way back in this game. It started rough for them, but they've almost evened it out. So Baden's kind of back. This Sand King has his Zags.
Yeah, pretty much no matter what the outcome is for Aureus here, I feel like, you know, I'm not feeling great about the game. You know, there are some very clear execution mistakes that have been made the last 5 to 8 minutes.
Their gyro is still mega farm, so
yes,
they can still win off the back of that advantage, but
he has 16,000 net worth, and nobody on BetBoom has hit 12K yet.
He's almost level 22. He is fat.
Miro is sitting on the gyrocopter, but nobody from BetBoom is close by. It's not even worth looking at this guy right now. Lotus. Save in the pool. They found him splashing around. Chase after him. Save doing a good job of countering the Slardar as best he can. Unfortunately, I don't think there was enough space for him to make a TP outplay, so he just kind of stalls as long as he can.
He was a little greedy. He was throwing poisons on that wave. Heroes were showing there. Pay the price. I guess the other good news for Aureus is their supports have found a lot in this game and will continue to find a lot of farm. And these are two supports that can pick up some of that scale. You know, this Enchantress is kind of going to be a beast this game. Not a lot of good ways to focus Skim down, and he can start to pick up the damage. Some later points in Impetus, he already has Drum Solar, you get a Glimmer here. It's a lot of utility that is very hard to shut down at the start of a fight. You have a little extra security off that. Not much, though. And a lot of this game is the next Roshan. Can you secure another Aegis for this Gyro? If you can, your position's secured. If BetBoom are able to contest that and even take it away, then they're just absolutely back in this game.
Really nice aggressive ward that Katomi got down here. I don't know how he, as a Jakiro, got a ward this deep, but it is getting a lot of information right now. He knows that a bunch of heroes are grouped up. He might have even seen a bit of that smoke animation, but he could probably guess there's a smoke when 3 heroes are clumped up. All of a sudden, nobody's showing in mid. Save's going to break that smoke as it heads into the triangle. He'll die for it, but better him than a core. And Yopaj, good blink away. So as they kill Save, Miro tried to make a play to pick off Yopaj at top, but Yopaj too quick with it. Blinks before he gets hit by the Yules.
Surprised he gave him Disruption there. That's a really good spell for Tims to have in this game. You can bail out the chain stunning and make sure your cores get BK'd up.
Oh, that's true.
Super valuable. Like, he could have just given him Shadow Poison or something, so...
I find I honestly think that's just the lack of Rubik in the meta, where you don't play against its hero for long enough, and then you make those mistakes, right? I was playing a game of Phoenix against Rubik the other day, and I was like, when was the last time I had to think, you have to Fire Spirits after Supernova? You know, just to make sure, 100%, there's no way this guy steals Supernova from you, right? It's like sometimes that's just a memory lapse because you just lost the muscle memory of playing against that hero.
I mean, that's the difference between pros and heralds. Heralds play against this hero all the time because they always have some grief for picking Rubik who can't play it.
Yeah,
so
and that's why the pros are struggling so much against Pudge lately.
Exactly. You know, you could probably sub in like a random Twitch viewer, and they might do better against some of these things.
Twitch viewer comes in. He's pinging all the pudge tree spots, you know.
This is the stuff you see in low prio consistently, so just don't get exposure to that if you're a pro.
Well, I'm
Also,
sure some of these pros are in low prio.
Maybe that's why Amaro went to TI. He has the pro and the low prio experience.
That's
He's
true.
covered the whole spectrum.
5-man smoke up straight down the mid lane. No deviation, just right down Main Street.
They have GPK's BKB, so they're hoping to win a fight off that.
Spot Skem. Skem spots them. They don't want to go on Skem. Skem wants to go on them. Glimmer Cape marches up, says, go ahead, hit me. Yopaj finds his opening. I'm not sure if he wants to be going on Mars or not. Good disruption save from Tims. There's that spell seal from earlier that allowed Nico to be able to get off the Flesh Golem and a couple more decays. Still in a bit of trouble. Tombstones for himself. Gets inside the Tombstone. Kiritich, this kill has been so delayed, he can't get it anymore.
And GPK, he's just sitting on the side wondering, what am I supposed to do?
I
Now
think the
he's
heroes
thinking
are
about
low.
it.
Maybe he can get him here. Oh, he stretches out. He misses the burrow, but he gets the Rubik. Can he get Nico as well? He BKB TPs out. Nico is fine with the pipe. He can absorb all that damage pretty easily. Miro, dodging the rocket with the Yules, blinks away.
Is under attack.
Well, that'll give them rush. That's what's important here for Natsumi, that he gets an Aegis. You get Aegis into Daedalus on this gyro, you can just end the game. He's so damn far ahead. And this Abaddon is just useless in the fight. Defensive disruption was on point. I can't believe Force held the Tombstone so long, but there's no way you can burst him down. There's nothing for GPK to go in on here because there's flak hits coming through. The Enchantress was just chasing him out of the fight. I mean, this Enchantress going in first is really tough for BetBoom to deal with because he gives so much vision. You can't go on him, and he can always tag somebody. He can either tag the Mars or the Sand King, and in either case, it removes a lot of initiation or counter initiation from BetBoom's team, which gives freedom for everybody else to move in. Skem's been really obnoxious this game.
Man, Tim, because of that play from GPK, he's like, well, they definitely had a high ground ward. And he's like, he probably had some sort of vision on the river, too. So that not only did that smoke play fail, they lost Roshan, but they also laid 2 different wards to try and win that fight. Fresh wards completely taken out of the equation. So they're going to be low on vision. Obviously, they're much weaker than Aureus. This is Aureus' chance to run the map and probably get some picks in the process.
Very close to another set of big items too. The Ags on the Slardar coming out.
The only
Octarine
ward out on the
Undying.
map will save Miro's life, or saves him momentarily.
Well, he
Blinks
has the
away.
gem.
Yopaj saw the blink. Oh yeah, gem. He can't afford to lose. Fortunately, he's got BKB and was able to scare back Yopaj.
But there's Gem on Skem at the same time, and feels like his is a bit better here with how aggressive he can play solo around the map and look for the D wards, be the vision in the middle of the fight for the Sand King. That helps a lot. The fact you have this gem carrier that can run in and is basically invincible, just sits on top of the Sand King. Huge value.
This ward is still here, and the initiation. Okay, Miro, maybe he didn't know that Tims was here. Now he knows. Got telekinesis, hits him with the arena coming through the gate. Natsumi and Force are both going to be here soon, so they don't necessarily have the numbers
those
advantage
crits.
anymore. GPK, yeah, he got bursted down. Corrosive haze plus some Daedalus damage. Those flat cannon shots still coming out in Kataomi, but he dies.
Man, Slaughter Amp is just a nasty spell in these good matchups, man. Like, this Sand King, he's trying to get the armor up now, but the armor item is very slow. It's very delayed here. You just melt. And then Slaughter, he just crushes you. He sits in his puddle. Tanky as hell. Aureus pulling this game back from almost throwing it away. Regaining control. We'll get their next big items here. And this gyro is cooking. Daedalus done. Pushing his way towards Butterfly. Still has Aegis for 2 minutes. Still has Satanic BKB. And he is just going. Demonic Purge or not, the man don't care.
I don't think there's any way that BetBoom, I mean, especially with the banner being dropped, no way they can fight this bottom lane. I think they just gotta I know they've got this team fight. I just don't see. Oh, the spear, double spear. That's actually pretty damn good.
Yopaj?
It killed Yopaj. Yopaj did not need to jump in there. Now Natsumi doesn't have that damage amp, and he's fighting it out with his BKB, but he doesn't have his Satanic. Used that earlier. Got all these heroes inside the arena. Not Natsumi. Natsumi's going to run for it, but GPK cuts him off. He hits him with another Burrow Strike, and now the epicenter to finish him off. Gyrocopter goes down.
Oh,
what a misplay from Aureus, and what a fight from BetBoom. They'll wipe out, I think, all these heroes. Nico, at best, Force is going to try and chase down Save here, hoping he gets that one kill out of his death. He will not. And, well, Skem is going all the way around the world here. Team wipe.
I don't know. I don't know if that's just unlucky, but Slardar blinking in without BKB. Insta-stunned by GPK, who I think was just burrow striking the gyro.
Yeah, he was.
Either way, man, that's why you got a BKB before you go in, because
if you're going to go in on the first life, you really got to make sure you're doing it right.
Spear. Blinked into the spear, man. That's just not good.
Yeah,
Another
100%.
push.
BetBoom thought they were just taking a quick kill on the Gyrocopter, and then they would back up, reset, see if they could play on the second life, see what, Aureus does, and then they just get this freebie. Yopaj just gifts them an initiation onto him.
Yeah, so here's my entire life for free. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I guess we're taking this fight now.
It was a 2-for-1 special, man.
I mean, he died so fast, too, you can't even tombstone save him or anything there. He was just gone. Just like threw his body into the meat grinders. Straight into the combine. Ground it up. Oh, that's that team fight. Now there's a Shivas on this Sand King. AC on the Abaddon. The armor items are here. Double Solar Crest for the supports. They are dealing with the Slardar amp.
They are.
I don't want to say that was your best time to end the game, because you can still win this here if you're Aureus. You can still scale, but that was your Gyro's peak. Aegis with the Daedalus, Satanic. You're going to get, like, Swift Blink here or something, but these items are the cherry on top, not the big punch. You threw the big punch away.
No doubt. Yeah, level 20 on Force will be a pretty big deal. If you get that in Aghanim Scepter with the Octarine.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's a lot of strength to deal against triple strength core, but the fights are happening pretty fast, and they have the armor now, so they can take a sustained engagement. And they're just running in. They're not afraid anymore.
Force does not give them the opening. Yopaj and Skem through the gate to join their Gyrocopter, so they're doing a good job of making sure they don't continue to get picked off here. Playing on the Wisdom Shrine, BetBoom, hoping that there's one here that comes over. Nobody does.
This is going to be a really sad loss for Aureus if they lose this game. The way it's gone. Oh, he stole Spear. See, a Herald player wouldn't have given that Spear away. There's no way.
I mean, it's just like the win percent, It's just like Aureus, they work hard, it goes up, and then they trip and they fall down the mountain. And then they work their way up again, and then they trip and fall down the mountain again. It's just, I feel like I'm watching playthrough of Baby Steps right now,
Hey man, you can't just be out here repping other games. To hell, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Why not?
Because Dota is the superior game, is the superior esport, and is the pinnacle of human evolution.
Okay, but Baby Steps isn't an esport. It's just a cute
That's fine,
single-player game.
Keep it to yourself. No one wants to hear that shit. Smoke up.
Yopaj chasing after Kataomi. Got him. He's going to have Nullifier soon on Yopaj with this kill.
That's a big item upgrade.
What is it? What does it do? I mean, I guess Yule's on Miro? But he's using that offensively most of the time, right?
Shields, Yules, some of the defensive utility, 4 stabs, all that. I mean, it's not the greatest nullifier game, but it does let you single target focus down some of these cores a bit easier, which he's had trouble doing.
Do you, if you had a nullifier on somebody, but you aphotic shield them, the nullifier or the aphotic shield instantly dies, right? But does that dispel off whatever can be dispelled on that unit for like the 0.1 second that it's on them?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, I think so too. Which I feel like is the bigger part of the aphotic shield at this point, you know?
It's probably true.
Won't be able to get away from Corrosive Haze forever, though. Undispellable is right around the corner with Yopaj being level 23.
Look at their position holding the hill. This could be good for them on this high ground ward if BetBoom team run into it.
Yeah, I think BetBoom is going to do the long wraparound and get into the triangle. Or not, Kiritich. He breaks a little bit of it. The rest of BetBoom continue to move south. 38-minute power rune they were looking for at bottom. And they got it. Arcane rune for GPK. It's a nice rune to have. Multiple burrow strikes in a fight. 8.3 second cooldown on that ability now. And instead of sitting up behind there, they make the initiation. Katomi out first. The scythe goes out, hitting the gyrocopter, slowing down some of the damage. Now he gets off his BKB. Flat cannon shots start spraying out. BetBoom. Some of them start backing away. The 2 frontliners go in, and one of them's getting demolished. Now Kiritich has to finish without the borrow time. Nice tombstone save. Too many saves to reset here. Disruption and tombstone. Kiritich will not win this fight against Natsumi. Had to burst him down. Could not do so. And the Satanic puts Natsumi back up the full. A dieback on Katomi as he died first in the fight. Bought back and dies last.
I feel like that's what Aureus wanted the team fights to look like for this entire game. You know, some head-on
Yeah.
5-man clash where they don't get chain stun jumped. The Rubik's in the back getting really good spell steals. He stole Spear, or it was the previous Spear, and just speared the Mars back into the river. Completely reset Miro's positioning. And then he stole Demonic Purge and purged him. So it was like, this Mars just got taken out of the fight completely by the Rubik. And then you just have a high ground position, you drop Tombstone, you have your saves, you have your sustain, you get your BKBs off. That's what it was supposed to look like. We finally saw it after several throws, but they got there in the end.
They did. BetBoom. I'll come back because the Arcane Rune, Epicenter, will be up. Or did he not use Epicenter in that fight? Maybe he didn't use Epicenter at all. Maybe he died too fast. Backdoor protection does go up. Yeah, I guess all the waves are not here.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, Mars killed the mid one.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it matters too much because Roche is up, so you pretty much have to fight this if you're BetBoom team anyway.
Yeah.
I think giving them Refresher Shard for Undying and Aegis Gyro is too much. We are almost at Undispellable Haze, and the Undying did get the Ags plus the Decay cooldown, so he has 1.5 second Decay, stealing 8 Strength.
Dire are scanning.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it almost feels like if you don't kill him first, then you're in trouble, but you also can't let Gyrocopter just run around flat canning people the entire time.
Radiant are scanning.
Team Aureus, let's see if they can go for 2 in a row. They struggled to find the initiation, the proper initiation for a 5v5 team fight all this game, but they did it once and almost won them the game. Do it twice and it will end the game. This time they're going to be running into an entrenched BetBoom sitting up on the high ground. Skem's going to lead the way, but they already found the initiation on a GPK. Not quite good enough for the chain stuns. Telekinesis comes a tad bit late. Natsumi in trouble. Natsumi almost died. Got off the Satanic. Flat Cannon. He stays alive, at least for now. Satanic isn't going to last forever, nor is Kiritich's borrowed time, but he's got another borrowed time here with a refresh. so he can keep this fight going against this Gyrocopter. Can he finish off Natsumi? Oh, there's the Tombstone delay. Miro tries to help him deal with it. Natsumi back out. Burrow strike over the top. Natsumi trying to get what little heals he can. Spear down away from Kirotech. Wait a minute. That's no good. Natsumi making a run for it. Kirotech is going to die. No way. Oh, they tried to finish him off, but the spear took him out of Kiritech's hands. And the numbers in the end were going to win it out for Aureus, but it could have been a little bit better for BetBoom. Could have been a little bit better for both teams, frankly. But Aureus, they'll get the win in the end.
Yeah, and, maybe not the most deserved win, but they played the fights well when they got the fights they wanted. And that's the important part in this game. That's what their lineup's designed to do. And I think that was a really good draft. I think that is a draft, even the panel would have been, I'm on board for this one. I see the counter picks, but they also balanced it out. Everybody had their little performances in that game, especially the supports did their job. Yopaj with the kills mid, and then the early BKBs really set him up for success. Force had a really powerful game on this Undyne in the fights and made sure he scaled with like this Ags Octarine build-up. This is a bad Undyne matchup. It's so difficult to power through it. The last fight, Kiritech is just sitting there wailing on this gyro. It dealt 8,000 damage. I think it all went into the gyro. The gyro never died because he's getting soul ripped, he's getting mech'd, he's getting healed, he's getting thrown around, he's getting tombstoned. There's too much disruption for you to all in this hero, and if that fight goes that long, Undyne wins that long fight every time. So I think this last pick was super clutch for Aureus. I think this game looks really hard without it, but with it, it brings everything together. They get the dub. They get the dub.
They do. Well played by Aureus, and that, again, trying real hard not to jinx them, but it puts them in a decent spot. They are now sitting at 4-4, right in the middle of the pack. Not going to be guaranteed by any means, but if they could stave off elimination, make sure they head into that play-in group, then maybe we'll get a chance to see them in Singapore. But they are done for now. We are going to take a break, and we will come back with our next matchup that is going to be Liquid versus Aurora. Aurora sitting at the middle of the pack at 4-4 in a matchup against Team Liquid 2-6. Liquid have continued to struggle, and it doesn't seem to be getting better, Avery. It almost seems to be getting worse.
They only have 2 wins, and they're against the 2 C teams. So from their point of view, they're not doing too hot. From everybody's point of view, they're not doing too hot. The games we've watched, it's just not looked pretty. Like, even if they have some wins, it's been very disconnected. Drafting's all over the place. It looks like how they looked when they brought in 33 that first time. But
I feel like it looks worse than that. Yes, I do think it looks worse than when they had 33. I think the part that makes that why I say I think they look worse than they did at the start of Blast is that the fact that I see them go back to some of the same heroes that didn't work out for them, and they continue to not work out for them. And it doesn't, like, I'm thinking mostly of like Ace Timbersaw, Ace Mars, and it's just like that's not really Ace's heroes, and they don't seem to be changing into being Ace's heroes anytime soon.
One of the big concerns here as we go into this draft is, again, like, is Ace the player that you can put into Liquid and then have him play Liquid style? I don't know. I don't think he's that kind of player. I think you have to play around him, and Liquid might not be willing to do that.
Oh boy, they were ready for that pick. Timbersaw, first pick up from Team Liquid. Aurora instantly just snap pick up the Ursa. They're saying, if you want to make this an Ace Timbersaw, go ahead.
Nightfall Ursa. Many have underestimated it, and many have fallen. This is the S tier Fuzzy Wuzzy, not your B tier Fuzzy Wuzzy. Man, Boxy always looks so serious, dude. Does not like what he's looking at.
Oh, man's got
but to me, again,
shades on, you know.
If this is just an Ace Timber, like we kind of saw it perform, but it's still iffy in my mind. Like, how does it fit strategically into what you're doing? What pace? To me, the pace has been the biggest issue, because I think Liquid want to play really fast. They want to bring numbers, and then it feels like there's just Ace farming somewhere.
Yeah, which we've seen Game of Gladiators, their MO has typically been, and it's why it works so well with Duraccio, right, is that they were running around as 4, right? The 2 supports would rotate to Quinn, and then they would win that mid lane matchup. They'd put a lot of pressure, and then that trio would be going around, and then they'd be joining, Duraccio. And Ace very often would just be farming, hits his peak, boom, let's end this game. And I would say even the Watson version of Game of Gladiators, Ace was still, doing a lot of farming, playing a lot away from the team.
Yeah,
and I don't think Liquid has ever done that style.
Exactly. I don't think they've ever had as heavy a farm offlaners as, and even when they did, you could argue 33 adjusted his play style a bit. And
yes.
Became a little more active. So that's my biggest question for this lineup is I don't know if the fit is as good as it first seemed. Like, after you start to think through it, it's like, maybe they're not the coherent pieces between the 2 squads that had a lot of similarities. So something for Liquid to still figure out. They go for the Timbersaw Lion opener. Okay, it's okay here. I don't really see a direct purpose for the Lion, other than they just want instant stuns behind the Timber, which is solid. Into Marauder. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, this Liquid draft is, it's like, what's going on, right? It just feels random. Why is there a Mirana in this game? What is it doing with their heroes, and what is it doing against Aurora's heroes? I don't know. It's just like Tofu wants to play Mirana, so he picks Mirana, That's it. It's just like, okay, let's just play Mirana.
The way that Tofu just looked at Blitz with a little smile on his face, as you said, Tofu wants to play Mirana. That's it.
That's all I can say. There is no strategic reason. It's just like, I think Mirana's good. Let's play Mirana. Okay.
This does kind of lock in where it's mid Timbersaw 100%, right? Because there's no way you pick Mirana, I think, with Timbersaw against Ursa. Like, I feel like that's all too much,
And like I said, I think Liquid would always rather have the Timber mid. I think they're picking it as a flex, but they would rather have it mid in any given game if they can push it there. Warlock. Yeah, I mean, this Aurora lineup has a lot of good synergy. Like, the Warlock's going to help the Roshan fight, which your lineup's designed to take with Slardar Ursa. You have some minus armor synergy with the Snap plus the Slardar. You have an insane single target burst, so the Warlock bounces that out with some AoE alongside the kisses. Kind of got a little of everything going on here. Your front line is maybe what's lacking here in this Aurora lineup. Like, nobody really wants to go in and tank spells. The Slardar can, but against Timber, it's really difficult, because if you go in, you get Impale Hexed and Whirling Death, you're very squishy. There's a Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have to have some sort of setup stuns for the Mirana. There's the first one, a Dragon Knight. Whether this is safe lane or off lane, I assume it's safe lane, but
Could be the mid Dragon Knight that Nisha plays, and then off lane Timber and still get a carry. But this does kind of feel like the carry choice they wanted against what is presumably the off lane Slardar here. They're just trying to get the high armor cores up.
yeah.
Their team fight's kind of ass right now, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what does this team fight look like? You blink stun someone, and you arrow them, and then that's it. Aurora probably looking at a mid here. They will want a Mikoto hero. He does play Slardar, but I guess you will see in theory where these cores are going. You might not, though. There's a possibility Liquid pick another pseudo flex or keep the DK Timber open a little, and you're not 100% sure, but I think they will ban for the Timber mid to try and keep that open. So you kind of have to be prepared for that. So you're looking at any of the long range damage dealing cores at scale, or that Mikoto puck, which is, he'll just play that in any game. Doesn't care what he's up against. I mean, you have DK, you have Lion. It's not the greatest puck game, but it's pretty good with their heroes, and like I said, he doesn't care. Storm could also be solid. Outworld Devour, question mark.
OD. That's an option.
Yeah, you get that OD Slardar synergy. It's really top tier. The SF ban was pretty nice, actually, because the SF is one of the few mid heroes that gives you the long range spell damage dealer while also giving you the right click with the Slardar Imp, so I like that ban. I think Sniper would be the other one. You might consider it here if you're Liquid, but that hero's just not getting played at all, so. And Aurora banned the Storm and the Puck. The two heroes I said they wanted, they banned. So that hurts their last pick options a lot. I mean, of course,
Well, surely that means they have another option 100% locked in, right?
Yeah, but it still kind of bans for Liquid, unless, I mean, of course, you may be afraid Liquid takes one of those. But you would have had counterpick, you know, things like Huskar, things like the Sniper that could have abused one of these mid lock-ins here. And your lineup can run any of this because it's pretty open.
Yeah, but can Makoto run any of that?
I don't think I've seen him play Huskar too much, but he will play Sniper. I think he's a Tinker player too. That might be too greedy though. Fleshman was also pretty solid here. Again, you're setting up for the mid Timber, so you're looking at
He
an
is
Ace hero.
not a Tinker player, nor a Huskar player.
I just don't want to see Tidehunter here. Like, please do not pick Tidehunter if you're Liquid. That's all I ask. I don't care what else. Just... What the hell is that?
I don't know.
What? Where did that come from? The Mickey Wind Ranger?
Yeah, it's got to be. And I think it's offlane Dragonite, where the Mirana Dragonite duo.
That is not a pick I ever would have predicted, but it is a Liquid classic and not a bad Wind Ranger
it's
game.
very good against Ursa Slardar, right?
Yeah, it makes sense here. You get another like little stun too. Your AoE is really lacking. You have no real aura buyers except this Mirana to maybe get a Greaves or Piper sign in. You have a bunch of single target, but It's not as if Aurora are out teamfighting you severely. Their cores are also a single target cores, so I can kind of buy it. I can kind of see it work, man.
Has Mickey played Wind Ranger since they took away that facet, though?
Yeah, he played it a couple times. It was not super successful. But
yeah, I see one game.
I believe in this hero, and I do think they still have the flex. So the laning pick here for Aurora is not that easy because they can still play carry DK, send Wind Ranger mid. They can play Timber mid, off lane DK, carry Wind Ranger. You know, they can play off lane DK, mid Timber, carry Wind Ranger. So they have 3 pretty good options that all work. And that makes this pick for Aurora really difficult. There's Ember if you just want to pick a generic mid, but it has some bad matchups here. And what else? There's the Pango? Pango might be the most just... Oh, let's just pick something and play Dota, you know? Oh, Beastmaster. Okay. Interesting. Is it the mid Beast or the mid Slaughter? It's the mid Beast. Makoto Beastmaster. So what does Liquid want to put mid against that? They're going to put the DK. Interesting. That's just a farm lane. But you can push and kill the tower and punish the Beast if he tries to jungle or do stacks or something.
And they did end up with the Ace Timbersaw against the Ursa, the very first draft counter pick. I was so certain they were gonna go away from that, but maybe that's okay. The other part about Mirana, if you're not doing some arrow combo, is the fact that she can pull lane over and over again, no matter what she's matched up against, right? Because she has lead. She's one of the only supports with some innate mobility from the jump. So
yeah, but it's Tofu Mirana. Is he going top here?
Okay, well, now I'm even more confused.
Well, the thing is, a lot of teams are confident with the Lion Timber that you can play it into anything, because this Ursa cannot really go in and harass the Timber. You get impaled into whirling or chain, and it's just a lot of cheap harassment. But he does have Warlock for sustain.
Yeah.
That said, I think you're fine playing this lane and getting Ace farm. I don't think you're too worried about the lane matchup. Your concern here is, are you getting outscaled? And like, is this Beast pick put a clock on you in terms of, if he goes in, you roar Wind Ranger, and Ursa just chops him down with like MKB later or whatever. Is the team fight over? I don't know if DK Timber are like carrying that fight if the Wind Ranger just gets focused down.
Yeah,
that's
not against
my
the
concern
Ursa,
here.
right?
Yeah, so that's my concern for Liquid here is, I think they need a strong laning phase, which is normally how they like to play, and they definitely have some strong laners. It just comes down to executing that laning phase, and I think there's more pressure on Liquid here than Aurora to make that happen. Last match as Ursa for Nightfall, 28-4. Dear God, mercy for whoever was in that pub against this man, because they got absolutely annihilated.
I looked it up, by the way. Mickey has played 1 Wind Ranger game since the change to Whirlwind. He's played 1 pub and 1 pro match, and I think he lost them both. The pro match, he did go with the Tangled Facet. This one, he went Kill Shot.
Yeah.
Avery is a firm Tangled
that
facet
facet's
enjoyer.
good, dude. That is I'm telling you, that facet is really good. People underrate it considerably. I think this Kill Shot is dog. I am at the whole other end of the spectrum, and I think everybody in the world is like Kill Shot's good and Tangled's dog, and I'm at the complete other end.
Yes.
And I will stand by this till the end of time. If you play 10 games on each facet, there is no way you can tell me that, at least, I'm not saying 100% of the time, but in a lot of games, this Tangled is really good, and it is a significant damage upgrade, especially on lane. The lane strength of that facet is ridiculous. If you shackle a hero to like 3 trees, it's just like a bonus demon edge on the lane. And you just chunk kids out here, man. You'd be out here chunking fools. Okay.
Okay.
I'll stand by it. Like, I don't care. I'll defend it till death.
Damn, it's just a video game. It's not that serious.
Nah, this is life or death, man. I'll stand by this. I don't care if this guy's TI winner. I'm gonna make my case. That facet is a machine. It's a machine that turns trees and heroes into gold and wins.
Okay. Well, you've got the double archer lane. There's your power shot. Double archer lane. No, not the best setup for arrow. So we'll be playing off of power shots and star storms. I almost said power storms. It's kind of a sick name for a spell.
It's true if you combine them. Tofu just dead here. He actually was dead if Toronto Tokyo wanted to tank tower hits for it, but he didn't want to.
Yeah, I feel like this is the dangerous Lardar Snapfire lane. Ooh, very spooky. Bunch of physical damage, bunch of minus armor, but that doesn't work against double ranged matchups, or at least it shouldn't work against double ranged matchups, particularly double range that do not that have an escape mechanism. So, not anticipating Nira and Toronto Tokyo get any kills once Liquid gets to level 2.
His lane did get pushed pretty fast, though, so this is nice for Toronto Tokyo. He's getting early bracers. He's not getting harassed too much. I think this lane's going fine for Aurora. Mid's a wash. Makoto will free farm here, but the Nisha 6 timing is what is really impactful. If you can gank for him, if you can kill the beast, if you can push his tower, stuff like this is what changes this over the long run. No range denied for you. Top is going well for Liquid early. Maintaining the resources on the timbers is what's important here. And so far they've done that. Ollie will free up the small camp. It's nice for him. Gets a pretty good bonds. Oh, he's getting sucked. Not happy about that one.
Oh no.
He took Fist to death. I also... Okay, this is another facet thing. I've seen a lot of these support lines taking Fist to death. I also disagree with this.
I'm with you on this one. I'm with you on
always
this one.
better.
Agreed.
This facet is the biggest debate. You never get value out of this facet in a program. Never. The other facet is a significant amount of damage, and it helps you farm because you can suck big creeps and stuff later on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like horribly off base on all these things, but I play all these heroes, and I'm telling you that there's no way it feels as good. The only thing with this line facet is I think a lot of pros value just putting more skills in Hex over Mana Drain and just playing him for his 2 strong skills, which I get. So in that situation, you're like, well, the other facet's not doing as much for me because I'm not leveling Mana Drain a lot. But even then, I argue, I still think Fist of Death almost never gives you any impact. So,
yeah. And there's the power shot, getting first blood. Mickey collects a quick kill on Mira. Wouldn't have been able to get that with the Tangled
executed.
facet.
Nobody probably would have killed him earlier because it would have had a bunch of bonus damage from shackling him over and over. Nisha getting zoned off mid, man. I don't know how he ended up in this situation. Missing some CS for it.
It's the Axis. The magic damage against the armor hero doesn't actually fare too well. Nice little stack here they're going to try and take some of. And you're, so far, you've been proven right about the Timbersaw Lion. That they have been able to just kind of like spam back Nightfall. Not that Nightfall has been really under threat. He's still been able to farm, but he hasn't been able to kick Timbersaw out of lane yet either. Cute play there. Boxy, who wanted the Centaur creep and was approaching it for the Earth Spike. But then the Ursa just challenges him. So if he threw out the Earth Spike, he wasn't going to get the last hit on the Centaur like he wanted. Ends up getting a lot of damage on Boxy as a result. Boxy is actually
lost
going to
water
head to mid.
Yeah,
Makoto is
Makoto's
so
really
low. No Nisha Dragon Tail. It was on cooldown. And Boxy now shows himself, so the element of surprise is gone. Tofu does end up dying to the combo of Toronto Tokyo Mira. With no cookie. Just a crush stun and a bunch of damage.
Gets the job done. Oh, missed the salve cancel. Mira. moly.
I don't know. This kill shot's looking pretty good for the burst damage. You get another one. Okay, not another one. He still got the kill, though. They didn't have to land the kill shot.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed out of his lane phase. They played it well overall. This was a very favorable lane for Liquid. I mean, not a lane you can ever lose, just how much more you're going to get out of it. Do have the DK4 mid. Head of the Beast Roar, so opportunity here.
Makoto does not have Roar
But for
coming up,
who?
but the rotation, just too much damage. Once again, just getting surprised by the amount of damage that can be done with axes and scatter
dead
blast.
as well.
Max damage. Tofu with no more leap charges has 10 wands, but they're gonna shoot him down. Mira, double kill for him. What a turnaround from lanes that the side lanes were not going the best, but mid, a big gank.
That's exactly what you wanted if you're Aurora. Come here when the DK pressure hits its peak and just eliminate him. And begs the question, why weren't Liquid playing behind the DK? If I'm Nisha, I'm mad about that. Like, I'm hitting 6. He was chipped very low, so maybe Liquid just said we're not going to make the play there because he's not strong enough, but then he overextends. Either way, you lose some of that momentum, you give it back to the Beast, and a lot of extra gold for this Mira Snapfire. Toronto Tokyo. He's going to walk that one off.
Particularly since the Dragonite is the setup for both the Lion and the Mirana in this game. Another kill shot kill.
My.
The power shot is just overwhelming.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, he's making this fast at work. I'll give him that.
maybe you just don't land your power shots. Is that a problem?
No, dude. I mean, this guy is sticking around on like a 10th HP forever. Begs the question, what are you doing, you know?
So you're saying that the pubs that you play are more disciplined about ferrying out
you know,
regen than this professional player?
No, they're using the fast well. That's for sure.
I'm going to say Nisha is mad about the lack of support rotations. You just pop Dragon Form to hit neutrals. So he's like, I'm not pushing tower unless you guys are coming. So you could see me in the jungle. Does get a rotation out from Boxy, though. Gets the kill on Ollie. And the power shot. That kill shot, man.
He's actually gotten so many. This is the most I've ever seen, though. At least give me that.
Yeah, I mean, 100% it is the most successful.
Yeah,
but,
this
like,
is
I mean, you also
way
set
above
yourself
the
up from that. This was hubris. This was
Whatever,
hubris.
man. I'm
This
happy
is
to see the Wind Ranger
carry
succeed.
Wind Ranger player. This is the guy who is I think Wind Ranger is in like his top 10 most played heroes as from pubs.
I do wonder if the fact he has some of these stun setups affected it. Like, he knows he's reliably going to hit the power shots in the fights and stuff later on because you have DK stun, you have Lion stun, you have arrow to chain off it. It kind of plays to this long-range artillery poke that their lineup's quite good at. Maybe that influenced it a bit too. Because I've seen him play with both facets. It's not a 100% take. And here they are using it quite well.
Well, again, he only took it once. He lost his pub. He lost his pro game with it. Maybe he was just like, nah, this facet, never again.
I mean, the argument goes both ways. It's like, oh, if you land your power shots, this one's really good. Well, I can argue, well, if you land your shackles, the other one's very good.
So that now we found the difference.
Yeah,
The
maybe I'm a
pubs that
better
you play are
shackler.
more like the pubs you play are more likely to get shackled. They're not more disciplined about regen. They're just lazy with their positioning against shackle. That's all.
A good Wind Ranger player, you always find the shackle. Okay, you don't wait for the shackles to be created. You make your own.
You don't wait for luck. You make your own.
The other upside with the max shackled tangle build is that your ult becomes a lot more influential early.
Sure.
Because
Yeah,
you have 3.25 to shackle someone, and then you get bonus damage and you ult them. So your ult's a bit more deadly, whereas this build, your ult is less effective early, but your power shots are more effective. So if you're playing with the team, you'd rather go this route. If you're playing more solo, you'd rather go the other route. There's also some trade-offs there.
Yeah, you are a bit of a lone wolf. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I have no team when I'm in pubs, so maybe that's a bit of a difference too.
Boxy
Actually running for his life.
being run down by the big bad bear. They did have a sentry. And dropped it to get the kill. Tofu, despite that, still managed to get the turnaround on Mira. Now Aurora on Nisha. Shackle Shot goes out, doesn't latch onto Nightfall. Does get a bit of Maelstrom damage out of the focus fire. Nothing else, though.
Awkward engagement for Aurora. Dropping a bunch of ults, getting nothing for it. Not the finest team fight for them. Space for Toronto, Tokyo, I guess.
And the fact that they got so many kills with this power shot has led to both supports on Liquid being level 6 pretty early.
Oh yeah, they're jacked. Everybody's pretty high level in this game.
That's true, actually.
Finger available.
FPS. That's not even possible. We don't have any illusion heroes. No, not really a whole lot of summon heroes either.
It's probably the power shot spam, you know.
Yeah. There's too many of them. Too many lines.
A lot of pings coming out here. Boxy's just pinging everything. Giving the orders, man. Arrows being drawn.
If you had to guess this new Liquid lineup, what do you think the biggest divide is personality-wise with the new Liquid?
With the new Liquid, oh, it's probably like Blitz and Nisha or something.
Okay, that makes no sense, but thank you.
It's always been those two. That's what I think.
Okay.
Too much ego in the same room, you know.
I actually wonder if it's Boxy and Ace.
Serious answer-wise, I mean...
I think that that actually would be, potentially, the problem.
Yeah,
it could be they get along really
that.
well like Boxy and 33 did, but I think they are both... Like, Tofu was relaxed, sit back. He's not actively going to be making calls, whereas I think Ace does make more calls. But then Boxy makes a lot of calls. So there's potential for them to butt heads there.
I could also see it being Tofu and Mickey, because Mickey's basically only played with 1-5 for his entire career. So, you know, that... You lose that, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, but I think he's just grateful to be playing with a good 5 now.
That's also true. It's a very large upgrade.
Shout out to the beloved Insania, now retired.
So thank God I don't have to play with this guy's Oracle every game.
I was just writing a little thing for his retirement, so that was on my mind.
Like an obituary? What do you mean?
An obituary
Writing
for his
thing,
career.
like...
Yeah. Well, I guess you didn't get asked because you weren't good enough friends with him, but...
Yeah, that's fair. I think can't be friends with everybody, man.
You're missing out.
He didn't write anything for my retirement, so what kind of point is that, man? In fact, you didn't either. Fuck you.
I didn't know you.
Oh, okay.
know
So
you
if
back
I don't know
then.
someone, it's bad. But if you don't know someone, it's fine.
Well, you are a recluse.
What?
You shut up the lands,
Like the spider?
got 7th, 8th, got eliminated, and I didn't see you ever again.
That's not even true. That's not even true, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
Also, one of the first finals I casted was your final, so we were both working at the time, you know?
Wait, which tournament?
I casted that GESC that you won.
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't know.
I'm pretty sure I was casting it. A GESC
you get
was
paid
one
for
of the
that?
first finals I did. No, I didn't
that's
get
where
paid
my
for
money
that. We both lost money on that.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Well, then, we had a lot in common before we
We
even knew it.
we did.
Wait, were you at
Really
that?
cool.
Were you at that Chengdu major?
No, I
year?
skipped that one.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the only ones that I ever declined. Like,
That's
you
fair.
you don't list the casters. I know I worked Thailand,
Oh, maybe you didn't, man.
but I'm not 100% that I.
A lot can happen in Bangkok, a lot can go down.
Sure. Sure. I'm pretty sure
Just
that was
saying.
me. It was Keen Gaming.
Well, we'll say it wasn't. We'll move
I
on.
think I thought Keen Gaming was going to be you guys. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We have that all wrong, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
You did. You
Huh.
did. Making a run for it.
This is not working out.
Another power shot's coming up. Better be running. Oh, you can't dodge that. You can dodge
Yeah, I mean,
that.
that's the freebie. Does that even count? It doesn't even count, man. See, he can't land the shackles. He can't land. That's why he didn't take it. He's landed every power shot. I don't think he's landed a single shackle. So that's the difference. You know, some Wind Ranger players are all about the shackle. Some are about the power shot. One's higher skill and more honorable than the other,
More
and the other is power shot. So that's just a difference in skill and player choice. You know.
Okay. Okay. I forgot what Wind Ranger's innate was. Movement speed cannot be lower than 240 and can reach
it's a weird
600. So
It's a really weird
upheaval, hard countered.
Every time I see this Snapfire set, it just makes me want cotton candy. I don't.
Oh yeah. Very cotton candy coated.
Yeah. It's
Blue
all
raspberry
fluffy,
and
too.
cotton candy. That's what it is.
Like, look at her hair. That's literal cotton candy, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. You're wrong about a lot of things, but you're right about that.
It's a beautiful set. Snapfire has really good sets. Got the snail.
She's actually got too
She's
many
got
good
this one.
sets. They're
Yeah,
too.
it's a lot.
Everybody wanted to make a really cute creature out of Mortimer, and now it's just too hard to choose. Ugh.
I would have made her like a hobo set. Like, make Mortimer a shopping cart and she's just like driving around hobo style, you know what I'm saying? That would have been cool.
Canch, you got your canch.
Exactly. See, you see it now. You see the vision. Nobody uses these ideas. They get wasted. It's a shame.
That's true. You missed your chance. You missed your chance very early on when it came to cosmetics.
I did. I missed a lot of things.
The artists would actually collaborate with people. You missed your chance.
Is Mira going to get executed?
Starstorm?
Or
He
he's
is
just dead.
executed by Starstorm.
What was that? It was not his finest play.
It was Starstorm.
Well, yes, I'm aware of that, but what was... Whatever, we'll move on. This game has been really weird. Got disrupted by some pauses. But Liquid are in a good spot. They're up 3k. They're going to get a Wisdom Shrine here on Ace. No, he's not going to take it. He doesn't want it.
Radiant's top tower.
Why doesn't he want it?
Um,
Nobody knows. Or is
it's
that a bug?
no, it's already taken. It's already taken.
Ah, okay.
It's just bugged out.
That's a very nice visual bug. That would make sense. It's been there for quite some time.
Yeah, just a little bit. Another one's going to spawn in a minute and a half. Moonlight Shadow. Nisha setting up on Nightfall. Dragon Tail into Arrow is possible here, but would they have the damage to burst down the Ursa? They have the stuns. Do they have the damage?
Not with interrupts.
Certainly not with Mira hanging around behind them. So, not going to take it here. Nisha, with the rest of his Arcane Rune, really wanted to use his Dragon Form. Pops it now. I was looking at Ace. Ace, he is going to go the Kaya before the Yules. I thought he would just rush Yules, considering the matchup of both Ursa and Slardar. This is a fantastic Yules game.
It really is. It's even solid against Beast, because if he goes into Aurora when you just use him, doesn't get to sit there and pump the drum. Got him.
I thought you
That
were a
ward.
drummer.
What? Yeah.
Pump the drum?
You know, pump the damage out from the drum.
Oh,
There's a
okay,
shortening of two
okay.
phrases. Try and keep up your awesome. I'm trying to do your job for you and keep a nice tempo and pace to the game. You're giving me nothing.
What the hell does pump the drum mean?
You know, pump it up.
Pump up the jam.
You can pump anything.
Got to go back for the Wisdom Shrine.
That's right, the
Boxy.
fake one.
Boxy will not let this be taken away. And Ollie, there was a Watcher claim there. So
He's out. Like, we're taking a lead in this game. It doesn't feel like Aurora have the damage to pressure anybody off the lanes or threaten people on the map. And this Slardar is just... He's been decimated, dude. He got owned in the lane. He's been forced into the jungle. This is how you punish this hero. Don't give him a laning phase. And then he farms so slow, and he has to go a blink to try and do anything, and then he just does no damage. He doesn't offer you a lot. It's going to be an uphill battle for Aurora. They're going to have to team fight really well to get this B-Stags online as fast as possible.
And we talked about
slowly.
the Blink Dagger Rush Slardars, how often they just blink in, initiate, die, and they do not scale at all as a result of that. You're going to have to play this really well if you're Aurora to have a core out of your offlaner with this kind of build-up.
At least you have damage from your supports to follow up a Crush, but that does involve Liquid clumping a bit, which they're just not doing. They're just playing the map. They're looking at Toronto Tokyo again. They just do not want to let him hit Lakers. Mickey refuses.
Blink Dagger acquired. Time to smoke.
This is a risky smoke, though. You don't have a lot of punch behind this play because you don't have the B-Stags, so Makoto's not going to join.
Oh, you've got kisses. You don't think that's enough?
Yeah, you do have the kisses. I mean, it is enough, but not to take a full fight off it, right? If you find a solo hero, you kill him, okay. You're helping Toronto Tokyo get back in the game, but you do not want to end up near a tower.
It's going to be Ace. It's got a blast. And with Ursa nearby, they don't even need to use the kisses. So,
that's
Blink
famous.
Dagger reveal is a success.
Yeah, I'll take that. Look, we're going to look for a reprisal somewhere. If they can find Makoto, they'll take him.
No, they will not. Makoto scouts it out with the boars.
Man, Mickey's farm. He almost has Manta.
Dragon Tail stun. Here comes that arrow. Boom.
Classic. That's a classic right there.
And even better, using the rest of the Moonlight Shadow to set up for another kill, though. Will not get the Makoto in time, who's positioned very defensively. He's pulling that ancient camp back here. Oh, even just taking the ancient stack away from him is going to hurt, as he is so close to his Aghanim Scepter. Any little delay, it's going to feel it on this timing of the Blink Dagger. He needs that Ag so he can play off of the Blink Dagger of the Slardar. They can win fights off that initiation, potentially. But instead, he finds his farm stolen, and Toronto Tokyo finds his life taken.
Ooh. Beautiful from Ace right there. Yeah, that is not the guy you can pressure off the map.
Oh, yeah.
God damn.
Punch him. Hey, you can't say it didn't have impact. He got one hit.
That's true.
One hit out of the Fist of Death.
I gave him the fist, that's for sure. Just a scramble of a game for Aurora, trying to scrape their items together so they can maybe take a fight, as this map has just been sacrificed in the meantime. Liquid's kill threat's too high, all these little combinations, what this lineup's designed to do, and they are executing it very well. Maybe that's what they needed, just some simple kill combos, you know?
Liquid does tend to be about their kill combos, right? It always feels like they have 2 or 3 heroes that can run around, have a kill threat against almost anybody. It's where they struggle sometimes against Falcons, because their 2 or 3 kill threat isn't actually enough damage to kill some of these tanky cores that Falcons like to draft. Dragon Tail, no arrow off of this one, but a power shot will do. It'll get the kill on Mira. Now to chase down Ollie. Ollie needs a body block with a golem, but he's not going to be able to body block Ace, who runs out there with his phase boots, his Yules, and his timber chain.
This game is getting spooky now. I mean, you got this Ags, you took a roar, yielded nothing.
And you can Roche early against an Ursa. Take this away from him.
Yeah, super value. This is just turning into pray Nightfall carries you somehow, which it looks pretty difficult.
Toronto Tokyo did manage to farm up his shard, but they only got 1 kill out of this Blink Dagger, early Blink Dagger pickup. And since then, he's been hitting neutrals. And this is where, if the game stalls out like that, his Blink Dagger's doing you no good whatsoever.
That's the risk of it. That's why we just don't see it a lot. It's not that efficient of an item, and Dota's more about efficiency than kills these days.
When was the last time that Dota was more about kills than efficiency?
A very long time.
We're talking like, you think like 2016? Go that far back?
There was the boomerang patch in there.
Oh yeah, where we're whiplashing the
whatever
the
that
gold back and
Spectre,
forth.
that patch was about kills.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it was a terrible patch and got changed very quickly. The patch with MVP Phoenix,
Yes.
where QO was playing like PA and Slaughter mid, that patch was kind of a kill patch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't remember many. I mean, it's just not.
I mean, I would argue that at least if you were to go back to the smaller map, efficiency was way less rated.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Bigger
I mean,
maps.
there's a lot of old patches. A lot of old patches were kill oriented. That's just older Dota. You know?
Yeah. Liquid Moonlight
Moonlight
Shadow pushing in. There's a sentry in lane though. Not going to walk into the sentry. They do not give Aurora the easy initiation. They take the high ground instead. Not going to run into the Wisdom Shrine, which says to me they know exactly what Aurora is up to here.
The way you lose a fight in this game as Liquid is you give them some crazy bonds off of a bad clump, and like the Beastmaster damage adds up. But if you just you just make the game a single target focus game, you're going to win that every time because you have so much chain stun capability. And you have a significant lead. And your Wind Ranger's pretty much unkillable in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when you were talking about the kill threat, what happens if Beastmaster just goes and roars Wind Ranger at the start of every fight. Can Dragonite and Timbersaw like carry through? And I was thinking, well, what if you build Lincolns on your Wind Ranger? Is that too defensive? Are you not building enough damage for this hero?
No, he's universal, so
Yeah, I guess you're right.
general stats are damage on this hero.
Sure. Catch the Ursa. Dragon Tail into the arrow. Shackle shot, not even required. A power shot will put him down.
The woes continue for Aurora in this match. They have not found a lot. They continue to find very little. And Liquid turning it up here in a do or die situation. Just can't catch anything either, man. I mean, their catch is just until you get blink on these, it's only this Zardar. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, they're just picking apart heroes. It's like Aurora can set up for like one big fight because they have Warlock Golem, as you said. Their one way is getting a really sick Fatal Bonds into some sort of clump, but otherwise they have no map play. Right? It feels like they can't really do anything. In part because the Slardar is not a threat. Dude, it's so funny. Mickey, because of this kill shot, has taken almost all the kills he's been a part of. He's 9-0-5. How many times he's showed up to power shot some hero from across the map?
Their lineup's really good with it, this game. The way this game is gone, you're just setting up so many of these individual pickoffs, you just throw a power shot in there. It's a huge boon. And extra gold for him. I mean, he continues to accelerate off of all the kill stealing. Lincoln's almost done. then you're in big trouble here. I mean, there's just no way to try and bring this guy down. You're still trying to get the BKB done on Nightfall, let alone the MKB.
Господи, допоможи.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There goes your Aegis, right as the Lincolns comes in. So the unkillable Wind Ranger is probably still unkillable, unless he really overextends in the fight.
There is also the unkillable Ursa with BKB. Unkillable during the BKB timing. Problem's just going to be is like, can he kill a hero? Can he kill 2 heroes during this BKB? When you've got, you know, certain heroes that are probably not going to die to you. Wind Ranger and the Mirana. Timber Saw, that's up in the air. And
It's
the Dragon Knight's certainly not easy to bring down either with the 23 armor he has.
This will be the big smoke for them, though. I mean, anything can change in this game if you can find the right jump, get all your cores on top of a big damage dealer, and just burst them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Once again, a smoke that's going to see them group up. Not get anything accomplished with it.
They don't have good enough lane control, so these moves are very easy for Liquid to read. And Liquid is not afraid of the fight. They have a Grease Solar Crest Mirana ahead of the enemy offlaner. That's the benefit of this hero. You can farm a lot of utility as a 5.
Their ward positioning lost, and Makoto's going to be the one to jump. Dragon-tailed into the
Ooh, that
arrow. He's
damage.
bursted down. The Slaughter's initiation, not good enough. He got Corrosive Haze on some heroes, but there's no follow-up from the Ursa here. Nightfall, not blinking in, and really no point to do so, I think, anyway. He's going to jump after Mickey here. Mickey, oh, he already used his Wind Run. Oh, but they didn't get the cross shot on him. And now the Wind Run's back up. Now Nightfall's going to be kited during his BKB and Rage. The worst possible outcome. Gets Yulesed as his BKB fades. There goes his Enrage. And I think there goes the game. I mean, Liquid was clearly winning before this. That game feels like the nail in the coffin.
Is under attack.
They needed to jump with the Slaughter and the Ursa together. That Wind Ranger dies, but they were
Yeah,
about a
what-
second
what
off of
happened
each
there?
other. Just the synergy wasn't there. I think Nightfall thought he was going to do more damage. It wasn't a bad jump by him, but just too far behind, and you needed multiple heroes on top of him. And of course, Beast going down first is not going to do you any favors here.
No.
Liquid just one step ahead this entire game. They have easier kill combos, easier setup. The lanes were stronger, the lanes went well, and they really shut this Slardar pick down. And Slardar had very little purpose in this match. Got abused on lane, had to jungle slowly. This is the downside of this hero. Like, we've seen this hero overperform, but I think it's because people haven't taken advantage of his weaknesses. This is a great game to highlight how you take advantage of his weaknesses and really make this hero look like trash. You just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, Mickey used the Wind Run to get in position initially. So there was this period of time where Wind Run is on cooldown this whole setup, and he pops Wind Run again, goes in, and Nightfall
see
sees
Toronto,
it, and he's
Tokyo.
like, this is my opportunity.
He was waiting for his blink cooldown to go back in, and Nightfall
Yeah.
just jumped the gun. And if you go together, you get that kill. Maybe something good happens for you this fight, but it might be a lost fight no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's probably a one and done. Like, you get that kill, you probably are still dead. Boom! If you won't take it on the power shot, Boxy will take it with the finger. And now Liquid is set up for Wisdom Shrine steal.
Tower has fallen.
But they're also set up to end the game.
Yeah, just go. I mean, you have so much utility behind these heroes. They're so tanky. Double Manta for Dispel, Lincoln's for the Aurora, Grieve Solar on the Mirana.
I mean, the only reason not to go right now would be that Roshan is spawning, so when the Slaughter is back up, you probably should just go back and do Rosh. It's the safe play.
Господи,
We'll see them do just that. Boxy goes back for the other Wisdom Shrine. And pings to... He's pinging he wants to go for top because they've got this deep lane ward. He's saying somebody's going to try and farm top.
Are scarce.
Somebody's either going to go push out that lane, or maybe we spot them heading to the neutrals. Nobody does, though. Aurora sitting pretty safely inside their base for the most part.
I'd say
Or
if they had
maybe
MKB
Boxy has
Ursa.
timed it perfectly.
Oh, has he? No.
Well, Nightfall,
No,
he
this
takes
is-
the one camp. He can't even push over to the croakers.
SMKB is so far away. They might have the Beastmaster blink. Then you just make some YOLO smoke, but kind of hard to see it working out unless you catch Mickey first.
Roche is up in the top pit. Feels like they probably do it before it switches over to the other side. No reason to give that opportunity to Aurora. Quick blow up on the Slardar. And he got a second fist in there.
Oh,
Avery. BKB
Isha?
for staff. He dies. They got him. Roar. Plus the burst damage of the Ursa and the kisses, just to make sure. I mean, this Dragonite is so tanky. They felt like they had to use multiple ultimates for it.
Distracted by the fisting up top. Loses his mid. Was it worth it, Austin?
No. No, I don't think so.
Exactly. That's why this fast is bad. Because it makes you think about yourself instead of the team.
It's a selfish facet. Well, you don't have Roar anymore. Shackle shot lands. Makoto got off the BKB before it, though. TP's out.
Ooh, that's a Yules on that one. You must. Did
And
not time
Nightfall
that.
will take Tormentor since they're all on the other side of the map here. That's a freebie.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Aurora making some small moves here.
Has been killed.
If they can get to the Ursa MKB, the Hopium levels increase.
How much opening are we talking?
You know, 10%.
Okay. To be clear, is Hopium different than win percent?
Yes, of course. Otherwise, I would have said their win percentage increases
Okay, how much do you think their win percentage increases?
10%.
Okay, so it is the same in this instance.
No, no. In this situation, they are the same. But they
Yes.
are not always the same.
Okay. Yule's arrow.
Got him. I mean, so I would give them a 10% Hopium chance, but I would give them a probably like 3% win chance.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I was ultimately leading
Right.
to. Is you will feel better about the game, but I don't think your chances of winning the game actually go up that much.
They go up a little bit, maybe to like the 5%, you know. So if you average the Hopium increase with the win increase, you get around 7.5. I mean, that's where the graph is. So Dota Plus is, you know, the Dota algorithms are right on track.
Got the enrage and got away from the Yule Scepter. But a reset just simply will not do it. Aurora have to find the initiation. They're going to have to do it without enrage. The rate that these buildings are dropping, or they just give up bottom and fight for
He
mid.
has to go shop. The thing is, Nightfall cannot buy his MKB out because he can't get
But
to
look
his
what
own
he's
shop,
gonna
so
find on the way to his shop.
if he were to go, but he
Oh,
ain't
go
going.
to the Radiant shop. Go to the Radiant shop. There's an amp damage sitting in the river. Oh my God, he slips past Liquid. Got the MKB. There you go. Got the MKB.
And now he
Now
will
he needs to
flank
find
them.
the Wind Ranger. And now he's so right behind the BKB goes off. And now his
Not
BKB
like
is
this.
going to be on cooldown. The Wind Ranger's running after him. Golem's going to be dropped. Fatal Bomb
baited
jump
him.
in from Toronto, Tokyo. It baited him in, sure, but Nightfall, he ran away. You got this big
Oh,
hit
no.
from everybody but Nightfall.
Oh no!
The whole squad
Oh no!
committed, and
didn't
Nightfall
even do
ran
anything.
away. He didn't get a single hit on the Wind Ranger with this fresh MKP.
Wow.
All this time, all this effort to get to this item, and nothing.
That was an awkward ending. I don't think they really ever win that fight, but
No.
the bait was kind of successful. You baited the Wind Ranger, and you got like Lord Stun, you got Golem dropped. If you turn around there, yeah, maybe you kill him. Who knows? But we will never find out. A classic Nightfall ending to a game, where he somehow baits his entire team to death and runs away and lives and farms a small neutral camp before the game ends.
It really was a perfect
2-2 and
Nightfall
1.
way to end. Wow.
Yeah, that was a classic, an El Clasico right there. This is a textbook game on how to punish Slardar. Gotta give Liquid credit. They itemized to abuse this hero. They picked to abuse this hero. They destroyed him on the lane with double range, forced him into the jungle. High armored frontliners that are not easy amp targets. Just textbook. Really nice way to abuse this pick that people have kind of been getting away with. And it just wins them this game straight up. Like, Aurora just do not have an off-laner in this game. It's not Toronto Tokyo's executional error. It's just, what the hell is this guy supposed to do, right? He's laning against one of the worst matchups. He has no laning phase. He's against DK armor, Timber armor, early Yule Scepter, early Grease Solar, a Wind Ranger he can never hit. It's tough. It's tough, man.
Hey, and it sounds like to me, you're actually happy with the Liquid draft, despite the questioning what the hell was going on when the Mirana picked up. It actually came together.
Yeah, I see more of the vision now. Like, they were just thinking about some easy kill combos, power shot arrow going into the DK lion stun. They brought it all together. And I think maybe part of the Mirana pick was they just wanted a support who could farm more and build faster utility. You know, Greaves, Lotus, Solar are three of your best items against Slardar. If you have a hero that can just build those easily, it doesn't really matter what the hero is. Items are what win you Dota games. So I think if that was their idea, you know, I'm going to play Mirana, I'm going to farm fast, I'm going to get fast Solar, fast Greaves, Lotus, Yules, whatever it is, and itemization-wise ruin the Slardar's day, then I think the pick makes a lot of sense. And Tofu did exactly that, had himself a very good game. So yeah, I think this draft came together more than I thought at first looking at it just on paper. And they played it well. This is Liquid style. This is how Boxy likes to play. It's how Mickey likes to play. Fast connections, fast kill setup. It has all that in there. So maybe Liquid are making the turn, you know. They sank down, and now they're back on the up.
Well, another team that is making a turn themselves is the team coming up next. It is Aureus. We casted them in the previous series. They have the final series of the day, and they are up against Na'Vi. Potentially both teams middle of the pack, perhaps evenly matched. We'll have to see after the break. final game of the night is upon us. That's right, the final game of the night, because we are only down to 6 best of ones for today and tomorrow, Avery. And we have Aureus versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi, who are 4-4. Aureus, who haven't played as many matches, are 3-4.
Could be a close BO1 here, depending on who comes in with some more hunger, some more drive, some better strategies, a little momentum. Plays a little faster. I think both of these teams prefer to play on the fast side and run their opponents over, particularly Na'Vi. So see if Aureus are up to the challenge. We saw them have a pretty good game earlier today, so I have some high hopes.
Correction, they're both 4-4. Sorry. Liquidpedia wasn't up to date. Didn't have the win against BetBoom earlier today. So that actually now makes a gap. There's the first time there is a bit of a gap for the bottom 4 teams and the middle of the pack. So everybody who's got 4 wins is in the middle of the pack, kind of safe against that last chance playoff. The bottom 4 teams, 3-6, BetBoom, 3-6, Team Liquid, 2-7, Execration, and 1-7, Yakult Brothers.
Looking a little rough for Liquid and Yakult, but everybody else I think is in contention right now, and even Liquid could make a run back. You know, they get their stuff together. They're a strong team. So all these little BO1s with these middle of the pack teams mean a lot right now. Try and create some sort of gap.
Do you have more faith in Liquid than you do BetBoom? Because you didn't say BetBoom's name there.
Honestly, maybe, yeah. BetBoom has not looked great. The sun's not clicking for them. As much as Liquid hasn't had it all together, they also have not had it all together. So I would be concerned for both of those teams in terms of what their potential to come back is.
Well, we can focus on Na'Vi and Aureus and their upcoming draft. So I do, thinking about this, didn't Robson, I'm pretty sure Robson was talking about how the foundation of BetBoom was very good, and he had them as a dark horse to win this event because Pure did not play very well for BetBoom at TI. He said now they got Kiritich in, shit's gonna go better for them. Well, that hasn't been the case for the start of the season anyway.
I think people underrate a little just because a player's having a rough tournament. It doesn't make them a bad player, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better just because you put a player in who is playing better, because I think a lot of what happened to Pure on BetBoom at that TI was like he got focused really hard, and he often got put in situations that were just bad to begin with. So for a lot of these teams that have changed rosters or trying to switch things up, you can't just ignore fundamental issues in your team that held you back and assume those are going to go away just because you swap some player out. Sometimes you're going to swap that player in and they're going to face the exact same issues that the guy who was in that slot before him was struggling against. You know, if you're a team that puts your mid laner in a sacrificial position every game, so his lane's hard, he's losing lane, and you go, man, this guy loses lane, let's get a new mid in here, and you put that new mid in the same position, he's also just going to lose lane. So like, you're not fundamentally changing the issues in the team. You're just kind of hoping someone can better overcome it. And I think that's a lot of the situations when these roster swaps are not beneficial. But these two teams also very different in that regard, because Na'Vi's been around for a while now, and they're trying to build on having the same roster. And Aureus, they're pretty much brand new. Some of these guys have played with each other, but this roster in its entirety is just getting out of the gate.
Yeah, most notably, Scam and Yopaj probably have the longest history as teammates together. But obviously, Tim's has been around the C scene for so long. I'm sure, I don't know if he's ever been on a team with Force or Natsumi, but it wouldn't surprise me if he has.
Let's see what the response to Chen here is. A deadly hero in the right hands. Ooh, look at the cat. Very pretty.
Oh, yeah. That is a cute cat.
Where's he going? Oh.
He's getting into the blankets.
Uh-oh.
Where was Tim's last year? Do you remember? It says he's been on Boom since last year, actually. The start of last year he was on Boom.
A portion of last year. I think he played like half that year or something.
Or maybe Boom just didn't do well enough that we saw him.
Yeah, he did not make it through the TI calls, for example, I think so. I don't know.
And then before that, he was on Blacklist for a while. And then before we're looking at Old Boom, and then of course the classic TNC Tims.
Yeah, TNC was his most success, I think, on average. That Blacklist team had some potential, but it was another one of those like cuckoo rosters that fizzled out.
Yeah, I was thinking about him in the context of another legendary forward position that came back this year in FY. And I remember thinking, where the hell was FY? Where's he been?
Probably enjoying life.
Yeah. No, he flat out was. He actually was taking a break.
What do Na'Vi want? Because a lot of their signature heroes got banned. The Monkey King, the Timbersaw. They could want to carry Abaddon with that Undying ban. That might be a little bit of a signal here. Could just be bans for the Chen gameplay as well. They don't want to run into some crazy anti-ball technology. Aureus have to take out a phase here. Mars still in the pool would be a little tempting here. Just get some AoE. What else do they like to play? I've seen a lot of DK today. Hero's kind of coming back a little bit. Seen a lot of Jakiro today. Disruptor still in the pool. Disruptor is a big hero for both these teams.
Yeah, Jakiro's such a bad hero. People have been picking him a lot in Blast.
He's average, you know. He gets the job done, but he's nothing special. He's just there.
Yeah, well, an average hero would have a 50% win rate. What do you think Jakiro's win rate is?
It's probably like 70%.
It is 70%.
Yep, there you go. See, I know my win rates. But stats.
No, you just know you're wrong. You just know I'm pressing you on this because you're giga wrong.
I feel like that Abaddon pick was telegraphed, and they still took the Slardar kind of into it here. Na'Vi just snapped it.
Yeah, you're talking about the Undying ban.
Yep. Like, I don't think you're banning Undying there unless you really want this carry Abba. I think Sardar's kind of bad against this carry Abba. I mean, it goes a little bit of both ways in terms of you can perma-bash him and chase him down and just re-amp him and all that, but I don't think the lane's great, and I think the sustained push that Na'Vi have between the Abba plus the Chen is a little scary for Sardar to play into sometimes. You can get a bunch of bonus armor, Divine Favor, all this kind of stuff. You're just taking Roche. It can be hard for him to jump into that ball.
Another Slardar Ursa. The Aureus is doing the minus armor plus a bunch of physical damage because even Hoodwink has the Acorn Shot. But I don't love Na'Vi's support duo combined with their carry here. Like, no playmaking out of any of these three heroes.
Looks pretty awkward. But you can make up for it here. You still have two core picks. You can get some Mars and Storm, some heroes like this. I agree. Bane Chen does not inspire me, though. I don't know. This is pretty low damage.
I mean, the ball will have a lot of sustain, a lot of saves if it gets there, but just feels like I was about to say I would want to play Elder Titan here. This looks like a great Elder Titan game. What makes a great Elder Titan game?
He has frontliners to jump in. He has big burst damage dealers. He has a nice range support. And most importantly, in terms of what he's doing against Na'Vi's lineup, Na'Vi has no mobility and no backline jump, no debuff immunity, very little natural resistance building, and it is a hero that can stop grip. It can give you vision for the jumps, and it's a pretty good answer to Chen in some ways. We used to see this picked up a while back when Chen was super popular as one of the under the radar answers because he gives you overwhelming damage and AoE to kind of combat him around objectives and stuff like that. I just think the stomp looks really good here. These are heroes that can't dodge the stomp easily. They're kind of slow, and sleeping the Abaddon can be pretty useful. You could force him to ult or force him to shield someone he doesn't want to have to. Just stomping a bunch of the Chen creeps plus Bane in the fight is a good enough entry here. I think the ET looks really solid here. The Veno is quite annoying. That is an extremely difficult lane matchup to play. You have to be very proficient to play this lane as the ET, or you get mega punish. And the fact he has an Ursa carry really hurts. So this Venom pick is pretty cheesy, pretty low-key nasty here. Could just take that lane out of the game. In fact, I would even say you almost want to just dodge it or tri-lane it.
Okay.
There's an option to just tri-lane here if you're Aureus, and we don't see it often, but this is maybe the game for it.
What do you think about Venomancer right now? Because there is this Aghanims build that has been going around. You've experienced it firsthand.
I think the hero's okay. He's not amazing though. Like, he kind of does Veno stuff, but he can also kind of just be useless. He needs a good lane matchup, which he has here. That's for sure. I don't know. He's a weird hero, man. I've tried to gauge him a lot, and some games he really overperforms, some games he really underperforms. Some games he's really tanky. It feels like it takes a lot to get through this guy with some of the scaling buildups he has. Some games he's just squishy as hell and you just burst him down. This looks like a very good Veno game, though. I mean, he's great against Slardar, great against Ursa, great against the ET. Sometimes not even the easiest hero for Hoodwink to get on, because you like run through the tree to try and bushwhack him, you get hit by some Plague Ward, and it gets weird. So this looks really solid here, and you have backup, you have saves to bail you out when you get jumped on. That's really valuable with this hero. So I like the pick here. Looks very solid.
Now, do you think he's going to go that Aghanims build, or do you think we're likely to see more auras out of him?
There's definitely a lot of items he can go. I was about to say Storm is super juicy for both teams. Someone's gonna and Na'Vi will get their hands on it first. I think Dags is good scaling, but I also think things like Hurricane Pike look really good here. Yules looks really good. Early Vessel is always powerful on this hero. Things like that seem pretty nice. So it just depends what he prioritizes in terms of early aggression, how well the lane's going, versus utility for the team fight, or just staying alive. I could see any of those items come out in this game and be really effective here.
Terrorblade is the choice against the Venomancer. It's an offlane Ursa against a Baden, right?
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that really ruins Venomancer.
Yes. I kind of like it, because I think you were just screwed both on the Ursa and the ET, and now the Ursa does fine against the Abaddon because it's a Chen lane. Who cares? And then you get this counter matchup against the Venom, so you ruin his early laning potential. You get a good matchup against the Abaddon anyway. Downside is your lockdown against the Storm is a little limited. This is not a pick that addressed that later Storm at all.
No.
So that kind of sucks. But it does fix some of the other issues. We saw the offlane Ursa win a TI match, perhaps win TI for Falcons, right? So it's a bit memey, but it can absolutely work. Interesting audible here. I mean, you got to give Aureus some credit. They're a creative draft team. The drafts don't always work, but they're very creative, and they're willing to come up with different solutions to what's in front of them, which I like. It means you're using your brain. Using your brain is good. A lot of Dota players don't use your brain, and then they wonder why they're 2K MMR for 15 years.
Yeah, they do wonder that. You know, some people just aren't good button clickers, Avery.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it doesn't apply to anybody currently watching Blasting, because
of course
we're all 12K plus MMR. But for all the poor scrubs out there, you know, just playing random low prio games right now, use your brain. It'll help.
All right. Well, the result of this is this win is much more in Niku's hands than I think anybody else's on Na'Vi, and it has been taken away from PMA, I would say, a decent amount. Because this draft of the Terrorblade is meant to screw over the Venomancer hard, but free Storm game. So that's where the responsibility in this one lies. 5-man smoke up from Na'Vi, and they're going to wrap around on Aureus.
Hiding in the trees, lurking, counter smoke.
Late smoke.
Generally hard to skirmish a bad Veno level 1, but
Yeah, I don't think they're looking to fight. I think they're looking to dodge. They see it coming, so they'll try and take the top 2. Does Navi get greedy? Do they try and get 3? Bully out some heroes?
I could see Skem try and fight this, honestly. This man, he don't give a damn. Oh, he's going in. Oh, he's so fast.
They'll get the bottom one, so it's going to be 3. A lot of damage, though. PMA, I think he whiffed on his Venomous Gale on one of these heroes. Yeah, he missed it
He
on
hit
the
the
Elder
TV.
Titan. So
He's
he
too
took
fast,
a lot
you
of
saw him.
damage from the ET, though.
He's just sliding down that river, brother. I mean, it's like a jump scare. You do likely almost always go more Gale in the matchup versus the DB because you do not want to skill the passive, particularly
No, you
early.
do not.
And this will be the mana burn creep on mid. I don't know if mana burning Slardar is like the best use of it. Yeah, he's going to summon it top. Let's see how these lanes go for Aureus. I could see them going really well now. We thought they were going to go bad, but they pulled this Terrorblade audible, and now the lanes look a lot more favorable. I could see them having a strong laning phase here, for sure.
Oof, Yopaj getting super low already. What happened there? I mean, I know he got mana burned once, but still.
Just tanking the remnants. Can't last hit. He's getting brutalized. Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah.
this is... Oh, no.
Not good at all. He has mana for 1 crush left. May have to use it to get the range creep. Now he can't even get the range creep.
Oh, this is a horror show right here. This is not good.
Didn't get hit by that remnant at least. But yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Other lanes, expectations for wins and losses here?
I think this Ursa will be okay up here. I mean, you're going to mana burn him. You're not going to get aggressive on this Abaddon at all, but I think the Ursa farms for sure. And I think Terrorblade's fine bottom. I think both these side lanes are just farm lanes. Maybe you get some cheeky kill bottom with like a really good sleep setup into Gale. The guy can't TP out in time or something, but there's not much synergy between Bane Veno. Let's be realistic here.
No. It's pretty terrible. The best you could do is Nightmare walk him into Gale.
Yeah. And you can always TP from that, so... Oh, you just...
Blood grenade to slow down PMA. Is PMA gonna die here? So close. Instead, Skem will be denied by Natsumi. Another problem with this setup. Not only do you not have stuns stop TP away, but Terrorblade also has incredibly high base damage, and getting the deny on the Elder Titan is pretty free. Yopaj getting some
Yopaj.
return fire on Niku. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, he recovered this lane pretty well. He was struggling early, but he's got extra regen now. Bottle saved his life considerably. It's a lot of just trade and farm on these lanes. Oh, getting aggressive top. Got the juice.
Got the juice, but an aphotic shield saves him from the building of damage that Nico had.
I did not think they were going to be able to get aggressive up here, but finding these openings, taking it to the Abaddon. This Harpy creep's going to do some work, though, but not much you can do about
This
that.
is the third confusing name matchup we've had at Blast Slam. Blast has given all of us... we had Mira, Miro, Aurora, Aureus, and now we've got Nico, Niku.
Yeah, they're different names. I don't understand your point.
Yeah, people, well, they need to be a little bit more creative with their names. They sound too much the same. Ooh, another close call between Yopaj and Niku.
Oh, took his water rune. Niku not happy about that at all.
And the water rune's going to be saved by Tim's on the other side. So Yopaj gets the better of it thanks to his supports.
Yopaj very happy about this exchange. Keeping him on the lane. Who's gonna get first blooded here? Austin, make a prediction. Let's see it. Big play-by-play brain.
I think Slardar's going to get first blooded by Storm.
Incorrect. Good try.
Okay. What's the correct answer?
I think it's gonna be Skem dying first.
2.
Something really stupid.
What the
He's gonna like run in
Okay.
and try and trade, and then he's gonna get galed or slept in some weird way and just
Yeah,
die.
you should
Or
have
he's
just
gonna,
said Venomancer is going to kill him.
He's gonna gate top and try and dive the tower. Something like this.
It is a urn vessel buildup for the Venomancer. It's a very good Hurricane Pike game, so definitely expecting that as well. Nico turns back around. Got the juice, trying to bully as much as possible. Double Null Talisman build for max aphotic shields.
What a world we live in. Where Abaddon's build Null Talisman. Disgusting.
Power run time. Once again, Aureus putting heavy resources to secure Yopaj. First it was the water runes, now it's the power rune. It's going to be an invisibility
Triple range
Yopaj.
creep.
Are they going to come up here to this top lane? They should. There's a big dive going on from Na'Vi going after Nico. Nico has phase boots, though. A short little hop away. Now here comes the punish, and it's going to be Riddies. Riddies is going to be your first blood as he is surrounded by heroes, and it will be... They give it to Yopaj. He's got a lot of armor. It's taking a little time. Tim's is the one to take it.
None of us predicted that. I don't know if that was predictable.
Yeah, that was quite the dive. Really unnecessary.
Even got the Abaddon with the sleep in the river.
I mean, even with about the power rune, like Slardar is still a pretty fast rotator
Yeah, that
with
was
just one
aggressive.
level of sprint.
I just don't think their draft's designed to do it with Chen Bane. Like,
No.
so Abaddon kind of got creeped. He's mega low level, by the way.
Yes,
Mega
he
low.
is. Yes.
He's below Elder Titan in experience right now.
The Abaddon carries continue to struggle at Blast.
It's not look great in a lot of the games. Team?
I mean, this guy's being dove for half an hour. It's going to be Niku. He teleports in, kills Tim's, and Yopaj backs away. Both teams struggling on the tower dives here. Slardar running up river. It hit him with a stomp. Crush. And he's gone. That is so much minus armor when you put these two heroes together.
Yeah, deconstruction with Slardar. That's some nice synergy. He
Yeah,
gets an
that's
amp damage room. Look at that rewarded. Meanwhile, you can just sit Natsumi down here, and this Veno can just never push him out of the lane. That's the issue. They got the Abaddon again. The Ursa doing the job.
This offlane
Abaddon-
Ursa is going way too good. The mid Slardar has also bounced back, being able to get multiple kills on squishy heroes. As you said, PMA can't shove the Terrorblade out, and if you can't take that tower, the rotations might come through from Aureus, as it does here from Yopaj.
He's on the hunt. The lead's not insane, but the level difference on some of these heroes is concerning. Especially for Got the Juice. He just has nothing going for him in this game. And he's against two bad carry matchups.
Level 8 Slardar against level 5 Got the Juice Abaddon.
They're just
Certainly
chasing him
doesn't-
off the waves. Don't let him get level 6. He's easier food. You kill him a couple more times. He gets even more delayed. Your two carries scale against his one. Puts more pressure on this Storm to find something.
Even if he was to go to the Radiance route, he's up against a Terrorblade now. Another
Yep.
bad matchup. Ugh, man, this is a terrible Abaddon game.
That's the value of the Terrorblade pick. It dealt with the Veno and the Abaddon in one swoop.
Well, Na'Vi still have a stack. You can always go down a lane with Venomancer wards and Chen creeps and pose a problem to Aureus, at least early on to the game. So we'll see how many towers they're able to punish with this setup. Catch and scam, pull him back. Nightmare a little bit further and burst him down. Yopaj can't really do too much, and now Na'Vi are heading to the mid tower. They just keep the ball rolling.
Ball is strong. That's what this lineup's designed to do. Group up, abuse the auras, abuse the summons. A bunch of melee heroes that have to go into a bunch of gunk. Yopaj flirting with danger here, man. I don't know. He has a haste rune, but doesn't matter if you're gripped, man. What was that?
I don't know, but now Tim's, he tried to TP in to help him out. Got blocked out by the creeps. Couldn't actually scurry in order to get a bushwhack or anything like that to stop the Fiend's Grip. He dies as well. All of a sudden, Na'Vi, it was a 2,000 net worth lead for Aureus. Now, Niku's got 7 galvanized charges, and the net worth is even.
That was just horribly reacted to by Aureus.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. It's Chen Venom. I laid it out for you.
I mean, they happened to your bottom tower. They just all ran mid, did it, and you just reacted one by one. There was no cohesive defense. If you want to team fight that, I don't know if I'd recommend it, but if you do, then at least do it properly.
Yeah.
Not whatever that was. You did have a haste rune on the Sardar. I mean, you had some options there. Instead, you just threw away a bunch of lives, gave him a tower on top of it, and you know, you got Nursa farming, you got a Terrorblade farming. You have to pick your battles wisely here. It's okay to give some stuff up with the double carry lineup.
If you can Blink Dagger, I feel like it's a lot more acceptable. Like, you don't have any form of initiation right now, but if you can get a Blink Dagger that sets up your supports who do a high amount of damage, you get some sort of crush and bash and, you know, whatever the follow-up there is from the supports, and you instantly kill the Bane or the Chen or the Venomancer, then I think you can actually break apart the ball that's rolling at you. But until then, kind of got to just chill and farm and let them take some towers.
Well, Diffusal's done for the Ursa. Terrorblade is about to finish Yasha, so they have some early fighting items if these cores want to join some sort of engagement. But otherwise, it is Na'Vi just running the map. They have a lot more space to work with. Should be able to gobble up a bit more farm. You can look for the catch with the Bane, suck up all the camps with the Veno. Let the Abaddon recover, get to that Radiance, and then maybe think about some big fight into Roche or more objectives. A little quick smoke with the Yopaj Blink, looking for the Sardar initiation.
Got him up, bursted, not quite good enough, and now the saves come through. The Chen heals the Nightmare.
I mean, that's okay for Aureus. Well, you just didn't want to lose the Sardar off this Blink play. It was going to be hard to find somebody who's isolated in this game with how much Na'Vi are grouping.
Yeah, especially if, you know, it means that Nico can live in this top lane and bully the Abaddon. Na'Vi will try and punish him. Smoke back across the map to help out. Got the juice. Nico alone. Can they get to him in time? He's already stalled some of this initiation. The TP's coming in from the Elder Titan. He pops the Enrage, turns back around, burns some of the mana of Niku. They'll get him on the Fiend's Grip now. The Stomp, it's not going to be here in time.
Another good grip connection. Zayas has found a couple of good ones here in this game early. I think Aureus just need to be more patient in this game, because it's a different style of game for them with the double carry and, you know, how much farm their heroes want to come online. It's not a game you're going to run around and just find pickoff after pickoff with how tanky Na'Vi are early and the summons disruption. So you can play with defensive in this game. You can just play to protect your heroes, bait Na'Vi into bad moves, look for the stacks like this, and I think you're fine.
not the best at taking those stacks.
No. They get the job done, you know?
Yeah, they're getting through it bit by bit. Get the shard on Yopaj, your initiation gets a lot stronger. You get that initiation online alongside an Ursa Blink Dagger who follows you up on that instant Corrosive Haze. Much better chance of bursting down to heroes, even against some of the saves like the Chen's Heal.
Gotta think about the Chen heal, the Abaddon shield, and the sleep in this game with your single target jump. It's not easy, again, not easy to just go in and make small plays in this game. As much as Na'Vi are farming the map and you want to stop them, that's just the position you put yourself in the draft. So you have to accept that and not give up bad deaths on top of it as Na'Vi look for stuff around the map. Bane is on the hunt.
Manta's almost done for Natsumi. Do not want to get caught down here. Na'Vi have this deep ward behind the mid-tier 2. Anything to set up Niku for some more pickoffs. But not finding anything. $16-minute power rune. They've got both sides covered. It is going to be a shield rune bottom. Nico already having to use his clap. Somebody has to interfere for him. He's in trouble. Enrage, and it's not good enough. He'll die. Natsumi got off the Sunder, but got the juice. Doesn't care. He gets broken towards the end, but plenty of ways to make his HP pool go back up after a Sunder. And again, Aureus, you have to take team fights in a game of Dota. It's near impossible to win Dota without some team fights nowadays, but surely in this game you want to take as few of them as possible.
That felt really awkward. I felt like they just got dragged into it more than anything, and then the 2 carries are the ones getting initiated on. Their team fighting is really lackluster. They have no AoE spell other than the ET control. They have very little damage to burst someone down at this point in the game, considering there's borrowed time on the front line, there's all the saves. These are just not good engagements for you. You'd rather be split pushing, you'd rather be farming or sneak a Roshan, something like this. This game's going to get really difficult if you keep feeding away bad deaths on top of not farming instead.
Yeah,
and
you're giving
Na'Vi can Rosh.
You're giving momentum to the Storm Spirit, so it's easier for him to stay out on the map with the extra mana regen. You're giving more gold to Zayat with he's about to complete up an Aetherland, so easier for him to get the pickoffs, easier for him to get the Nightmare on one of your saves, and then a Fiend's Grip on another.
And Na'Vi are constricting the map right now. And if you end up in a constricted map state with this Tricore, you're going to be in big trouble.
And here comes that Bane. Nightmare on 1. PMA. He's got his ults. It doesn't even seem to be required here with the Spirit Vessel. Jump onto Natsumi as well. Natsumi has Sunder, gets it off once again. He goes for Got the Juice. Got the Juice is fine with it. He still has borrowed time. They just run over the Terrorblade. At this rate, Na'Vi, this swing, it's hitting hard now. 5,000 net worth lead. Threatening tier 2s, and Niku won't even let them sneak Roshan. I think he's here for that. No, he's here for the power room. So they may actually be able to sneak this Roshan.
I thought they would have gone for this sooner in this game. Another great setup from Zayat, so he's just catching everything.
One more galvanized stack for Niku. Comes at a cost. Roshan claimed, and Aegis taken by Nico.
That was a big win. In fact, you just get it eventually. You have the blink on the Ursa. You can go in and help start the fight now, at least. Yopaj thinking about Midas here? I don't know about that one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, what?
Bushwhack lands. It's that free Scam. Scam didn't opt to try and go for the stomp there, but he's saved by the Glimmer Cape from the high ground of Tim's.
I'm trying to make use of that ward before it went down. Aggressive jump, but I guess there's very little to punish Storm in this game. It's either Bushwhack or Slardar Crush, which is a very short duration stun, then it would need Ursa on top of it. So Niku's starting to flex, get real aggressive here. Yeah, very, very solid Storm Spirit game.
Yeah, not only is the stuns limited, but the damage is all physical. And Storm has pretty good base armor. Then you add in the frost armor that's being given to him by the Chen all the time. And now he's got an arcane rune. Oh, boy.
There's a lot of bonus armor in this lineup. That's why I was concerned. It's another game where this Slardar is starting to get countered properly in these games. It's not the same as at the start of this event. And it makes a huge difference. This hero, when he goes up against stuff that limits his spell impact, it's a completely different hero.
Another tier 2 destined to fall at this rate. And Na'Vi also in a position to take the 3rd Wisdom Shrine. So behind by a lot in gold. Tim's still going to try for it here. I am surprised. Okay, maybe more than just Tim's. Natsumi's going to try and hold this tier 2 as well.
They're trying to get Tormentor at the same time. Maybe not? They just want to flank and fight? There's nobody up here.
All of these objectives, Aureus has control despite Na'Vi having the Venomancer, right? Like, I thought you could have just set up on any of these spots, particularly the Wisdom Shrine with some wards.
Well, they're going to try and defend this Tormentor.
You go back to the Tormentor with the smoke.
Got the
Caught
TB.
the Terrorblade from behind. Now time to get more. They couldn't even finish off the Tormentor. They just got to get out. They all TP away. Well, that ends up so much worse for Aureus than it looked.
Rough times here. This lineup not working out as well as it did when Falcons had the offlane Ursa. Very different game, of course, but I don't think the Slardar is a good enough playmaker to bring the lineup together. Like, he can't go and threaten stuff in this game, even with the Hoodwink. And the ball was just so fast. Like, Na'Vi grouped very quickly in this game. So there was very little potential to make the game chaotic or pick people off or get lanes out. Because the objectives, or at least the towers, were falling very quickly. And when they group, they're just so tanky. You cannot jump into this.
No.
That's the power of Chen, man.
Chen Benno, you can't burst down the heroes because of the Chen and the Benno. If you make that jump, he'll punish you.
Can't even go on this guy when he's alone.
No, he is solo pushing out top. And mid is being covered, so Na'Vi are basically ensuring they've got 2 lanes covered and the triangle. Really, the only farm that Aureus can get out of the map is perhaps the bottom lane, but even that is being covered by Niku's Storm Spirit. So they have to fight in order to get some farm. You go for the smoke, hope for the pick, hope for it on Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit showing himself, but he's got a shield room. Not an easy kill to get, and a Force Staff is more than enough to get him away. Full HP still. Niku now with the response to take away the Aegis. Second life of the Ursa. He's going to come back. And he grabs, well, maybe Tim's have the dust for him. So they will get an actual kill out of this fight for Na'Vi.
Is that enough to go high ground with? I mean, you have sustain in this lineup. You have the bad, you have Chen creeps. Why not push it? What are you afraid of here in the 5-on-5? Very little team fight in these 3 cores. That's the big flaw.
Not a whole lot of harassment either. Yopaj caught by the Fiend's grip of Niku. Nico comes down, chases after Zayats. But now it is a full lane of barracks at bottom lane, because the only person who can even you talk about the team fight stuff, there's also no like outspam or anything. The only thing that can really chip away at Na'Vi is the Terrorblade. And if the Terrorblade's sitting here on the base defense, then that's perfectly fine with Na'Vi.
Ended up being a bit of a slapdown. I mean, it was a cool draft audible, but just got nothing going at any point. And Storm ran away with this one, 9-0 for Niku.
I mean, I
limited
simply
stuns,
think
limited burst.
that Aureus just gave up way too much in the first clump. The fact they clumped to bottom lane, got a successful kill into tower, and then into the mid lane from there. And the disaster that was. You had to use your net worth lead that you had on Aureus to stall the game, and they gave that net worth lead up almost immediately.
Did not help their cause, that's for sure. And now you're in desperation mode, looking for anything out on this map and running into some tanky boys with a lot of armor, thanks to this Chen. I haven't even de-warded this base obs. It's a brutal ward to just have up in your base. Can't do anything while it's alive.
One side lane at a time. Navi, no need to wait for Roshan or anything. Their team fight and sustain is just too powerful.
Yeah, they might not wait for Roche, they might just go here.
Spotted scam, easy. Little high ground ward, this one. It's a Venomancer ward. Spots the pick off. I mean, Navi probably would have gone high ground with 5 up from Aureus, but make it a numbers advantage. And the welcome mat is out. Navi, another lane down. And Aureus, not really a game plan in mind either. I mean, I see the Ursa out and about. If the wave coveting was going to happen, it needed to happen a minute or two ago. But now they're just going to go from mid to top. Top is already pushed in. So there is nothing to dissuade or stall Na'Vi right here. It's just a team fight. If Na'Vi chooses to force it, which they won't, they'll back up. Roshan is going to spawn too soon, and they've got 2 lanes of barracks up on him, so it's pretty hard for Aureus to get out of the map.
I should look for the catch, right? Zayats has done it all game. Easy sleep kills.
Niku is there to follow it up every time.
Bane was really nice in this lineup because they don't really have a good setup or catch hero. But every sleep just turned into easy core kills game, and the Benno gets to keep farming, controlling areas. The Storm can jump from really far away. The Chen gets to farm. Everybody kind of just gets to chill and build their items while the Bane runs around, and he doesn't need much. Just 8th lens, easy catch during the nighttime especially. You get a catch, you turn it into an objective. And then you get another catch, you turn it into another objective. You just march to victory here.
Aureus, you gonna go out like this? Just Megas without a fight. Jump in from Niku. Got him on the Shivas. Pull back. Natsumi once again. Sundaron got the juice. Got the juice. Doesn't care. The shot hits the Venomancer. He gets a little bit low, but now the Fiend's Grip onto the Ursa. He had Enrage going. It's not going to last that long, but they have more than enough damage in that short space of time. GG is called from Aureus. Na'Vi now have a winning record in Blast Slam 4.
Yeah, nice win for them to pick up with just a sick Veno pick. And that Veno pick. Another counter to Slardar people kind of forgot about, but this here ruined Slardar. I mean, there's no hope in this matchup other than your team can help you power through it. I mean, he had very little to help him do that, and it ended up being a mid Slardar, which is even better for the Veno. It's like, okay, I'm shutting down your mid hero instead of your offlaner. Thank you very much. He was quite annoying that game, and then you just ball up behind him with a Chen that's building a bunch of bonus armor. You remove the one playmaker from this Aureus lineup, and you're stuck with an Ursa and a Terrorblade, who have okay matchups, but not when that ball is just 5-manning. They're not good anti-5-man heroes. And that's more of what this game became then. I'm going to fight this guy and you fight that guy.
Oh, man. It's crazy. I was looking forward at the matches for tomorrow for these two teams. This is the absolute worst outcome for Aureus, because tomorrow Aureus faces Tundra and Falcons. Yeah, the top 2 teams of the group. you're probably taking 2 losses there. You really needed this win against Na'Vi to kind of stabilize a little bit. Where Na'Vi, exact opposite. They're matched up against BetBoom, who has obviously done very poorly at Blast Slam, do not look great. And the other matchup is Execration. So they're looking at 2 matches that they are favored. It was a complete dichotomy. Despite these 2 teams coming into this with the same record, the outlook for the 2 teams is very different.
That's why all these matches matter. You do not want to end up in a later half of the group stage situation where you have tough matchups and you're already in the hole. Very tough to climb out of those. So one of these teams is going to be really happy. One of them is going to be really sad tomorrow. And one of them is very favored in that situation.
They're not going to be that sad because we will not have any eliminations tomorrow. The day after, we'll have that last chance playoff. So everybody, the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place teams, the bottom of 4 teams of the group will still have a best of 3 to play to determine whether or not they get to play another best of 3. And if they win that one, they can still end up at Singapore. So no matter what happens in this group stage, you can still make the comeback. But the group stage will conclude tomorrow. But today is done. We only had 6 best of 1s. We'll have another 6 best of 1s tomorrow. And then we have the last chance playoff. And then we have the play-in. And then we have Singapore. So,
that's hype.
If you guys want to check out the A stream, we had such fast games that we were ahead of them for once. A stream is still going on with their final matchup of MOUZ versus Yakult, which Yakult Brothers is always a good time, and MOUZ is a strong team, so worth checking out there. But that closes out the B stream. Thank you very much for watching, and we will be back tomorrow.